southeast of where the eye makes landfall. And right now it appears that it's going to be the area right around Little Torch, Big Pine, the 7 Mile Bridge, Marathon. That is where the biggest push of water will go through. And it is going to be really interesting to see the video once it comes out of there. And indeed, I hope that everyone who was left behind has gone to a bunker, a good shelter, and can ride this out. And for the rest of us or for you who have properties down there and are worried about your homes, we can only hope for the best, because this is going to be a major, major system.
And Phil, want to stay with that. We felt a hit here and here, even in Miami-Dade and Broward counties. You've been showing us on the radar, experiencing some of the worst conditions that we felt so far. Please tell everyone what we're expecting in the next hour or so as a storm makes its way and targets Key West.
All right, first of all, stay informed. The eye of the storm appears calm once it goes through. But then the eye wall, which is extremely dangerous, is what's will be impacting the area right now. But and here's the issue: if anybody's still down there, the eye wall comes through, and it's going to be highly destructive. The eye comes over, and it's going to be completely the opposite. It's going to be nice and calm. Some folks are going to get the idea that everything is over. They may want to come out. They may want to try to inspect what's going on with their property. Don't do that. There are going to be a lot of power lines down. There's going to be debris everywhere. There are going to be things on the ground, sharp objects. You are going to get hurt. And depending on how wide that eye is, that moment of calm will be extremely temporary, maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes tops. Then you get the backside of the hurricane, which could be just as lethal as the front side. So again, you don't want to be anywhere outdoors. Also for us here across the mainland, we're going to have some hidden floodwaters. That means that as the water rises, canals and roadways, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. That's why everybody has to stay home. Ride this out. That will be a very dangerous situation for us. The water rises, the canals, the streams, we're not going to know where they're at. For the folks in the Keys, I just mentioned it, broken glass, that could cause severe injury. And above all, I don't know how many times I've said this over the years, do not use candles, especially at this point if your power goes out and if for any chance the candle tips over and it lights a curtain on fire. The brave men and women of the fire department will not be able to come out and rescue you. And by the way, on top of all this, there's still a tornado watch in effect at least until noon today.
Phil, can we talk a little bit about the storm surge? I know we use that term so much, especially in the days leading up to this big hurricane. And can you explain to people, because a lot of people don't really understand the whole scope of it. It doesn't only come from the ocean.
You are correct. I mean, the ocean has its flows, its ebbs, and the tide comes in and the tide goes out. So typically, you're going to have a high tide. But what causes the storm surge is actually the wind that is being spun out by the hurricane. So that wind almost acts as a huge plow, taking all that water sitting just east of the Keys and just shoving it towards the island chain and shoving it up the island chain until all that water continues to rise. And that's what the storm surge is, and that's what takes or claims the most lives during one of these severe events. And that's why people get evacuated. That's why the folks were evacuated from the Keys. That's why they were asked to leave, because of these kinds of events. The emergency managers don't take these decisions lightheartedly. They worry about all this stuff. They have models and criteria that they follow, and they've done an excellent job getting people out of harm's way. The same here across Miami-Dade and Broward counties. All the government agencies have done an excellent job getting folks out of harm's way. Miami-Dade and Broward, we might have dodged this bullet, but this could have been us if this system would have just nudged a little bit more to the east. So that's the reason why folks are got taken out of here, because of the storm surge, that dangerous wall of water being pushed onshore by those hurricane-force winds.
All right, and we're experiencing the aftermath of that, Phil. A lot of debris being thrown around, and the rain is probably stronger. Those sheets of rain coming through South Florida all across our area.
Yeah, let's Take you now to Hallandale Beach. Specifically, we have some shots to show you there. Alex Diarmas is going to, from the news desk, show us what's going on there. Another tree down. We're going to start seeing pictures like this pouring into the Plex throughout the morning, Alex.
We sure are, Christine. Let's show you this picture out of Hallandale Beach. This is A1A and Magnolia Terrace in Hallandale Beach. You can see it's a little dark, but you can see there is a tree down. And I understand there's also a utility line down. I believe this is from our dash cam that we have set up in one of our news vehicles to give you an idea of what the roads are looking like this morning as you're waking up. You are advised to stay inside for this reason right here. This is just one example of what the roads out there look like this morning. At 6:53 this morning, the road is not where you want to be. So stay inside again. Hallandale Beach. As soon as we have more pictures or video, we'll bring those to you. Christine, Diana.
All right, and as you look at those pictures right there, a lot of what we're seeing all across South Florida, not just down trees, down power lines as well, the situation getting very hairy at this hour as we're experiencing, for the most part, some of the strongest winds and driving rain that we've seen in the past few hours, and it's reflected in the number of people all across South Florida that are without power. We've gotten reports, once again, of signs down as well as shutters ripped off of buildings on Ocean Drive in South Beach as you look at these pictures of one of the drives through town.
Yeah, we are getting a lot of wind gusts, and those reports are coming in constantly. This is A1A southbound as our crews continue to drive you around town so you can see exactly what's happening. And when we had that North Bay Village shot up, we saw one of those explosions. You see the power going out constantly now, and we can expect that to happen throughout today into tomorrow. You know, FPNL officials were very clear about what we can expect. They actually said, they used some very strong words in saying this will probably be one of the hardest restorations ever. So they expect us to not have power for quite some time. Look at that shot out of North Bay Village. Look at that sky.
And imagine it's hard to work in these conditions for those crews who are out there right now experiencing these driving winds and rain. North Bay Village live pictures outside our 7 News studios. We felt a couple hits to our power. Thankful to say that we're still on and want to show you some video of what those winds look like outside. This is the roof, metal roof there that folded right back right there. This is just to the east of our 7 News studios, which is surrounded on 3 sides by water.
Yeah, I hope that people are watching this morning or listening to us on our simulcast, you know, our radio partners, and just keep in mind, it's not even daylight yet. You know, some of the damage that we're able to show you right now, wait till the sun comes up. You're going to be able to see exactly what's out there on the roads. You're going to be able to see why officials have told you to stay inside. A live look right now. Once again, A1A southbound. The palm trees are bending. It's just dangerous out there. If you see a street light blinking right now, you're lucky because most of them are out. That is the one thing, Diana, that I will say. When I got closer to the station coming in this morning, a lot of street lights obviously already out. And just a reminder, although no one should be out on the road right now, if you are, remember at this point, every light is a 4-way stop sign. You cannot take any chances. But your best bet, again, is just to stay indoors. This is no time to be out there.
And the good news is that as we drove in, the couple of us who came in to report this for you so you don't have to leave, I didn't see any cars, not a single car, all the way from South Dade all the way up 826, the 836, and up north on I-95, not a single car except for one police vehicle. So I know that everyone is inside, and that's where you should stay well into the evening hours, because venturing out even at that time will be dangerous because of all the power that is out. The street lights are out. There are live wires down all across South Florida. So please don't make a dangerous situation worse by going out in this even later this evening as we're embarking on that 7 o'clock hour and are waiting what is going to be the worst for the Keys. They're about to experience those Cat 4 winds and 5 to 10 foot storm surge right now in Key West.
Yeah, we know a lot of you have already lost power, and at this point you might be listening to us and not actually able to see what we are showing. So let me just tell you what we have been looking at. We have been looking at a lot of down trees. We have been looking at traffic signals that are out, power poles that are on the highway. And we're going to see a lot of that throughout the morning. These are our radio partners as you're listening right now to us. Stay with us because we are going to have continuing coverage on Irma. Remember, the Florida Keys is going to get the brunt of that storm, but these are the numbers right now of so many people throughout our counties without power. More than 250,000 in Dade, 130,000 in Broward, 41,000 in Palm Beach, and the entire chain of the Keys, 34,321.
A total of 457,000 people right now just in the South Florida area without power in the dark, and that number expected to rise as crews will not be going out in these conditions that we're experiencing the worst of right now at this hour. A tornado watch in effect right now for all of South Florida, those feeder bands pounding so many areas of our coastline heading inland, as well as you look at the radar right now, the 7 Mile Bridge in Key West, the target zone, expected to get the brunt of it within the next half hour or so. And we've heard from officials in the National Weather Service, for those of you listening to us down in the Keys, and you're probably doing so on our simulcast partners or online or through social media, want to let you know that officials are warning everyone there to stay put, stay away from windows if you did not board up, and try to find anything within your house to stay safe.
All right, as we get ready to sign off for a bit and welcome our colleagues, Craig Stevens and Belkis Nure, we want to toss things over to meteorologist Phil Farrow for one last check now on Irma, exactly where the hurricane is. And we know it's getting very close to making landfall now. Phil?
Well, it looks like the worst of the system right now. The eye wall is starting to push in right across the lower Florida Keys, just a little bit to the north of Key West. We can't really overstate the catastrophic event that this is going to be for the area between possibly Marathon, the 7 Mile Bridge, Big Pine, Little Torch, Cudjoe, Ramrod, all the way south in through Key West. Heavy rain, strong gusty winds for Dade and Broward as well, with the potential for some tornadoes for the rest of the day. But the focus this morning is that impact, the eye fall, the eye wall making landfall right now across the Keys, and then the eventual eye moving in afterwards. So here is a satellite view, and something interesting. As the eye starts to move over land, you can no longer see it on satellite imagery. It is not as distinct as it was, so it looks like the little island chain here is having a little bit of an impact with the system itself. Will it help it to weaken down the road? We don't know. Still, this system is huge. The Hurricane Center tracks it from the eye, but this is a good 200-plus miles to the east with heavy rain and gusty winds, and possibly another 100, 150 miles to the north or west. So we are not done by any means. As of 7 o'clock this morning, the winds remain as a strong Category 4 system. The system just refuses to let up. 130-mile-per-hour winds moving northwest at 8. And now the actual center, even though the eye wall has already made landfall, the actual center is 50 miles southeast of Key West. So if it's moving at 8 miles per hour, it may be about another hour and a half, maybe 2, before the actual eye moves over. They're going to see a little respite. Everything is quiet in the eye, and then once the eye moves into the Gulf of Mexico, the backside of the hurricane moves in, and it's going to be once again another huge punch of wind and rain. The radar showing that the eye making landfall across the Keys, but everyone here across the island chain from Key West, the Marathon, all the way up through Key Largo, getting a lot of heavy rainfall, and it has been nonstop basically since last night. Here is the area, by the way, that we are focusing on for the biggest storm surge. While the eye may be down by the lower Florida Keys towards the northeast, we have some very strong winds howling out of the Atlantic. That is pushing a wall of water right into the Marathon area, all the way as far north as Isla Morada and Key Largo. So you are not only seeing the rain and the strong gusty winds, but now that wall of water is moving in for you. Let's take a look and see if we can find out exactly where that eye wall is now. This is where the radar is coming out of, by the way. Key West, torrential downpours here. The leading edge of that eye wall already moving in across Cudjoe, Little Torch, Middle Torch Key, all the way in through Big Pine. This is just going to be terrible, by the way, for the key deer population. They may be decimated, and that's a sad thing with this system moving through. The 7 Mile Bridge, I'm sure if you were be able to drive here, it would just be horrendous. The water coming over the bridge, the Atlantic, going into the Gulf of Mexico. Moving into Marathon right now, very heavy rain there as well. Blinding sheets of rain, by the way. The wind gusts here have been as strong as 75, 80 miles per hour. The same across Duck Key, Layton right now, torrential downpours. Isla Morada, more of the same. Getting heavier, by the way, across Tavernier. Key Largo, light to moderate rain right now, but that will pick up within the next 5 to 10 minutes. As far as the mainland is concerned, okay, I have been informed that we do have contact now with the National Weather Service down in Key West. I'm sorry I did not catch the name, but if we can go down there live right now, who is actually down there?
This is Alan Albanese with the National Weather Service, senior meteorologist.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Alan. Boy, right now you guys are going through the worst.
Yes, we have the eye wall, the most powerful, most dangerous part of the storm, the strongest, potentially catastrophic winds, pretty much encompassing the entire length of the lower Keys from about Boca Chica to near Big Pine Key. And the key here is dangerous, potentially catastrophic storm surge, life-threatening winds, torrential heavy rain. And a few embedded tornadoes are possible as well.
What has been the strongest wind speed right now? Have you guys been able to detect anything?
Okay, we're looking at 80 to 90 miles an hour. Here at the office, we've gusted as high as 75 miles an hour. Upstream, even further to the east, not even involved with the eye wall, they've been gusting to 70 to 80 miles an hour. But again, right now, the worst part of the storm, the eye wall, is encompassing most of the lower Keys, and with that, life-threatening storm surge, wind-threatening winds, and we're talking tremendous heavy rain with embedded, isolated tornadoes possible.
How much longer do you think this is going to be, that huge impact?
This, again,
right
looks like the eye wall. Again, we got to worry about the southern part. We're looking at the next hour or so. So right now, again, everybody should be bunkered down. Nobody should move at all. Just stay calm. Stay calm. That's the bottom line, is just stay calm. And underneath a mattress, if you're in your shelter, underneath your mattress, of course.
It is a life-threatening situation. You know, a lot of folks may want to come out once the eye goes over. What do you have to tell them?
And that's another key, exactly. With the eye wall right now, going north of the lower Keys at about 8 to 8:30, again, you are going to have a sudden drop in the winds. Stay where you are. Do not move. Again, the southern half, again, let that go through as well. But right now, the keynote here is stay in the bunker, stay under the mattress, stay calm, stay cool. And again, thereafter, you're going to have the eye itself where the winds are going to drop dramatically. And then you're going to have a southern wind shift. And with that wind shift, we've got water piling up in the Gulf of Mexico. And so when the winds go more northwest and then west, you're going to start to get the Gulf of Mexico. So again, this is a potentially dangerous, catastrophic event. Do not move. Stay under the mattresses. Stay in shelter. But again, you have to stay calm.
This is going to be a one-two. This is going to be a one-two punch, really, as far as the storm surge is concerned.
That is exactly the case. But first things first. Again, we've got the eye wall overspreading most of the lower Keys, and again, and it's starting to show expansion, and it could even clip the westernmost, like 7 Mile Bridge, as well as Marathon.
Boy,
so again, you have all four potentials here. You have the potentially catastrophic storm surge, winds threatening, damaging structures. You have embedded tornadoes, potentially 5 to 10 inches of freshwater rain. So again, now it's just to stay bunkered down throughout this eye wall, throughout the eye, and then thereafter we'll see how the southern periphery of the eye wall
This is a huge violent event that's taking place right now. And obviously, you have had rainfall, you have had wind, you have had surge. What do you think the outcome of all this is going to be for the Keys once it's all over?
Okay, again, depending on how fast it gets out of here, again, we know it's done a lot of potentially damaging, how much damage to the actual structures. Pinpointing who got the worst in the storm surge is still to be determined, but the bottom line is not to think about that. The bottom line is just stay hunkered down, relaxed, and underneath the mattresses or the shelters wherever you're at. Right now here at the Key West office on White Street in Key West, we are gusting to about 85 miles an hour, and we're not even in the true eye wall. We're just getting waves of it. So again, we know that there's wind gusts of around 100 to 125. This is indeed a strong category 4 hurricane, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Alan. The key word here is just hunker down and let's ride this thing through. This is an extremely dangerous event. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us this morning, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everybody keep safe.
Thank you very much. You heard it right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is straight from the National Weather Service down in Key West, the Key West office. They are right now under the gun, and they can't stress enough. Anyone down there, anyone who's still listening, make sure that you are in a safe room, preferably high up, maybe a second story, in a small room. Get a mattress, get the pillows, cover yourself. This is going to be a devastating event for you over the next few hours. Already 80, 85 plus mile per hour winds in Key West. Stronger winds will follow. What you're looking at right here across the lower Florida Keys is the leading edge of the eye wall. This is the most destructive part of a hurricane, and you can see the strongest now starting to move in across Big Pine. Little Torches right there, Ramrod, there is Cudjoe. All of this will continue to move from the Atlantic into the Gulf of Mexico, and you also heard it's going to be a double whammy as far as the storm surge is concerned, especially moving in over parts of the lower Florida Keys and as far up as Marathon and the 7 Mile Bridge. And then once the eye goes across into the Gulf of Mexico, then you're going to get the storm surge from the other side. So there's going to be a mixing of the Atlantic waters into the Gulf of Mexico waters into the Atlantic, and then add to that all the rain that is coming down. It is just going to be a triple play here of rain, wind, and storm surge. And again, the next couple of hours here will be extremely, extremely rough for our friends down here in the lower Florida Keys. I want to send it back to the desk right now.
Okay, Phil, thanks for that. Craig and Belkey's back now. We've done a little changing of the guard here. Everyone's getting a little much-needed rest so we can continue to bring you all the information that you need to know on Hurricane Irma. Right now, as we heard from Phil and the gentleman from the National Weather Service in the Florida Keys, it's happening down there, and it's happening hard.
And it's going to be happening for once they make contact with the eye wall within the next hour or couple hours, I guess it is, couple hours or so. It'll take a good 60 minutes or so for that to clear. So it's going to be a challenging morning, to say the very least, for the folks anywhere from Boca Chica down to Big Pine Key. And the National Weather Service sent out a pretty blunt advisory a few hours ago, urging those people who chose not to heed the evacuation orders to sit tight, to literally put on helmets.
Go in an interior room.
Interior rooms. Stay away from windows. If you have a mattress, put it around you, on top of you, to protect yourself from the flying debris that we know will be hazardous there in just a short amount of time there in the Keys this morning, Key West, the middle to lower Keys there.
This looks like a live picture, perhaps. Is this one of our crews driving?
Looks like 9th Street.
Oh, it's Miami Beach. Okay. Interestingly enough, all the traffic lights seem to be working, which, from what I heard, Diana Diaz and Christine Cruz mentioned when they were coming in from where they live, a lot of the traffic lights were all out because so many people have lost power.
This looks to be the Normandy area heading west as though you're coming toward WSVN in North Bay Village. And it's important, I guess, to remind folks that we're talking about the Keys because, quite frankly, that's the most important thing to talk about right now. You see a downed tree there in the middle of the street there. But as the storm makes its approach to, or and when I say the storm, when the core, the center, the eye makes its approach to the Keys down there, the storm center, that's one of the closest points it will be, I think, to us. And with that in mind, tropical storm force winds with hurricane wind gusts, 80, 90 miles per hour in the metro areas here, particularly in Miami-Dade. And that's going to bring down power lines. It's going to bring down tree limbs. It's going to, anything that's not tied down in a yard or whatnot, it's going to toss it around. So it's going to be a little tricky for us in the metro area here this morning, though nothing, obviously, compared to what our friends are going to see in the middle to lower Keys.
Without a doubt, I can't even imagine. Got up and went over by our front door here, and we're all at the station here in North Bay Village, and the building's shuttered up. It's well secured, and I just walked over to the front door, and just, you know, you hear that howling wind, and it's just such a scary sound. And here we're not really experiencing, not even close to what they're getting down in the Keys. We're getting some reports, though, of wind gusts and sustained winds from the local officials. We've got a sustained wind that was just reported at 60 miles per hour with a gust of 86 miles per hour over by Port Everglades and over at the old Philip and Patricia Frost Museum of Science down there over by Vizcaya. There was another wind gust reported of 66 miles per hour. So that is tropical storm force wind, but enough to do what we're seeing in this video, you know, knocking down the power lines and the trees and everything else. And just, again, the sound of that wind is just so chilling. It's just downright scary.
As our vehicle here continues its westward move on 79th Street, the JFK Causeway, this is North Bay Village. If this continues on, you'll see there's the Shuckers Bar and Grill off to the right there. And fairly soon you'll come up on WSVN, and if we continue here on 79th Street, go over the Causeway Bridge and heading into the city of Miami, Miami Shores to the north, just that area there. And as you can see, the power's on here, and the roads appear to be clear, minus a frond here or there, and that's good news. But again, the wind speeds at this particular time with the core of the storm passing to where it is are going to be up a little more, and they're going to be sustained for a while. So this is the time we're really going to watch out for that kind of flying debris. There's WSVN there on the right as they turn into where we are. I think we're going to get a sense of how folks have been faring the last couple hours up in Broward County in Fort Lauderdale.
I believe we were going to go to Kristen Holmes in Fort Myers.
I think we have Steve Shapiro first.
Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, we're going to Kristen instead.
Yeah, that's I think we have an opportunity to go live to Kristen Holmes, who Kristen, you're in the Fort Myers area. Not sure exactly where you are. Tell us where you are and how's it going over there.
Good morning, Craig and Belkis. Well, as you know, we are waiting for the eye of the storm to hit the Florida Keys. That is far south of where we are, but here we are already feeling the effects of those outer bands. I've been standing here for about an hour and a half, and I can feel the rain picking up. I can feel the wind picking up. Now, this is on the west coast of Florida, and this area was not originally going to be hit. It was supposed to hit east, as you know, in Miami, and you can see those winds already so strong in Miami. And here, we're going to get winds up to 137 miles per hour. Now, as if that isn't dangerous enough, you have people here who didn't have time to prepare for this storm. So it is moving quickly now, and it is hitting Florida. And in this area, people were not prepared. So what we know is that there is a shelter nearby that houses about 7,500 people. But of course, that's not nearly enough. Governor Scott says they are trying to open up more and more shelters on the West Coast. But we've talked to people here who say they are just hunkering down. They did not have enough time to get everything ready in their home, and they don't want to leave all of their belongings behind. So they are going to stay here, and they are going to ride this out. But this is incredibly dangerous. This storm is going to be one of the most powerful storms that they see in this area. It is hitting this area at a Category 4 with 137-mile-per-hour winds. I just want to repeat that because that is essentially one of the hardest hitting storms in this area that they'll ever see.
Yeah, Kristen, no doubt very, very scary. And we talked about this yesterday. the people in that area just did not have a whole lot of time to prep. This thing was on one trajectory, then it stayed to the west, and the next thing you know, now they're in the line of fire.
That's absolutely right, Belkis. And we drove yesterday from Miami to Fort Myers. So we crossed over from east to west and everything was closed. One, the roads were completely deserted. But in addition to that, gas stations were closed. They were boarded up. Stores were closed and boarded up, meaning essentially people had less than 24 hours to get everything they needed, all the supplies they needed to weather out a storm like this. Of course, we can hope for the best that everybody got out there and did that. But that is not a lot of time to get ready for a storm of this magnitude, Belkis.
To get ready for the storm, and I guess of acute concern there in southwest Florida, we talked about this a good deal yesterday, is the concern for that area, the propensity of the storm surge in Collier County especially, but also too in Lee County along the Caloosahatchee River there.
That's absolutely right, Craig. And there is a lot of water around this area. We are afraid that our area will flood. It is all low-lying. The parking lot is completely level. There is a chance we will get a lot of flooding here. And this is a mandatory evacuation zone in Fort Myers. And we asked yesterday when we checked into this hotel why they were still open and accepting people. And they said the same thing. They didn't have enough time to close it. They couldn't close down the hotel in this mandatory evacuation zone and not give people a place to stay. When we were in Miami, they knew days ahead of time that this storm was coming, so the hotels had shut down. They had told people they had to leave well early on so they could make plans for themselves. This hotel here and the surrounding hotel across the street, they're still open as well. They didn't have that time. So right now people are still in these hotels, people who were planning on just being on a trip, and now they are essentially going to be in the middle of a Category 4 hurricane, an incredibly dangerous storm.
All right, Kristen Holmes over in southwest Florida in Fort Myers area there. Thanks so much. We hope to join you later on as our coverage continues.
We talk about all that extra lead time, and yesterday people were complaining, practically. We were getting a lot of calls. We were personally text messages and tweets and whatnot. We've been at this for so many days. What's going on? It isn't even raining. All of this, you know, talk. And here it is. Now you're in it, people. I just got a text message from one of my cousins saying, we just lost power, and it sounds like the world is coming to an end.
And
the world is not coming to an end, A. And B, we kept telling everybody yesterday, we're not in it yet. We're not in it yet. We're in it now.
And we're really not in much of anything here in the metro areas compared to what we're going to see in the lower and the Middle Keys. So
and where Kristen is up in on the West Coast.
Over in southwest Florida, across the state, absolutely.
Steve Shapiro was in Fort Lauderdale recently, and he filed a report for us. Let's check it out.
I'm on Lauderdale Beach with my photographer, Scott Tobin. Scott, be safe. By way of landmarks, this is, we're at the Casablanca Cafe at 200 A1A, 200 Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. We're in the middle of the street on A1A. It is dark, partially because I'm sure people are sleeping, maybe in these hotels and these condos. People evacuated, they heeded the word, and they got the hell out of here. Our photographer, Cuz, has got us set up in 3 places. We're on the street on A1A. We got a perch on this balcony behind us, and he's also got us set up on the roof of this 4-story hotel. Believe me, I am no hero. I doubt that we will get to the roof. As I said, in both directions, it is dark. I don't know if there are power outages here or people are still asleep. Sun has not come up, and it's too early to determine what the power situation is here. We're just across the street from the bridge, the beach. We can see whitecaps. It's definitely blowing and it is definitely raining, but not as hard as it has been in the past. And we know it's going to get a lot worse. Again, we're about, about 20 yards from the beach. At one point, I had a wind gauge. It is now somewhere hundreds of yards down the street. Tell the boss that I owe her one. This is our live truck. We're parked just outside a garage. And Scott, I'm going to go into the garage. I don't think you should go in, but there is a wind tunnel under there, and I want to give you some indication the difference between the wind out here, which on the wind gauge at last check was probably in the 30s and 40s. It's got to be a lot worse in here. There's a wind tunnel in here, and I'm really doing my best to hold my balance. You know I have the strength of 10 men. I'm going to fight my way out of here. It's a lot different outside. All right, that's the story on Fort Lauderdale Beach. You okay? That's the story on Fort Lauderdale Beach. We're going to be out here until about, well, for the duration of the day. Brandon Beyer and I are taking turns, and my photographer is blowing away. Back to you.
All right, that was hours ago, and it was still dark outside when Steve filed that report, but now it's daybreak, and we are seeing bright and early what is happening live in Key Largo at this hour.
Just looking at some of the reports from the Weather Service in terms of wind gusts, speaking of Fort Lauderdale, we'll get to Key Largo in a second, not far from where Steve was, but as of a few minutes ago, they were clocking gusts at little over 60 miles per hour, so no telling what Steve was in, but that's consistent with its tropical storm force up to 73 and sustained. So it's going to be like that for a while today, there and in Metro Miami-Dade too. Now to Key Largo. The daybreak is beginning to unfold, and you can see, well, you can see that those trees are a little beat up in that they've been getting blown at for a better part of the night. And again, this is nothing compared to what we're seeing a bit down to the middle and to the lower Keys. And
I'm sure this picture doesn't even look that ominous, you know, this live picture from Key Largo. It's the sound of that wind that just really makes things so scary. And they're just getting the beginning. They're just getting the eye wall in the Keys, according to Phil. When the actual eye comes over the island chain, that's when it's going to get really, really scary. Miami-Dade Police Director Juan Perez tweeting out a while ago, "Hunker down in place. Going to be a long ride from this point forward. You'll hear plenty of noises outside your home. Don't venture out." And that's so important because there's all kinds of stuff going on out there. Trees are coming down. Transformers are blowing up. You might be hearing some explosions and whatnot. Do not go outside. Do not go outside. If you've got shutters up and can't see what's going on, just don't go out there. Well, stay inside.
If you're fortunate enough to have power, tune in. And if you're listening on the radio with our radio partners, we'll do our best to describe it to you so you can hear what's happening. But we understand that there are folks who are a little stir-crazy at this point, but this is how it's going to be for the duration of today. And today has barely started, so you really don't want to be in that situation where you poke your head outside to get a sense of what's going on. Hopefully that'll happen tomorrow, but today, stay put inside. Live pictures from Miami Beach here. Hard to get a good shot of what it is. The tree is kind of in the way of the lens, but suffice it to say it's windy and it's wet in this section of Miami Beach.
And I wonder if that tree was there when we took this camera the first time. Maybe it was a clear picture of the street, but now this tree has, you know, maybe it's that limb is looser than it was when we started taking the shot, and this is where we are now. So Miami Beach, you know, so flood prone, and we're going to get an all-day rain event. It'll be interesting to see. Hopefully the damage isn't terrible in terms of flooding, but it'll be interesting to see when people start to get out there and survey what the result of all this is, how much flooding occurs on Miami Beach.
Andrew Scheinthal has been putting in some long hours and doing some good work for us. He's in South Miami-Dade. Andrew?
Yeah, we want to show you some of the damage. So we were at South Miami-Dade Middle School. It's one of the shelters out here. And overnight, we heard very high winds. Those winds actually sounded like a freight train. And you can see over here, these trees are completely down in the street. And what is amazing is how close they are to some of the cars that are parked up here. So if we can come around this way, Nick, you can see this tree just narrowly missing this car back here, maybe scraping up the back side of it, but it is just absolutely incredible. And look, there's another tree tree back there, you can see that has come down. And then if you walk down this way, you see there's another tree completely flipped over, blocking the street. And where we were overnight in our cars was just feet away from where we are. You can see our live truck right there. And I saw this overnight, but there's no way to tell when it was so dark outside that these trees have actually fallen over from the wind. But look at this. I mean, just ripped out of the ground as if someone just pulled it up and dropped it in the middle of the road. But just amazing that none of the cars here appear to have been damaged, and luckily, because all these cars out here belong to people who are staying in these shelters. So can you imagine having to stay at a shelter, you bring your car here, and then damage done? So, someone was definitely looking out for the men and women and these families inside. But just look at these trees. And these are massive trees that were just taken down by these strong winds. And these are conditions that we are seeing across South Florida. This right here is what we've been talking about this entire time. We said that these trees were going to be coming down, power lines were going to be coming down and causing so much damage. And in fact, that is exactly what happened. And so as we walk down this way, and watch out, Nick, so we need to trip in the water there. But as you walk down this way, you just get a sense for how strong the winds are when you look at some of the palm trees off in the distance. And this isn't even the strongest. We had much stronger overnight winds that are strong enough to knock down these massive trees. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. Craig and Belkis, I mean, it's amazing that these trees were surrounded by cars that belong to people inside these shelters. And from what I can see, none of the cars were hit by one of these trees. So that is just absolutely remarkable.
That sure is, Andrew, without a doubt. And look how close the trees are to the cars, too. So lucky for them that hopefully the trees won't be, blown up and out down, during the course of today. But that is definitely fortunate for those folks.
All right, Andrew Scheinthal, thanks so much, South Miami-Dade. We'll get back with you. Go ahead, finish up, Andrew.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, absolutely. And, it's just heartbreaking to know that, this has been a very long process for a lot of people. This has been almost a week now of people fearing this storm, getting ready for this storm. These families some of them spending an entire day just trying to get to a shelter. So it's just nice to see that at least they'll be able to drive home after this.
Okay, Andrew, thanks so much. We'll see you in a few minutes. Live first once again in South Miami-Dade.
Right now, we want to check back in with Phil to let us know what information he's gathered over at the weather office. I know we've got some major reports of some wind gusts and sustained wind gusts, and it's pretty scary out there, Phil.
Yes, indeed, especially for the lower Keys. The eye wall is moving over the Keys, and the eye itself will be moving over shortly. This is going to be a potentially catastrophic event there for us. We're looking at rain and wind throughout the day with the potential for some tornadoes. And we are getting some very strong wind gusts right here at the station. We're hearing the panels above our ceiling here, the roof panels at the studio, shaking about, so we'll monitor that very closely. The system itself is very huge, and that's why when we say never focus on that, where the cone ends or starts, that's because the cone is just where the eye is going to be. And while the eye may be impacting the lower Florida Keys, this system has plenty of heavy rain and gusty winds here across Dade and Broward counties. Latest advisory as of 7 a.m., 130-mile-per-hour winds. The center itself, the eye, is just 50 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. The radar suggests that the eye wall has already moved on shore, and those very strong winds of up to 130, 135 miles per hour are impacting right now the area between the 7-mile bridge and the lower Florida Keys. There's a big arch of heavy rainfall that stretches along the northern extent of the eye. Big Copper Key getting hit really hard right now by the eye wall. The same with Cudjoe Key, Doctor's Arm, Big Pine, Little Torch, Middle Torch. All the Torch Keys are getting hit here. There's a 7-mile bridge. Actually, a 7-mile bridge is right here. This is just the entrance into Big Pine. And this area across Marathon, you're getting moderate to heavy rainfall with wind gusts all the way to 75, 80, 90-plus mile-per-hour winds. and that storm surge is pushing the water from the Atlantic into the Gulf of Mexico. That'll continue to be the case over the next couple of hours. Heavy rain also across Layton. We've had reports here, wind gusts of about 75, 80 miles per hour. Heavy rain up and down US 1, the overseas highway, getting pummeled right now by torrential downpours. The wind speeds here have been clocked at about 75 miles per hour. And the rain is also impacting areas very far away from the eye wall. Right now, North Key Largo, Homestead. Boy, it is really coming down hard across Homestead, the Turnpike, Naranja, the Redland area, Cutler Bay, Pinecrest, Palmetto Bay, Kendall Lakes, Coral Gables. Just about everyone is getting moderate to heavy rainfall. From the beaches here in Miami-Dade going west, Sweetwater right now, just pounding rain across the Palmetto. Doral, very heavy. Big deluge right there. Miami Springs, Miami International. Obviously, the airport is closed. All the heavy wind moving east to west. Hialeah, North Miami. For you now across Hallandale Beach, you are looking at heavy rain, but it gets even heavier as you're going through Pembroke Pines, the Turnpike, Country Club, I-75, and just west of I-75 in through Weston, also getting some heavy rain. Rolling Oaks, Royal Palm Ranches will be getting hit really hard in about 5 minutes. Downtown Fort Lauderdale, the beaches, wow, boy, Fort Lauderdale Beach right now is going to get hit by a very strong cell moving on shore. Riverland, Davie, I-595, it is just blinding sheets of rain. There's an area here between Lauderhill, right across the Turnpike, 441, stretching all the way through Sunrise, Tamarack, and the Sawgrass Expressway. Right now, this is one big streak of heavy rainfall and extremely gusty winds. That is just howling out of the east towards the Everglades. I-95 in through Pompano Beach, just a big mess. The heavy rain continues from Deerfield Beach all across the Sawgrass in through Coral Springs. Now, Hurricane Irma has now gone into the record books out of the 6 U.S. landfalling hurricanes with a pressure reading at or below 928 millibars. That was Irma's 6 a.m. pressure. That has tied now hurricanes like the Indianola, the Florida Keys, the Labor Day hurricane, Camille, Andrew, and Katrina. This is an incredible, strong system. We have the opportunity right now to check in with the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Michael Brennan. Thank you for joining us this morning. Michael, a tough morning right now for the lower Florida Keys. Are they looking at least another 1-2 hours? How many hours of this impact?
Yeah, I think another couple hours, as it's going to take the eye wall a while to sort of make its way through the lower Keys. You know, we just saw a report of a wind gust of about 89 miles per hour at the National Weather Service office down here on Key West, and they're just outside of the strongest part of the eye wall. So as Irma's eye wobbles past, the Keys, the lower Keys, are going to stay in that area, very, very strong winds for another couple hours probably.
How about the surge? Obviously, that's going to be deadly, and I don't want to use that as a big alarmist statement, but this could be potentially be deadly across areas from where? The 7 Mile Bridge south, north?
The whole Florida Keys is at risk of 5 to 10 feet of inundation because now, see, we have the eye here. All these areas in the middle and upper Keys are getting these hurricane winds pushing the water onshore from the Atlantic side. You're getting your highest storm surge right now on the east side of that eye wall here on the eastern side of the lower Keys. And then, say, on like Key West and everywhere that is west of the track of the eye, when it goes by, the northerly winds are going to push the Gulf water and cause a surge on the north side of the island. So there's going to be almost 2 surge events here, one on the east side of the eye and the other on the left. And it's going to be just a really potentially catastrophic morning in the Florida Keys from a wind and a storm surge perspective.
So rain event, wind event, surge event for them. For the rest of South Florida, Miami-Dade and Broward counties, right now we are getting hit hard too by some feeder bands with strong gusty winds. Is this going to be the pattern, and for how long?
I think for the next, at least 6 hours or so. Eventually we're going to get into these bands that are even closer to the center, and we'll see our sustained winds even go up maybe to strong tropical storm force. Where we just saw a wind gust of 77 miles per hour at the West Kendall Tamiami Airport. Seeing some reports from right along the water of offshore of the Miami-Dade County coast of wind gusts up in the 70s. So you're going to see a lot of trees and power lines down. It's not conditions anybody was going to want to be out in today. So just the best advice is just to stay in your safe place. Plan to be there today, well into tonight, until the winds finally begin to decrease later tonight and into tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Brennan. Thank you for joining us. You have been wonderful. All your help, deeply appreciated. I want to go over now behind me to this advisory that just came in. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southeast of Miami Beach, moving northwest. I don't know if this might be a typo, but it is moving to the northwest at 80 miles per hour. That is incredible. Areas here that can be in the path. Port of Miami, Surfside, North Miami Beach, Miami Shores, North Bay Village, Little Haiti, Gladeview, Liberty City, Miami Gardens, Hallandale, North Miami, Aventura, Sunny Isles, Opelika, West Park, Golden Glades, Sun Life Stadium, Cooper City, Royal Palm Ranches. This is moving so fast. Miramar Parkway, Sunshine Acres, Nova Southeastern University, Oak Point, Davie, Plantation, Weston, the intersection of I-75 and Griffin, Sawgrass Mills Mall. In essence, everyone in the path of this tornado, which will probably extend from downtown Miami and the beaches as far north as Hollywood, and then extending all the way across northeastern Miami-Dade County, in through northwestern Broward County, as far west as Weston and Rolling Oaks. This tornado warning will remain in effect until 8 a.m. So if you're in this path, I know I mentioned a lot of cities. Let me see if I can review them again rather quickly. If you are in the path of this tornado, you want to seek shelter right now. Make sure you go into a small room, a bathroom, preferably with no windows, or a closet. Take some pillows with you. I'll try to read them again. There are many of them. Obviously, Fisher Island, Port of Miami, Miami Beach, Surfside, North Miami Beach, Miami Shores, North Bay Village, Little Haiti, Gladeview, Liberty City, Miramar, Miami Gardens, Hallandale, North Miami, Aventura, Sunny Isles, Opelika, West Park, Golden Glades, and the area right along Sun Life Stadium, Cooper City, Royal Palm Ranches, Miramar Parkway, Sunshine Acres, Nova Southeastern University, Oak Point. We're looking at Davie, Pembroke Pines, Plantation, Weston, the intersection of I-75 and Griffin Road, the Sawgrass Mills Mall, and Pine Island Ridge, the intersection there of I-75 and US 27 as well. This is an incredibly fast-moving tornado. I don't know if I've ever seen a tornado move at around 80 miles per hour. So this is going to quickly make its way from the beach all the way into the Everglades in a flash. So hopefully it won't impact anybody. Hopefully it will emerge into the Everglades there in another few minutes, and we can remain unscathed. So again, this tornado advisory until 8 a.m. We'll be following all the situations here carefully, and we'll be bringing you all the updates here as soon as we get them.
This isn't something that's on the ground. It's something that's been spotted, or the conditions are ripe to form. It's not something that's actually on the ground, but these are the areas where potentially it could drop to the ground.
This is the situation. When you have a tornado watch, for example, that means that conditions are favorable. The ingredients are present for a tornado to form. When a warning is issued, one of two things have happened. Either the tornado has been spotted already on the ground visually, or it has been spotted by a radar, for example, and that's the case here. The radar has detected that there is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, so that's somewhere 8 miles southeast of Miami Beach. So right now it's basically a water spout, and it will continue to make its way on shore, and that's what we are following. And again, it's moving at 80 miles per hour. This is unprecedented. I've never heard of anything that fast. There may be records. I don't know. We'll have to check into it. So this is actually a water spout sitting offshore, gathering steam, gathering momentum, and it's just going to race right over northeastern Miami-Dade County and then central and northwestern Broward County.
Because yesterday we had this situation as well, Phil. And did any of those tornadoes touch ground?
Yes, we indeed had a couple of them touch down, and fortunately, as far as we know, there was no damage. I'm sure once the National Weather Service can get out and review the situation, they might tell us otherwise if indeed there was damage associated with a tornado. Obviously, they're not going to go out in these conditions, but the ingredients will be present again today for the formation of tornadoes all across the area. We are under a tornado watch at least until noon. I'm sure that that will get extended. The atmosphere right now, it's almost like if you took a soda pop and you shake it and you see the fizzling and all the bubbles coming right up. Basically, that's what's happening in the atmosphere at a huge, large scale. This hurricane is so big that it has just shaken almost like a snow globe the entire area, and that's why we are getting all these things, these tornadoes, these strong gusty winds, and the surge happening here across Miami-Dade and Broward counties.
All right, Phil. Yeah, that's a good analogy, the soda pop thing. You can see it, and when you uncap the top, it...
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go right down. We have online the telephone, Alan Albanese from the Weather Service down in the lower Florida Keys. Alan, it's been a rough morning for you. What can you tell us right now? What is going on?
Good morning. The actual eye wall is pretty much encompassing all of the lower Keys, most dangerous part of the hurricane itself. The eye wall is now moving into Key West and is now encompassing out to Summerlin, in fact, even into the eastern portion of Big Pine Key. So, again, it's encompassing the entire length of the lower Keys. The system is moving northwest to north near 12 miles an hour. So, again, over the next hour, the eye wall is going to continue to impact the lower Keys. And the points here are, again, potentially catastrophic storm surge, life-threatening and storm structure winds, severe structure winds, tremendous rainfall amounts, 5 inches can fall over the next hour or so, and also a couple embedded tornadoes. So again, hunker down, do not move. And then once within the next hour or so, the eye wall moves north of the island chain. Do not be surprised that the winds are going to collapse, because then you're going to be in the eye of the storm, because then you will be on the southern periphery of the eye wall. But the key right now is you have life-threatening storm surge, extremely severe structural damage possible within the eye wall. So stay hunkered down. If you're in a home, stay underneath the mattress, stay in the shelter, just be calm, relax, and again, this will continue over the next hour or so.
So, Alan, the next danger here after the eye wall moves through will be the eye, where everything is quiet. People are going to want to try to go outside, survey the damage. Extremely dangerous, correct?
Exactly, and again, that's what we said. Do not be fooled by the sudden extreme drop of the winds. Stay indoor. What's going to happen is you've got a predominant northeast wind, which is going to clock back to northwest to west. So all the water that's piling up in the ocean out in the southeast Gulf of Mexico is going to start coming in from the west. So again, although you'll have a break with the eye, again, stay hunkered down. Do not leave your shelter.
You were mentioning...
Calm. If you're on a home, stay underneath the mattress. If you're in a shelter, just stay, listen to the officials.
I don't know if you might even have a suggestion for this. You said you made a great point. Make sure you have a mattress, stay protected. What about if the water is rising? What are you going to do? Do you...
Again, you want to go to the top, the highest portion, okay, of your house again. But again, seek a bathroom where you have the best structure there. If you can go inside the bathtub, put the mattress over you. Again, you have all four. You have the storm surge, you have the storm structure type of damaging winds, which could peel off roofs. You have embedded tornadoes, and also potentially 5 inches of freshwater rain.
Thank you very much for all your help. Alan Albanese, Senior Meteorologist at the National Weather Service.
Stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your help. That's out of the local weather office in Key West. Let's go here. We also have a dangerous situation on our hands. There is a tornado warning in effect for many parts of Miami-Dade and Broward counties. There's a strong storm making its way right now across parts of Miami Beach. It'll be across Hialeah in about around 7:54 in the morning, 8:06 in Weston, and then it'll continue to make its way out across the Everglades. This is all due to a tornado that was moving onshore. It was actually a waterspout, began as a waterspout, and made its way in across the area. I don't know if the folks in the weather office can hear me, but a moment ago you had all the vortices and all the tracks, potential tracks. Thank you. I really want to show you this. Let's see if we can open up the view, because embedded in this incredible shield of rain are little areas that spin up. And that's what can cause a tornado. And I really want to show you that we've got a few of them here that are sitting offshore, and they're aiming for South Florida. We have a brand new one right now across deep southern Miami-Dade County that we will be watching very carefully. This one has the potential sitting east of US 1, about 5 miles or so away from Homestead. If it does have the potential, this thunderstorm, to produce a twister aiming for Homestead, we will be tracking that carefully. If we can widen out the view again, there's a lot of heavy rain across South Florida. Another big storm, actually two of them, sitting just to the east of Miami-Dade and Broward counties. That will continue to impact the area later on today. So while the Keys are getting hammered, we here across Miami-Dade and Broward counties are getting the secondary effects, maybe not that major direct hit, but this can be just as dangerous. Strong gusty winds, heavy rainfall, and the potential for tornadic activity. We are going to stay on top. I believe that tornado warning was in effect until 8 o'clock this morning. As soon as we hear or get the all clear that this tornado warning has been canceled, we will let you know. But if you are in the path, I don't want to be redundant, but I really do want to repeat all these cities. We're looking at Fisher Island, Port of Miami, that has probably gone by already. Little Haiti, Gladeview, Liberty City. You are still looking at the potential of that twister coming through. Let's see here. Callendale, Miramar, North Miami, Aventura, Sunny Isles, Opelika, West Park, Golden Glades, the area across Sun Life Stadium. Then down the road, Davie, Cooper City, Royal Palm Ranches, Miramar, Sunshine Acres, Nova University. We're looking at Oak Point, Davie, Plantation, Weston, the intersection of I-75 and Griffin, and of course the Sawgrass Mills Mall. You are still under the gun at least until 8 o'clock, and we will let you know as soon as they cancel it. So if you're hunkered in a little closet or protecting yourself, we'll let you know when you can come back out. It's been a very active morning, very tough for the folks across the lower Florida Keys, and we are here on edge as well with all these tornadoes. That's the very latest, guys. Back to you.
All right, Phil, we'll have a look live just outside our North Bay Village studios here as we've got some weather moving in. Phil referenced the roof here. You can hear, and if our mics will pick it up, some of the banging on the whatever is the roof of the structure we are in here at our studio. So don't be alarmed if you hear it. It's the noise of the wind and the rain hitting the roof on top of the studio we're in. And much like you're hearing it at home, well, we're going to hear it here in our studio, and our microphones will pick up on it too.
We want to head over to the news desk now and check in with Christine Cruz. She has some information to share with us and some video and such. Christine?
Yeah, Belkis and Craig, this is the reason why officials enforce those curfews and simply don't want people out on the road. The picture that you're looking at now is out of North Miami, and you can see the downed trees, just how dangerous that is out there. I have some more video to share with you. As certainly we don't want you driving through town. Our crews are driving through town to bring you these pictures and to show you the conditions as they deteriorate. This is out of Miami. And once again, those sheets of rain, some of these lights appear to be functioning. That is not the case in many parts of South Florida. I can tell you that driving into work this morning, the conditions were pretty rough. I mean, I encountered a lot of activity on the highway. I had to take the 826 and then connect to 95. There was a lot of rain. All those overhead lights were out. It was extremely dark. And I was actually happy to see that there was no one on the road, that everyone has really heeded the advice of officials. This is rain here in Miami. You can see the Intercontinental in the back. And of course, the conditions that we're getting here are really nothing compared to what they're going to deteriorate into in the next few hours or so. And my goodness, what they're experiencing in the Keys. I mean, this really pales in comparison. Nonetheless, you see the sheets of rain, you see the palm trees bending, you see the debris on the road. It is all the more reason to stay at home and just ride out the storm there. Take a look at the power outages. This is the biggest concern right now for a lot of residents. A lot of you guys might be listening to us in our simulcast, you know, because you've already lost power. The numbers in Miami-Dade, more than 343,000 people without power. In Broward, it's more than 147,000. In Palm Beach, that number, 66,960. And the entire chain of the Keys, 34,321 people without power. So as we get more pictures of the damage throughout South Florida, we'll certainly bring it to you. For now at the news desk, I'm Christine Cruz.
All right, Christine, thanks. Thanks to you, and thanks to a lot of our viewers who are using the send it to 7 at WSVN.com and sending us those pictures and those videos to show us what's happening in their neighborhood. And if you've lost power and perhaps you're listening to us on the radio, make sure and text a friend or call a friend and let them know we're simulcasting on 99 Jams, Hot 105, Hits 97.3, and Easy 93.1. These are the radio stations that you can tune into, and we will keep you up to date on the radio. We're simulcasting so you can know what's going on perhaps in your neighborhood and stay abreast of what's happening outside. If you don't have power and you're listening to us on the radio, tell a friend. If you have power and you're watching us, make sure you write it down, and also, you know, text a couple of people. They tell two friends, and so on and so forth, and that way we can all stay informed.
And now more than ever, as we saw Christine show us those numbers of people without power, they're on the way up. So we welcome you, those of you joining us on the radio, and we suspect there'll be more of you as the afternoon wears on. Now to the city's Coconut Grove section.
Lorena Estrada, you're standing by.
I am, Belkis. Craig, good morning to you. I'm in an enclosed area here at Dinner Key Marina by Pier 6. This is the safest place we could find to make sure we take cover, because the gusts of wind that we've been feeling have been pretty incredible. I've never felt anything like it. We've also been having to dodge blades. This is from a fan. There's one blade left up there, if you can see, so we're really having to watch our backs, and this is the reason, as well as trees and other things. You know, it's not so much the wind blowing you over, but what's in the air and what the wind is blowing that can really be dangerous. We've been here all morning long. Since then, you know, once the sun came up, we're able to see. We'll take you there in just a moment, but there are two down palm trees. They're in the water near the entrance of Dinner Key Marina here. We'll show you that video as soon as we can get that to you. But for now, what we've been seeing are boats rocking. And I want to show you kind of where this is our enclosed space where we've been able to keep safe. We just kind of hide behind the building. You see several bicycles here that these folks hide. They haven't moved. You'll feel this incredible wind tunnel come through. These bikes have not moved. We've heard a couple of bikes fall over. But other than that, sorry, we just get a crazy here. Carper can walk just a little bit. What's been incredible to see are stop signs and other signs that were really tied together well, so they haven't flown. Wait, I want to watch my back. There is one blade left in that fan. But yeah, so it's just been a very, very intense situation here. The wind gusts, incredible, the strongest we have felt all morning long. Standing here myself, I certainly understand now why. I've never stood through anything like this. Mom's at home watching. Mom, I'm okay, I promise. But this is just incredible. And kudos to those boat owners, because I have to say the boats were rocking, but they were able to tie down these boats pretty well. I know they've been preparing for this. The boats have been moving, but we have not seen any significant damage to the boats. So if any of these boat owners here at Dinner Key Marina who have their boats here are watching, that is some good news to them. Hopefully they are safe with their loved ones and somewhere indoors. So again, we will be sending you guys video here shortly. We were able to walk around, but of course we do have to be careful because every now and then the wind picks you up. It's just incredible. It really is. I can't even describe it. I feel at one point we were talking about 20 miles per hour, maybe more. It has been raining, not so much, but it's just the wall of wind and rain that just smacks right into you that kind of hurts. But for the most part, we're certainly glad to see that not many people are out here. You know, we'd rather be the only ones out here informing folks on what's going on here, but that is what's happening. Craig Belkis, I'm hoping to give you that video soon so you can just see these large palm trees. And I have to tell you, when we walked out there, that was a scary thing, you know, not knowing when will a tree fall, when will a sign just blow off. We did see there was a poster that was also on the ground, things that can cause significant damage to vehicles and, of course, bodily harm if you're walking in that area. So that's why we're staying here. We're going to go in just a little bit and send you that video safely as soon as we can. Craig Belkis?
All right, Lorena, thanks for that update. Be safe, and we'll wait to get that video.
And our Live Team 7 coverage continues with Omar Lewis. He's in the city's Midtown section, where I guess we're keeping an eye on the bay. And I haven't checked the maps recently, but storm surge had been a concern for a good part of Miami-Dade. Omar?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That storm surge is happening right now. We're actually right on the Biscayne Bay, and we've been seeing the water lap onto the land constantly. And look at these winds. Look at this situation you have right here on this roofing. That thing could fly off at any moment now. These are the projectiles that we've been telling people about out here all morning. We are luckily in the parking deck. The wind right now is going from the east to the west, and so we're blocked by all that wind, thankfully, because of this concrete parking deck. But take a look at the trees that are down here in this neighborhood, Midtown Miami. You see how powerful these winds really are. This gate, this fence, knocked down. There's a fence along this area here, and it is knocked down. The tree split in half down there. More trees down the road right now, split. And then what happens is the wind is so strong that it picks this stuff up and then, of course, takes it along with it. And then we're going to show you also another concern out here in Midtown are these cranes that we've been telling you about for the last several days. You see how they are dealing with this wind this morning. They are loose right now, and they did leave them loose so that they could swing to kind of help out, and that is what they're supposed to do. But the city of Miami, we all remember telling everyone that 20 to 25 cranes are in this city, and so you want to get away from them, of course, because anything could happen at this point. And so we are seeing the wind gusts really picking things up, taking things along with it. Again, I believe this roofing will be ripped away in any moment. And we've seen just branches flying down the road at one point. And it is a nasty, nasty situation here in Midtown and on the bay, closer to the water. The flooding will also be another concern as that water just makes its way right from the water onto the land and floods these streets here. But these palm trees just bending, projectile objects just flying down the road, and the wind's so loud, guys, that I'm actually losing my voice. So trying to talk over all of this stuff, but very dangerous situation out here, but we'll send it back to you guys for now.
We'll give you a chance to rest your voice, Omar, but don't go too far. We'll want to check back with you in a few minutes. Omar Lewis in Miami's Midtown section.
We talk about it all the time. We're talking about it now with Phil, everyone. We're out of the cone. We're out of the cone. We're out of the cone. And look where we are, huh, Phil?
You are correct. That's why we should never really focus so much there. Are we in? Are we out? Because this is a great example how we can be hundreds of miles removed from the cone of concern, and yet we are getting some very strong impacts. Remember, the cone just tracks where the eye is going to be, and the eye is a very small part of a system that can be hundreds of miles around. All right, so the system right now just about to make landfall across the lower Florida Keys. We've heard it from the local weather office down in Key West. This is going to be potentially catastrophic. If you can still hear us online or on radio, please make sure if you're down in the Keys, go to a room that's at least in the second floor, small room, a bathroom. Make sure you put that mattress or some pillows over you. It is going to be a tough haul here over the next at least half an hour. And then, by the way, the danger is going to be the eye goes over, everything calms down. Some folks are going to want to go out and review the damaged dome. There are going to be power lines that are down. There's going to be a lot of debris with jagged edges. And you don't know how long that calm is going to be, because then the storm hits you from the backside with winds just as strong and the surge coming in from the opposite direction. And for us, across Miami-Dade, Broward counties, rain and wind with the potential for tornadic activity. We've already seen some tornado warnings across South Florida this morning. This is a huge beast, and I'm going to say that again. This is a huge beast of a storm. There's the center already making landfall across the lower Florida Keys. but it extends out for hundreds of miles. The cloud cover goes through central Florida, out west into the Gulf of Mexico, impacting central Cuba. The winds and the clouds come out of eastern Cuba, impacting the Bahamas, and then back across central Florida. So it is, again, a great example of how winds and rain can impact folks well away from the center and from the cone of concern. 8 a.m. advisory still with 130-mile-per-hour winds. That is a Category 4. If you're plotting at home, 24.5, 81.5, moving north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. And down the road, if it does stay in that track, hopefully, and I say hopefully, it'll avoid a lot of the west coast here. I know that they did not have the prep time that we had, especially across Naples, Fort Myers, and down the road, a major metropolitan area like St. Petersburg and Tampa. So hopefully this might just stay offshore, give them a little better time to prep. The actual center, about 20 miles east-southeast of Key West, will be moving over rather shortly. On the radar, that eye wall still pretty huge, pretty intense, impacting everyone from Marathon all the way down in through Key West. The surge up and down the island chain, according to the director down there, I should say the forecaster down there in the local weather office in Key West. By the way, they are in a great building. I've been there. It's wonderful. They are safe. It was built to withstand a Category 5 strike. And there's the radar. That's the exact dome of the radar. It is detecting that the outer eye wall right now is getting ready to push into the Gulf of Mexico. Key West, you're going to get hit within a few minutes there with the strongest of the heavy rain and the gusty winds. Cudjoe Key, oh my goodness, you're getting hit really hard. Doctor's Arm, I'm sure the wind gusts here and the wind speeds are up to 115, 120, 135 mile per hour plus. US 1 continuing up here through the torches of these keys here getting hammered. And when I say hammered, the wind is coming out of the southeast at around 100, 150, and 120 miles per hour, blinding sheets of rain. The water is coming onshore as well. Across US 1, going into the 7-mile bridge. If you were actually there driving across the 7-mile bridge, if you could, that rain is just coming in horizontally. The waves are splashing right over the bridge. The water from the Atlantic is going over into the Gulf of Mexico. Marathon, Duck Key, the rest of the keys here, Layton, the storm surge is moving in from the Atlantic. Isla Morada, heavy rainfall, same with Tavernier, blinding sheets of rain. At Key Largo, you have had wind gusts all the way up to 70, 75, even 80 miles per hour. Deep southern Miami-Dade, you are also seeing this incredible sheet of rain. This is no longer feeder bands. This is actually part of the actual inner structure of the Hurricane Cutler Bay, Homestead, Naranja, the Redland area. You are looking at a lot of heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and areas like Naranja and the Redland, you may see some flooding there because of all the heavy rainfall. Be on the lookout for that. Downtown Miami, heavy rain, Coral Gables, Kendall Lakes, West Kendall, Sweetwater. The beaches here, Key Biscayne is going to get a little bit of a break momentarily, but the wind and the rain will pick right back up. The beaches, North Miami Beach, all the way inland across Biscayne Bay, 441, Hialeah, North Miami, Little River, Atlantic Heights here, Sunrise Surfside, North Miami Beach, I-95 is just incredible. This is just a wall of water moving through the air, if you will, all across the region. Well, the storm system dumping a lot of moisture here across the area. And this is going to remain like this at least until the system, the actual eye, has moved past Fort Myers. We will stay with the heavy rainfall, the gusty winds, and the potential for tornadoes at least until noonish. And I wouldn't be surprised if they extend that tornado watch all the way through tonight. The atmosphere right now is in a ruckus. It has been shaken. It has been disturbed, and it's kind of angry, and that is giving us a lot of severe weather all across Miami-Dade and Broward counties. The best thing you can do is stay where you are at. Do not venture out anywhere. The rain and the wind is only part of the danger equation. You're also going to get flying debris in the form of palm fronds, branches, metal sheets of zinc that have gone flying out of roofs, sticks. Anything that can be picked up, chairs, tables, things that were left in backyards. All of this is going to be flying right now. They are missiles, they are projectiles, and at least a structure can withstand it. But if you're outside trying to take a peek at what's going on, a neighbor left a chair outside, that gets picked up, flies around, and it could impact you. So we want you to stay inside, indoors, watching, listening. We're going to keep you updated as to what is happening across the area. Throughout the Keys, stay there. Just stay put. Throughout Miami-Dade and Broward counties, please remain in your homes, stay listening, watching, and we'll let you know exactly what's going on. That's the very latest, sending it back to you guys.
Yeah, you're talking about Broward County, Phil. No choice. The curfew in Broward has been extended until 10 a.m. Monday morning. 10 a.m. Monday morning. But really, do you need a curfew? Do you really need to go outside? Yeah, exactly.
This is a live look outside our North Bay Village studios, our tower cam pointing to the, I guess that's the east. The south and the east, just next door to us there. And you can see it's windy and it's rainy and the surf has kicked up, and that is for sure. Want now, though, to check back in Broward County.
Steve Shapiro is in Hollywood for us live with what's going on there. How you doing, Shap?
I've been better. I've been better. We're trying to stay undercover, at least until you came to us. We're going to walk out in the street. We're on Garfield Street in Hollywood. I'm with Scott Tobin, our photographer. We're looking towards the beach. Keep it on me for a second, Scott. I just want to say, I know that a lot of our younger reporters probably wouldn't say this. We're getting close to this has got to be over. It's dangerous out here. I know that we have a lot of content to fill, and we want to keep people informed, but the joke is over out here, people. If you've been watching me for the last 27 years here, you know that I like to have a good time and I joke around a lot. I'm not joking today. This is bad. Stay home, stay out of it. We'll do the best we can, but romper room is over. There is no more playtime. This is bad out here. Bad, really bad. All right, Scott, let's show them what we're looking at here. We're looking towards the beach. We're looking east on Garfield Street in Hollywood off of A1A. It's blowing pretty good here. You know, it's funny, but news managers and news directors have told me over the years, you sports guys are pretty good at doing news, at doing hurricanes, and that's because all we do is describe what we see. We describe the action, and there is plenty of action out here to describe. Not only, you all right? You okay? Not only are we seeing trees blowing, but we are feeling the winds, and more than that, we are feeling the sand coming off the beach. We must be 100 yards back, maybe 200 yards back. We're getting pelted with sand. It feels like little needles just keep pelting us in the face, in our eyes. My face is full of sand now. My hands are full of sand. It's awful. We can also hear, besides the wind, we can hear the movement of trees. Craig, you'll know this from being up north. When you put a piece of dry wood in a fireplace, you hear that pop, you hear that crack. These trees, of course, are wet, but when they bend, you still hear that same crack. You can hear wood cracking in these palm trees. Oh, man. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to hold this microphone out. Tell me if you can hear this. You know what? I talked earlier when I was on Fort Lauderdale Beach, and I had a wind gauge at the time, and it blew out, and it just kept going. I can't imagine what this wind is like. I can't accurately count how many hurricanes I've covered. Got to be 6, 8 hurricanes. This is about as bad as I've been in. Oh man, it got stuff blowing around. Maybe we'll try to get back into into the garage here, Scott. It's blowing pretty good. The only thing is when we go inside into these garages, sometimes in the garages, the wind tunnel that it creates inside the garage is actually greater than the wind outside. I don't know, Scott, can you show like across through the garage, the wind that's blowing and the rain on the other side of the garage? Again, we're at Garfield Street in Hollywood. It's getting really, really dangerous.
Yeah.
Listen to what Phil tells you, man.
Shep, you were talking about the wind gauge, that you lost the wind gauge and you don't know what the wind is?
It?
Well,
did you find it?
No, I did not. No, I did not. But the Weather Office has given us a couple of reports. Over in Port Everglades, there was a sustained wind of 60 miles an hour with a gust of 86 miles per hour. So that's some pretty serious business there. Hurricane, 86 miles an hour is a hurricane, a Category 1 wind gust. So that may be possibly what you're feeling.
Yeah, I can promise you this. It's starting to get difficult to walk in it. And again, not just from the wind. Did you lose the audio?
No, you're there.
Not just from. All right, not just from the wind. I'm talking about walking against the wind, not just from the wind, but we're walking into flying debris, and we're walking into sand, and we're walking into rain, so you can't see. So it's not just the 60 miles an hour of sustained wind or the 86 mile an hour gusts. And you can see across the garage what it's blowing like, and this is blowing from the beach west in Hollywood. But it's also, what your eyes can focus on and how you can keep your eyes open so you can see where you're going. I started this live shot by saying the joke is over, and I'm not kidding. We're getting really, really close to having to stay inside. All right, guys.
Okay, Steve. We'll let you take a quick break here, but he makes a good point. At this stage of where we are, it might look like it's okay to be able to walk around outside there. Oh wait, Brent Cameron, you think you found Steve's wind gauge?
Oh, here it is. We've got one for you. Come back and get it, Steve. We've got your wind gauge.
But with winds of that, with gusts of that, or sustained just below that, even though it might look fine to be able to be outside, imagine the kind of debris that can get tossed around. Certainly something that could seriously injure someone.
And you just don't know. You're standing there, getting your video for your own, history, and the next thing you know, something flies away and whacks you in the head.
And a point I'd make, because a lot of people ask us all the time, well, if it's safe enough for you, what about the rest of us? Well, Steve was also there with a crew out there. So if something's coming at him, and I've actually seen this before many years ago, a former colleague at a competing station where something was coming at her, and her camera person screamed for her, move, and she was able to swerve before the thing hit her in the back of the head. So you're not out there by yourself. You've got another set of eyes keeping an eye on you while you're doing your television broadcast.
Oftentimes there's a live truck operator. Yeah. And just like Steve just said, it's getting a little too hard to be out here. We're going to need to go inside. And,
that's our cue.
Yeah, and we respect our crew's decision-making and their judgment. And if they say they've got to go, they go. It's, safety is number one for the crews and everyone in the building, really.
Yeah. Another crew that's out there, and while we have an opportunity, while it's still safe for her, is 7 News reporter Jessica Holly. She's in northeast Miami-Dade. Jess, how are you making out?
I'm doing okay, Craig and Belkis, and you were just talking about making that decision to move. We just had to make that decision. We were in Miami Shores, and we were in our vehicle, and we could feel it moving back and forth. It got a little scary, so we got on the road and headed to this parking garage. This is in northeast Miami-Dade. We're just west of Biscayne Bay, not far from the bay at all. But these are the strongest winds we've seen so far. Again, we're safe inside a parking garage here, just peeking out. But we have seen huge trees snapped. We've seen these enormous palm fronds, and those are not light. Those are falling to the ground. They're not falling, they're shooting to the ground. It is definitely not dangerous, not for anyone, even a reporter, to be out in this wind. We were told that it would get bad about this time, and that is exactly what has happened. We were in the car driving over here, and there's debris all over the road. Then the winds picked up, and we knew, that we had to stop taking video. We were taking a little video of the trees down to share with you. We had to stop taking video. We had to pull over and get under an overhang, and then eventually we made it to this parking garage. But again, this is the worst we have seen. The trees are completely bent over. I don't know if you saw the stop sign over there waving in the wind. Keeping an eye on that. That is the kind of thing that can be deadly. If that stop sign were to come loose and hit someone, it could be a fatal event. Same goes for any branch or all of these palm fronds. They're very heavy, and they're not just falling to the ground, they're shooting to the ground in this high wind. So that is the situation here. This is the best we can do for now for our own safety. We were back in Miami Shores this morning at the seawall, and things just got a little too dicey as the sun came up. We knew that was going to happen. That's exactly what Phil said was going to happen. So we moved to a safer place. We're going to bring you updates from here for as long as we can. Right now we're in Northeast Miami-Dade. Jessica, Holly, back to you guys.
Okay, Jess.
All right, Jessica, thanks for that. Yeah, we're getting a lot of some folks tweeting us saying it's not safe for the reporters to be out there, but like we said before, they know when they need to come in, and when they do, when they're ready, they just seek shelter.
A reminder for a lot of folks, I mean, it's been a while since we've had a brush with a storm. It's been, what, 10 or so years since Wilma and Katrina. It's hard to at least
keep track.
And you get a lot of folks who come in.
Well, Matthew, we had Matthew last year.
Luckily for us, turned
not
into being
this,
nothing.
but yeah.
And people will say in a Matthew situation, I've been through a hurricane. Well, no, you really haven't. And this we're seeing today, and again, we're a good deal away from the core of the system, but when you're doing your storm prep, when people say, bring in your patio furniture, anything to get picked up in a clay pot you leave in your high-rise balcony, that's a decorative, accent for your balcony.
Because you think it's heavy enough.
Not in a scenario like this. A clay pot can go flying, and if that hits a person or a window that's not been reinforced in some way, it can cause problems. So it's a chore, it's an exercise, but patio furniture, potting, any tools that you use in the garden or whatnot that you leave outside that might seem harmless, this is why you bring it in.
And
so
again,
it's not...
Phil made the point. We're not even in the cone.
Or we're in the... Right.
And look at the weather out there. Look at the weather, and we're not even in the cone. Guilty as charged. I'm the first one doing the happy dance when we're out of the cone. I'm not doing the happy dance right now.
And the difference here with this system is we may not have been in the cone in the last couple days as we leave our live view from our North Bay Village studios here out to 79th Street, but the storm is so mammoth. I mean, at one point, 400 miles wide, much wider than the state of Florida, even if you're not in the cone, because the cone really applies to the center. Where is the center? Where is the core? Where are the strongest winds going? But the storm itself, that cloud deck, or whatever you want to call it, fans out well beyond the center. So, yeah, we weren't in the cone, but we're sure feeling the outer bits of this big old thing, and we will for the rest of the day today, heading westbound on 79th Street Causeway now.
Rebecca Vargas is, I believe, in North Bay Village, just outside our 7 News studios, with a live report. Are you out there, Rebecca?
We're out here. I hope you can see us, Belkis and Craig. But like you said, Craig, there is no doubt that we are feeling these bands. You can see it. This is probably the first time that I can say that we have seen the most consistent gusts of wind. It is just coming sideways at this point. I want to show you our North Bay Village studios completely surrounded by the bay here, and you can just see as the rain is on top of the water going sideways across. The waves are just picking up, smacking against that seawall, and fortunately that seawall seems to be doing a pretty good job at protecting those very small, low condo buildings there. A lot of them are boarded up, but like we were saying, it is so important that people took things inside, because we have just seen how debris has been blowing through the wind here. Fortunately, there are not too many trees around us, and again, like we said, we do have a crew out here keeping our eyes out and making sure, because the longer we stay out here, as you can see, it's getting worse and worse. It's hard to stand up at times because we're in the thick of it. We are for sure in the bands and feeling Irma. It's quite mind-boggling, actually, to think if we were actually in the cone at this point, what that would feel like. So we are counting our blessings there. But again, you can just see how powerful debris has been strewn just overnight. Last night, we showed you video before, but one of our carports, at the time, the roof was ripped off and just being held on by a thread up against one of the trees. But the winds are whipping throughout here. We can't even see North Miami, and we can't even see Miami Beach at this point. That is how strong and powerful and how the rain is coming down at this point. And look at these waves. I don't know if you can see that. Lettner, our 7 News photographer here, trying to show you how the waves are just smacking there against that seawall, really protecting those condos from getting any storm surge. Because, of course, that is the biggest concern, especially when you're on these coastal areas and along the bay. It's the storm surge. That was one of our biggest concerns. So fortunately, we are doing okay, and we'll keep monitoring it out here outside our North Bay Village studios. Craig and Belkis, back to you.
That is a good thing. And you know, storm surge has kind of been among the buzz phrases of the system. Not that it's new, of course it's not, but when the Hurricane Center put out that new product this year where they gauge the potential threat of storm surge in different neighborhoods, I've got to say, in 25 years of being here, I never had a sense of the different places where I've lived in a bad storm, in a direct hit situation, how bad the storm surge could be.
And we keep hearing a lot of the hurricane-related deaths are because of the storm surge. There's no time to do anything. You're just kind of swept away. I
think with one of the advisories last night, the threat in terms of the surge in Broward, whatever threat level there had been reduced or whatnot. Miami-Dade, it's still there, but not as considerable as it had been, and certainly nothing to say what they're going to see over in Southwest Florida, over in Collier and in Lee County.
That's where Kristen Holmes is standing by live for us. Kristen, how are things?
Good morning, Craig and Belkis. Well, we are really feeling the effects of these outer bands right now. As you know, the eye of the storm making landfall in Key West, and we are starting to see picked up winds and certainly a more driving rain here. And you're showing those videos of Key West, you're showing those videos of Miami, and they have 90-mile-per-hour winds. They have incredibly high winds there, and this area in particular is likely to see 137-mile-per-hour winds, so incredibly dangerous here. And we're only going to keep seeing as it moves this direction. We are directly in the path of Hurricane Irma right now, and as it moves this direction, we are going to see more and more of this rainfall, and we're going to start seeing that incredibly strong wind. And the big concern here is whether or not people in these areas, in Fort Myers, in Tampa, in Naples, were ready for this kind of storm. As you know, in Miami, when we thought that it was going to make landfall there, people had a few days to gather supplies, to board up their homes, to really get ready for this. Essentially, here where we are in Fort Myers, people had less than 24 hours to realize not only that this storm was coming, to not only get their homes ready, but also to get anything that they could possibly need. And what we're seeing now is that people are deciding to just ride this storm out. They didn't have the time to prepare and to evacuate, so they're staying here, they're hunkering down, and they're going to face those 137-mile-per-hour winds head on.
All right, Kristen Holmes, live for us in Lee County over in Fort Myers. Thanks so much. Once our focus shifts from Monroe County and the Keys, we're really going to pay a close eye to Southwest Florida, Collier County, Lee County, because they're going to get something they haven't seen, I guess, the likes of it since Hurricane Charlie a few years back.
I remember that one.
Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie. Omar Lewis, let's bring it back here to South Florida. He's in the Midtown Miami area to tell us how things are shaping up there. Omar?
Well, since we last spoke to you guys, another tree falling over here in Midtown. I want to show you uprooted, just knocked right over. That tree right there was up a few moments ago and now down, and there's several down trees on this road. Trees snap because of this wind. And of course, all of these things that are now down and loose and everything like that, becoming projectile objects. So very dangerous. You see entire branches over here to our left here. We're going to pan in. Branches just sitting in the field here, ready to be picked up by the wind at any moment. And these winds are increasing rapidly over time. We'll get a little lull every now and then it'll pick right back up. But just wanted to come back out here and show you this very dangerous situation happening out here. Luckily, we are protected again by a concrete barrier wall, but we have this vantage point to show us all the devastation kind of happening before our eyes as these trees just get knocked over and are picked back up again, some of them, and are flying down roads. And we saw that happening as well. And then not to mention that here on the Biscayne Bay, that water is now being pushed onto the road. So you have flooding, the potential problem for flooding in this neighborhood as well. Again, we are in Midtown, right on the bay, and looking at all the winds and how it's really damaging these trees and creating a lot of projectile objects out here. But we'll send it back to you guys.
And Omar, how's the bay behaving? You talked about that when last we met.
And so, actually, it's a good point that you bring that up, is we were over actually closer to the bay for our first couple live shots and started realizing that the water is lapping onto the land. And so we see this water happening and we're like, oh, you know what? We might need to get out of this location before we're overcome by the water. So we moved and got into this parking deck here, and that's where we've been located. I haven't gone back over to where that bay is because of the fact that once we saw it start happening so rapidly, we got out of there. We're now on the 4th story of this parking deck, and this is now our vantage point. So I can only imagine that things getting worse with time as the storm continues to get more powerful and get closer to our way.
Sounds like a good decision made by you and your crew. Omar Lewis, thanks so much in Miami's Midtown section with the latest from there.
Let's send things back over to Phil Farrow to bring us up to speed on what's happening. And I think you're going to check in with the National Hurricane Center, Phil?
Yes, indeed, an extremely dangerous event taking place down across the lower Florida Keys. They're getting hit really hard. The landfall should be at any moment now. Let's go check in with the National Hurricane Center live with Dr. Michael Brennan. Good morning, Michael. This is no. Okay, not a problem. He'll be ready with us here in just a moment. So we will update what's going on. The system getting ready to make landfall. It was just a few miles offshore of the lower Florida Keys. The folks down at the local office of the National Weather Service there saying that this is going to be potentially catastrophic. They've been urging anyone who's down there to make sure you're in an upstairs room, a small, safe room. We'll put a mattress over you. This is going to be rough going for a couple of hours. For us across the mainland, Miami-Dade, Broward counties, wind, rain, gusty winds, and of course that storm surge moving in up and down the coast. This is still a huge system, and this is a great example why, even though we've been out of the cone here for at least a good 24 hours. This is a great example of why, even though you may not be in that cone of concern, these systems are huge. The cone of concern is just figuring out where the eye is going to be. And as you can see, the eye is right over the lower Keys, and yet there is a cloudiness, rain, and gusty winds for a good 200 miles away from the center of circulation, and that's what is impacting us. The latest advisory as of 8 a.m., 130-mile-per-hour winds moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. At 8 a.m. is about 20 miles east-southeast of Key West, Florida. Here is the radar and that eye wall, just devastating. That is that ring of destruction spinning in right across a 7-mile bridge from Marathon all the way down into Big Pine Key, making its way out into Doctor's Arm, swinging back in across Big Coppic, No Name Key, getting hit really bad, Stock Island. Things are going to improve here rather quickly across Cudjoe, Perky Key. This is the eye now, getting ready to move in across Cudjoe. Things are going to go quiet. Please do not get fooled. Do not go outside and think this is over. It is not. This is just a brief pause, and then you're going to get the backside of the eye, which can be equally as strong, if not stronger. Winds will shift, and then you're going to get another storm surge moving in. Now let's go live to the National Hurricane Center with Dr. Michael Brennan. Michael, we are looking at what could be a possible devastating event for the lower Keys. Have you heard anything, any big wind gusts? What are they looking at right now?
The last report I saw had a wind gust of 89 miles per hour at the Key West National Weather Service office right here, and that's to the west of that really intense northern eye wall that went through the rest of the lower Keys. So I'm imagining the winds in here were much stronger in here where you see the reds and the yellows. And those winds that northern eye wall is just beginning to move off the northern part of the Keys there. And so we're expecting the eye to make landfall here soon and then move on off into the waters to the southwest of the Florida Peninsula. But that storm surge is going to be peaking about now, especially on the right side of where Irma's making landfall, at 5 to 10 feet of inundation. And then, as you just talked about, on the west side, Key West is likely going to see the storm surge peak after the eye goes past it to the east. So from the Gulf side will be where they're going to see most of their water.
Dr. Michael Brennan, as the eye moves in and everything quiets down, there's going to be a false sense of security. How long is that false sense of security going to last for until they get the backside?
Well, the eye could certainly linger over the Keys here for an hour or two. It's sort of wobbling around. It's not moving that quickly, about 8 miles an hour. Plus, the eye itself is sort of broad, so it's not a real tightly defined eye at the moment. And the south side of it's rather weak, so there may be a prolonged period where the winds aren't so strong. There's not going to be a lot of rain, but eventually those winds will pick back up on the south side, and you certainly don't want people venturing out. Even if the winds die off, there's going to be a lot of storm surge around. The winds could pick up again very quickly, unexpectedly. You don't want to be outside until the tropical storm force winds subside, which is probably going to be much later today or tonight.
Heavy rain across the Upper Keys, Miami-Dade, and Broward counties. There's now a flood warning until 8:30 p.m. for northern Broward. Is that going to be the pattern now, the rest of the day for Dade and Broward, just loaded with moisture and rain?
Moisture, rain, winds. I think we're going to see the winds increase further as this big rain band here on the northeast side of Irma's circulation makes its way up into Miami-Dade and eventually maybe even Broward County. We've seen sustained winds out here in the western parts of the Miami-Dade and Broward, 40, 50 miles per hour. We saw a gust to 77 miles per hour at the Tamiami Airport not too long ago. So the winds are going to increase. I'd expect strong tropical storm force winds across the southeast metro areas during the day into the afternoon. Wind gusts to hurricane force. It's going to be a lot of tree damage, power outages, certainly not any kind of conditions anybody's going to want to be out in. And those winds are going to last a long time. The winds probably won't start to die down until we get into the evening hours.
We had a lot of folks here who sent their families over to Southwest Florida. There's a big worry there now. What is next for them?
Well, the core of Irma is going to make its way right along the west coast of Florida through the day today, overnight, and into Monday. So it's going to be in the vicinity of Cape Coral later today and somewhere near the Tampa Bay vicinity overnight tonight, and then up into the Big Bend on Monday. So everybody here should be very concerned about seeing the direct impacts of the core of Irma in terms of hurricane force winds. And then storm surge warning is up for this almost the entire west coast all the way into the Big Bend. We're most concerned about this area down here from Captiva to Cape Sable, where we can see 10 to 15 feet of storm surge inundation. That's water above ground level. So that's 15 feet. You could flood the first floor of your house. Up here in the Tampa Bay area, 6 to 8 feet. So a lot of storm surge potential. Hopefully folks who are in these storm surge warning areas in pink have evacuated if they've been asked to do so by their officials. And if you're up here in Central Florida and or you have family or friends up there in these areas, they still have some time to get ready. Even though it's raining up there, the strong winds haven't gotten that far north yet. So there's still time for people to get out if they've been asked to do so.
What an incredible hurricane this is turning out to be. Dr. Michael Brennan, thank you very much for all your help here covering the system for us. All right, so there you have it. That's a complete update. A lot of heavy rain moving up and down the Florida Keys. Nothing has changed. US 1 with a deluge, gusty winds. That storm surge peaking right now across the Keys, according to Dr. Brennan. And that water basically rushing from the Atlantic side into the Gulf of Mexico. Miami-Dade County also dealing with a deluge here. And everyone across Homestead, Cutler Bay, basically from the East Coast, from the beaches, all the way back into Chrome Avenue is just one huge sheet of rain moving in across the beaches, Miami Beach, North Miami, Hialeah, more of the same, all the way west into the Turnpike. Into Broward County we go. You are looking at heavy rainfall from the coast across Hallandale Beach, Pembroke Pines, the Turnpike, I-75, Rolling Oaks, Weston, Miramar. Heavy rain as well. Dania Beach, light to moderate rainfall right now just north of I-595. North Andrews Gardens with some light to moderate rain. The heavy rain appears now to have left the area. Things might be slowly improving for you. Now, here is what we can expect as far as tropical storm force winds for Broward. Now to early Monday. Those are winds in excess of 39 miles per hour. For Miami-Dade, more of the same. Those 39-plus mile per hour winds are going to stick around through Monday. Now, there's still a chance for hurricane force winds here for us in Broward County, mostly inland locations, noon to late afternoon. And by inland, I mean anything west of I-95. Miami-Dade from 8 a.m. till late afternoon, still the potential for some wind gusts up to 74 miles per hour. And in this case, it would be anything west of I-95 and US 1. A weather watch, a tornado watch, remains in effect at least until noon, and I wouldn't be surprised if this gets extended over the next, well, maybe into 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So landfall is imminent right across the lower Florida Keys at any time. It will then try to make its way just offshore Naples and Fort Myers as a Category 4. Category 3 as it nears Naples. It'll move across Florida's Big Bend, possibly impacting Tallahassee. And then once it reaches parts of Georgia here in Alabama, hopefully weakening rather quickly. Let's take a look at some of the wind gusts right now. Pompano Beach, 63. Miami, 70 mile per hour. Over in Hialeah, 62 mile per hour wind gust. We have lost the gauges now across the Keys. That is not a good sign. That means that those very strong wind gusts have taken out all that equipment. So it's going to be a little difficult for us now to know exactly how strong the system is as it makes landfall. That is the very latest. Back to you.
Okay, Phil, thanks so much.
Let's check in with Christine Cruz at the news desk now. She has some video for us and some information on several bits of news. Christine?
Yeah, Belkis and Craig, let's start with some video from Key West. You know, something that Phil just said about a minute ago is the fact that he's lost the wind gauges there, and it's tough to determine now. That's a bad sign. That obviously means all that wind came through and ripped through. And just look at these pictures, courtesy of Key West Naval Station there, as exactly what we were expecting to see, basically. Look at those palm trees. Look at all that water. And my goodness, when talking about the Keys, we have heard that term storm surge used so many times because they would get it in all directions, coming, as Phil described, a 1, 2, 3 punch, basically. It's terrible out there. You know, when we saw that forecast cone shift and basically put Key West as the direct hit, that's what you get. And so we don't really know. Thank goodness people evacuated there, and they did heed those mandatory evacuations. Now take a look at Pompano Beach as we bring you closer to home here, what the conditions look like here. And they are pretty bad. I mean, look at all that rain, look at all that wind. When you start to see those sheets of rain coming in and those palm trees more than swaying, starting to bend, it is certainly a sign that there is a really bad storm that we are being affected by. And come to think of the fact that we were expecting that Hurricane Irma to come to us at one point as a possible Cat 5, then a Cat 4. And look at what we're getting. And these are tropical storm force winds that we're encountering only. Look at the tree there in the middle of the road. You know, as we look at these little pieces of video that we have really put in a collage for you, just so you know, if you hadn't listened to officials, I mean, look how terrible that is. They put those curfews in effect for a reason. They tell people to stay at home for a very good reason. We have some driving video out of Miami to show you as well. This is North Bay Village. This is really close to where our station. We are actually in North Bay Village. And look at that. Do you see that in the back there? A lot of power outages going on throughout Dade, throughout Broward, throughout Palm Beach. And what a huge concern that is for the residents. You know, not only do you lose power, but when you see these little explosions taking place, you know, the transformers blowing, it is not a good thing. And here's some more driving video. Once again, I do want to reiterate, Craig and Belkis, what we've been telling people throughout the last couple of days, and that is, you know, people start to get curious. They start to want to venture out, to look at things, to see what's going on. This is not the time to do that. This is basically for anyone and everyone who works here at Channel 7. This is our drive either to or from work, and we're just showing you those sheets of rain. Look at that. And this video was taken when the tornado warning was in effect for this area, that encompassed this area. And there you go. That's our station there to the right. So, you know, the conditions very close to home for us are really bad right now, and they have been throughout the morning. They're only going to deteriorate. You know, if you're listening to us, maybe a lot of you don't have the luxury right now with all those power outages of watching. Well, if you're listening, listen to these words very carefully. Do not go outside. Stay at home. We know a lot of you are without power already, but the conditions are just not safe. Miami-Dade, about 456,000 people without power. In Broward, that number, 182,150. In Palm Beach, it's 103,900, and, well, the entire chain of the Keys without power. As we get more video, we'll bring it to you. Belkis and Craig, back to you.
All right, Christine, thank you. You know, following up on something Christine mentions as we look at Key Largo, and I'm sure you run into this too, and it happens a lot, and I think anybody who has gone through a hurricane is often eager to set the record straight. Anybody who comes through this and they live in Metro Miami-Dade or Broward says, I've gone through a hurricane. No, you haven't. This is a strong tropical storm for us. This is a tropical storm. If you are in Key West, if you were in the Middle Keys to the Lower Keys, they can say they went through this hurricane. And when we see what those areas look like tomorrow, likely, and the day after, that's what a hurricane can do. It reminds me of people who, you know, after Andrew said, oh, I went through Andrew, I lived in Broward. You did not go through a hurricane in Broward County. It's a vastly different experience when you get the business end of a hurricane, and by that I mean the core. Southwest Florida, whether it's Naples, Collier County, Marco Island, or Lee County, Sanibel, Captiva Island, Fort Myers, if they get that core, they'll be able to say they went through a hurricane. Because so often people are dismissive. I'm seeing it on social media already. Oh, this was nothing. I went through a hurricane. No, you didn't. This is a tropical storm for us. And I think when you have a healthy respect for what a hurricane can do, the business end of a hurricane, I think that will improve preparation and so on and so on. Just to follow up on a point that Christine made, I think it's worth making.
This is nothing. This is a tropical storm. And,
strong one, but yeah.
And it's not over. So let's not forget about that. We're just starting this this situation here. These are live pictures now of our crew rolling through Aventura. This might be probably Biscayne Boulevard, if I had to guess.
Oh, Gulf Stream. Yeah, we're heading north, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. And you can see how many trees are down on that road. That's going to be quite the cleanup there. We just got some information from the National Weather Service in Key West. There are many, many large trees now down in Key West, right across from City Hall there, and near United and White Street. If you're listening to us on the radio in Key West, lots of big trees down in your area, and I'd be surprised if any trees might be standing after all this is said and done in the Florida Keys.
And even some of those magnificent old Florida-style homes that are in some cases are made of wood. I worry how they hold up with a direct hit from a Category 4 storm. Again, they will say they went through this hurricane because they're taking that direct hit.
Because they did go through this hurricane, yeah. These are live pictures of outside. I think this is our roof cam. Seems to be a little lull in the weather. I don't see a whole lot of rain out there right now, but this is the pattern, and it's going to be. And just to remind everybody, this is an all-day event. This sort of squally weather, the tornado warnings, we're under tornado watch until, I believe Phil said, noon today for most of South Florida because of the squally weather and being in the northeast quadrant of this storm, which is what we like to refer to as the dirty side of Irma. But right now, there seems to be a lull outside here in our neck of the woods. Hopefully, where you are, maybe you're getting a little brief reprieve as well. A lot of people inside their homes got their shutters up, don't know what's happening outside because they're in the dark. But and literally in the dark because so many of you have lost power as well. But whatever you do, if you hear a noise, whatever it is, do not go outside, even if it is during one of these lull moments, if you will.
Because it won't last long.
Stay inside, exactly. And the last thing you need is to take down a shutter or something and then try to get that shutter closed up when things get, fired up again.
And that's where the accidents and the fatalities often happen. Want to bring in retired Miami-Dade PD Jack Garcia? Firefighter, excuse me, firefighter.
Firefighter.
And you're in Tavernier. Tell us how it is for you there now.
Well, hello, good morning, everybody. Now, I'm in Isla Mirada. I'm in a house that I built myself. It's a poured concrete, insulated concrete poured house, and with impact windows, and we're four floors up. And it's pretty ugly right now. We've got sustained winds of about 80 and gusting way above that. And we're right on the water here. One of the things that's all fascinating is all my neighbors that in the area here are really concerned about the storm surge coming up and covering their ground level, the ones that have ground level dwellings. But it's just the opposite has occurred. The canal back here is drained, almost like a tsunami's coming or something, and a lot of the boats are sitting on the bottom. We have a 50-foot sailboat back here that's resting on its keel and listing to one side. But we're hanging in there.
Jack, you mentioned your neighbors. Did a lot of people stay? They didn't evacuate where you are?
No, most of them all went. I'm the only one, and then there's another firefighter in the neighborhood that's here. Everybody else left. They heeded the warnings, and the only reason that I'm here is because I built this house myself, and I am a firefighter, 33 years experience, and I've been through a lot of this stuff, and I know what can happen, and I know how to prepare. And I have contingency plans. I have enough water and everything to be on my own for 10 days. And I know how the house is built. That's why I'm here.
Are you by yourself, Jack, or are you with family or friends?
No, I'm with I have my daughter here, and I have my girlfriend is here.
Yeah, obviously, you've been through this sort of thing before, especially in your line of work. You were probably out trying to help people in storm situations. But is this what you expected it would be, or has any of this surprised you thus far?
Pretty much, I expected even worse. I was on duty in South Miami on a rescue unit during Hurricane Andrew, and I saw the devastation that did, and I was fully expecting that, and that's going to happen here. And the only thing that's surprising so far to me with the water draining out of the ocean back here. But I've been in contact with neighbors down here that are on the ocean side. And just the opposite has happened there. They've got surge coming over the shoreline and flooding ground level places, areas. So that's the one thing that was surprising to me.
Well, hopefully, Jack, when it is safe to get out there after you've taken care of yourself and your family, and hopefully everyone there will be okay. You said you do have enough supplies, and obviously you know what you're doing because you're a retired Miami-Dade firefighter. You're in a great position to get out there and help some people if you feel comfortable and if the aid is required. And I imagine you'd be doing that.
Absolutely. And I have, I have contingency plans. I have a fully stocked medical trauma kit here with me that is available, and I've got more than enough provisions. So I don't think there's many people down here. The ones that did stay, pretty much we know who we are, and we've been in contact, and it's a very close-knit community down here, and everybody binds together, and whatever you need type thing, we'll make it happen. The one thing that I understand, that being in the Keys and stuff, I know I saw DOT out here looking at the bridges before a couple days ago, and I heard something mentioned on the TV that they're going to inspect all these bridges before they allow anybody, even the residents, to come back. So there is a possibility of an extended isolation here, but we're going to have enough boats left floating that if we need to go to the mainland, or I think we're good. So far, we're good, and I spent a whole week thinking of every possible thing that could go wrong, or every possible thing that I've ever experienced, seen in my lifetime go wrong, and I've seen a lot of bad stuff. And I'm pretty much, I think I addressed those. I'm not saying that everything's covered, but in my mind, I think everything's right now.
Well, Jack, we'll the best to you and to your family, and it sounds like if anybody is in a position to be able to weather this down there, it's you. So best of luck to you, and stay safe, and thanks so much for giving us some time. Jack Garcia,
no problem.
Miami-Dade Fire, retired in Amarada. Thanks, Jack, so much for joining us by phone.
Check back with us, Jack, if you can, for sure, down the road. Be safe.
Made a good point about the concern about wanting to evacuate the island chain. It's that, if these roadways and bridges are washed away, even if you make it through okay, now you're isolated. So if you don't have, as he does, the 10 days of supplies and so on and so forth, you're in trouble.
That's a very
Another
good point.
reason why they say when it's time to get out, get on out, because you might end up stuck.
But it's also so great that there's a few people that did stay on the island, and they all know who they are, and they've been in contact, and that's going to be so helpful when all this is said and done, that they can all help each other out. So that's good to know.
The importance of community. We certainly saw that a lot after Hurricane Andrew, how we lean on each other as neighbors, maybe strangers and neighbors, and they end up saving the day. Want to head back up to our area, another one of our crews.
Katrina Bush is in downtown Miami to tell us what's happening there. Hey, Katrina.
Hey, well, we have seen a big difference in the wind, the strength of the wind out here since we were out here a little bit earlier this morning, and we're talking about the feel of it, the sound, and the strength. So want to show you, we can see quite a bit from where we are, just a little bit to the side of the Intercontinental. So I want to start you, if I can, over here. We're looking out on Biscayne Boulevard, just south of Southeast First Street. So you can see that part of Biscayne Boulevard is covered in water right now. So you can see just how strong those winds are, because it's blowing the water towards us right now. And we've seen a lot of downed palm fronds, a lot of trees that are leaning here as you take a look around what we can see from where we are. Trees have been uprooted. We're not just talking about some branches that have fallen out in the street, but trees have been completely uprooted. You see these smaller trees here in the planters that are just leaning over right now, but we're talking about big trees that have just been ripped from the ground. So as you take a look there over to our right, we're also, you can just see the strength of the wind and the rains there, and just how it's blowing right to the side of Bayfront Park here. I want to also point you to this art sign that we saw up on the wall, and when we first drove up just a short time ago, it was actually hanging on pretty well, but you can see it looks like it's close to blowing away, and it actually ripped in half just a short time ago. Now you guys haven't seen us for a bit because we took a ride over. Well, first it was a little bit too windy because of where we were parked for us to bring you any updates safely, but then we took a look. We wanted to see what things were looking like in Brickell, and that's when we really saw how those conditions were picking up. The wind was picking up. We were driving around, seeing if there was any flooding in that area. A transformer actually blew right above us as we were driving by one of the streets there, right around Brickell Village. But that's what we're seeing, is how the effects of the wind and how strong it is and how loud it is too. I can't stress that enough. The sound of it too is a little off-putting, but the traffic lights blowing, again, the trees in the street. So as we were driving around, we're just kind of dodging as best as we could to get through the area safely. But again, here in downtown Miami, this is what it is looking like. We're seeing trees just kind of hanging on here, blowing sideways, a lot of debris and limbs in the road. Guys, back to you.
All right, Katrina, there's a lot of, it seems like a lot of water is coming over that side of downtown where you are. Where are you exactly, Katrina?
So if you swing a little bit more to the right, you can see this is the Intercontinental entranceway right there. So we're just off to the side where we can see the front of the hotel there, and then be able to look out easily onto Biscayne Boulevard again and see some of that flooding that they're dealing with, that the boulevard has right now too. Okay,
yeah, just over by the pavilion there, and right at the bend where whatever that road is becomes Biscayne there. In the new development.
And we can see that sign there, Katrina, is not going to hang on for much longer, it looks like.
Yeah, there it goes. See, yeah. So it was in one piece. Now we're looking at half of it just blowing around there. But when we first drove up just about a half hour ago, you could see what see what the event was that sign was advertising, an art event. But now it looks like it's just barely holding on, so that might be flying off here any minute now.
All right, Katrina, you be careful out there, and we'll check back with you in a little bit.
And we have our roving camera in our mobile unit, whatever you want to call it. This is on the road to Fort Lauderdale. I guess we're heading east on 595 here, and it looks clear, and you might think, oh, all right, I'll go out. Well, one, where are you going? Nothing's open. The curfew remains in effect in Broward County through 10 a.m. Tomorrow. Wait, today's Sunday. So
yeah, right. Yeah, I was thinking
lost
the same
days,
thing.
Lost the days
10
here.
a.m.
Right.
Monday, which is tomorrow.
Lost my mind a while ago, but I'm losing track of the days. All right, so there's a curfew in place. There's nowhere to go, but the roads don't look all that bad right now. But again, and we keep bringing this point, trying to drive this point home, that we're in for the squally weather throughout the day today, through this evening, or into tonight, where there are periods where it's a light rain, doesn't seem all that bad, then the heavy driving rain, the intense winds, the flying debris. So all the more reason. We'll provide you, so long as you can, if you're listening to us on one of our radio partners, we're exiting 595 almost as though we're going to the airport, I guess it is. And it looks clear, and it doesn't look too bad in this part of Hollywood and Fort Lauderdale. But, you know, that's for now.
That is for now. Just want to remind everybody, maybe you're already listening to us on the radio. These are our radio partners, 99 Jams, Hot 105, Hits 97.3, and Easy 93.1. If you've lost power and you're listening to us on the radio, tell a friend, text a friend, call a friend if you can still do that, and let them know they don't have to be literally and figuratively in the dark. They can listen to us on the radio if they have a battery-operated radio. And, of course, if they've got juice on iPads and laptops and whatnot still, even if they've lost power, they can also watch us online at WSVN.com. We're streaming live. So there's still ways to stay in touch and stay connected and get the information that you want to get.
We will get to Phil, as we tried to at the top of the hour, for the latest information real quick. I think we're going to go to Christine Cruz at the news desk for a couple of items she has for us. Christine.
Yeah, I have some things to show you. The first piece of video is near Key Largo, and this is actually shot by someone who fled Harvey and ended up in Key Largo. Look at that. It's a mess. We've already had some video coming in from the Keys, and it's been absolutely terrible out there, and it's nothing short of what we expected. You see here in this piece of video, the palm trees bending. Of course, you see a lot of wind out there. There's been a lot of rain coming down. We really do feel for our friends, all of our viewers in the Keys. I mean, they're experiencing so much right now. When we saw that cone has shifted and they were going to be in the direct path of the storm, everyone knew, wow, this is going to be bad for the Keys. They were going to get it from all directions, and in fact, they have. Now I want to show you this speed limit sign that came down. This is very close to our station here in North Bay Village. One of the reasons, just a very good example of why you should not be on the road this morning. Stuff like this is going to be all over the road as these wind gusts come in, already experiencing those tropical storm force winds. Here in North Bay Village, we've seen the weather deteriorate quite a bit in the last few hours. So, again, heed that warning to stay at home. And now this video coming in from North Miami. Trees are down all over the place already. This particular one, Biscayne and Northeast 59th Street. Very, very dangerous to be out there. Just remember, not only is the tree blocking the road, but you don't know what's underneath that tree. There could be power lines, there could be all kinds of things. And this one here snapped. There it is. And that's Northeast 96th Street and Biscayne. I do want to touch upon something that Belkey's just mentioned. As we're looking at these pictures and we're reminding everyone, you know, we don't want you to be in the dark as far as like knowing what's actually going on. You know, a lot of people have their shutters up. They can't actually look outside. And now with the power out, they can't see. Well, just keep in mind that if you have your phones charged and you have those portable chargers that so many people stocked up on prior to the storm, you know, with the WSVN app, you can still continue to watch. Some people just really want to see what's going on. You can do that as we continue to track Irma. And, of course, the other option, as we're simulcasting, those are our radio partners there, Hot 105, 97.3, 93.1, 99 Jams. Everyone wants to stay informed. No one wants to be in the dark, but by all means, stay inside your homes. It's simply not safe to be outside right now. Live at the news desk, I'm Christine Cruz, 7 News.
All right, Christine, thanks for the update. Top of the hour, you know what that means.
Head on over to the Weather Center. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is there. And Phil, based on your math, your calculations from a little while ago, you thought it would be close to 9 a.m. when they'd be really seeing the worst of this starting in Key West and in that down in the Keys.
You are correct, and actually the eye wall has now moved across the lower Florida Keys into the Gulf of Mexico. So now the eye itself is starting to move on shore here, making landfall. This is the tricky part because everything is going to come to a lull here, and there might be a false sense of security for the folks that may still be down there to come out. try to survey the damage, what's going on, what's happening. There are live cables around. There's a lot of debris. There are plenty of dangers. So please, please, unless it is an extreme emergency that you have to go out and make a last-minute repair, stay inside. This is still a big mess for the lower Keys. And then after the lull from that eye, well, then the winds are going to shift from the opposite direction, and then the surge will once again come in, but now from the opposite side as well. So earlier, the surge was coming in from the Atlantic. Now there's going to be a lull. The winds will shift, and now the surge is going to come in from the Gulf of Mexico. Miami-Dade, Broward, the rest of us here on the mainland, still looking at heavy rain, gusty winds, and this is going to be the norm, at least for a while. This is a great example, by the way, of when we say, you know, folks, just because we're not in the cone of concern doesn't mean that we are not going to see impacts across our area. We tracked the system. We saw what happened throughout Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, Cuba, and that has happened here as well. We have a Category 4 system making landfall across the lower Florida Keys, and yet Miami-Dade and Broward counties getting impacted rather greatly. So as of 9 a.m., 130-mile-per-hour winds, the actual eye, and what they measure, what do you say, well, where's the actual eye? Where's the actual center? The National Hurricane Center actually measures the pressure of the system, and the lowest pressure, that is the point. That is what they consider the middle of the eye. And what's pressure, you say? Well, the air has weight to it. If there's a lot of weight, that's high pressure, usually fair skies and nice weather. However, low pressure is when the air has very little weight to it. And when it has very little weight, it can rise, it can mix, and all sorts of trouble can happen. And that's why hurricanes are so strong, because of that low pressure reading. The center remains still 20 miles east of Key West, Florida. And again, that is the lowest pressure reading. The radar is suggesting that the eye, boy, that's a really good, you can almost see that little inner core spin right there. For those of you who do not have any power, right in the middle of the eye, there are little vortices, little spins inside. That is something that has been discovered over the last few years, where now that we have these great tools that within the eye itself, there are tiny little spins happening, and we're getting it right here. That is incredible imagery. The eye wall now starting to impact the 7-mile bridge, just to the west of Marathon. By the way, Marathon all the way up through Layton and Marathon and Key Largo. You guys have seen that rush of water coming in off of the Atlantic. But back to the eye here. There is Key West. You have seen some strong gusty winds. Some of that is starting to move offshore. There's the eye, basically starting to move over Cudjoe and Big Pine. And you can almost see the little spins inside the eye. That continues to make its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Big Pine, you are breathing a sigh of relief, because that northern edge of the eye wall has just moved into the Gulf of Mexico. However, as we move on down here, going up US 1 into the 7-mile bridge, the 7-mile bridge getting hit with that eye wall. Marathon, your winds are picking up, your rain is picking up. You will get hit here with the leading edge of the eye wall in just a couple of minutes. Heading on up, US 1, Duck Key, torrential downpours, gusty winds all the way up to hurricane strength. Layton, continuing our trek here across the Overseas Highway, heading up north. Isla Morada, you had a momentary lull, but now the wind has picked up again. Howling winds, heavy rainfall. Key Largo, you are getting rain, sheets of rain coming in from the Atlantic, heading into the Gulf of Mexico. The water is still rising for you going on the Overseas Highway. North Key Largo, you have been getting rain all night long, all morning long. The rain has not stopped across Miami-Dade County. Basically, there's moderate to heavy rainfall from the beaches all the way inland from Biscayne Bay through Cutler Bay, Homestead as far west as Chrome Avenue and the Everglades. Key Biscayne with torrential downpours. Same throughout Miami Beach, North Miami Beach, Miami. I-95 as far west as Miami International Airport. 826, the Turnpike, Sweetwater, Kendall Lakes, Tamiami. A lot of heavy rainfall. A1A, Atlantic Heights, Little River, moving inland through I-95, Hialeah, Miami Springs, Okeechobee Road, the Turnpike. Broward County also nonstop stop heavy rain. Right now, Hallandale Beach is going to get a pretty strong burst. There's one rough cell moving in through the area. North Miami Beach also getting some strong heavy rainfall right here across North Bay Village. Heavy rainfall, gusty winds as well. Scott Lake Country Club, the Turnpike, Pembroke Pines, I-75, Rolling Oaks, Miramar, Weston, Davie. We can basically name just about every sector here of Broward County, and you are looking at some moderate to heavy rain. There was a little lull across northern Broward County about 30 minutes ago. That has changed. That has picked up. Also coming down rather heavily across Deerfield Beach with a strong cell there. That'll be crossing momentarily into the Palm Beach county line here. Coral Springs and Tamarack also with some moderate to heavy rain. So what's next? The duration of the tropical storm force winds for Broward County from now through early Monday. So we are going to still feel these tropical storm force winds at least until early Monday. Miami-Dade, more of the same. And, of course, those tropical storm force winds, 39 miles per hour plus. How about the hurricane force winds? Well, for Broward, from noon to late afternoon, there's still a chance that you can get winds up to actually hurricane force winds of 74 miles per hour. In Miami-Dade, from early this morning to late afternoon, you still have the potential for some winds gusting all the way up to 74 miles per hour. A tornado watch remains in effect from Lake Okeechobee south. That means that the ingredients are present for some more tornadoes to happen across the area. We had a little spurt of activity earlier today across parts of Broward and Miami-Dade County, but since then we have not had any more reports of any tornadoes forming. So this system will make landfall, if not already, right across the lower Keys, then aiming across southwest Florida, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, getting ready to move very close to Naples, Fort Myers, and then by Monday at 2 a.m., very close here to Tampa. Look at that. There it is. They'll be dealing with a Category 3, and then eventually the system will continue to track towards the panhandle of Florida, the Big Bend area, and hopefully by Tuesday it should be away from the Sunshine State. Let's take a look at a few of the wind gusts here right now. Pompano Beach, 63 mile per hour winds coming in off of the Atlantic. 71 mile per hour wind gust in Miami. That is almost hurricane strength, and 68 in Hialeah. As far as the Keys are concerned, well, we lost all these gauges a couple of hours ago. That is not good news. They only come down with some extremely strong hurricane force winds. We are getting, however, this was about an hour ago, wind speed data, is that correct? Okay, 47 mile per hour winds here across Marathon and Big Pine. Actually, this is buoy data. Thanks for letting me know. This is buoy information, and 49 mile per hour winds there with the buoys. These are on the Gulf side, which means that they're still protected from the islands there. Rain estimates, we are all over the place, anywhere between 3 to 4 to 8. And we will continue to see more rainfall throughout the afternoon. So this has been an event for rain, wind, and storm surge. And that is all that we have here right now as far as information. We're going to go back into the weather office, see what else is new, and bring it to you as soon as we can. Back to you at the desk.
A lot of good information there, Phil. Thanks so much. We'll check back.
A lot of rain, too. All right. This is video courtesy of our Channel 7 roving storm tracker. You can see it's on Las Olas. This is A1A in the Fort Lauderdale area, and a traffic light there seems to be in the middle of the road, and you can see the rough surf and some water, lots of it, coming out onto the roadway. And we were talking about this yesterday, but no signs of any sand on A1A at this point.
Not yet. That may well come soon. Phil is back. He's got something he needs to share. Phil?
Yes, indeed. The National Weather Service is letting us know right now that some very strong winds are coming in from a feeder band entering south of Dade right now. So we're looking at this right here. There's a huge line of strong thunderstorms sitting just offshore Key Largo, moving in through Elliott Key. That is aiming for parts along Homestead, Florida City, Naranja. The winds could gust above hurricane strength, and the National Weather Service is urging everyone here in this area, Key Largo, North Key Largo, Homestead, Palmetto Bay, If we can zoom in a little further here across the Homestead and Naranja area, Florida City, this entire sector right here, basically from the Turnpike through US 1, Chrome Avenue, south of Palmetto Bay, in through Cutler Bay and Homestead, they are suggesting that you take shelter right now because these strong gusty winds can reach hurricane strength, and they could cause some damage. So repeating, very strong winds coming in from that band entering South Dade from the Keys, and the winds could gust above hurricane strength. So please take shelter right now. As soon as we get information, we bring it to you instantly. Back to you guys at the desk.
Phil, thanks. We know you're going to get those periodically, and as you do, he and Brent, Vivian, Carlene, they'll run in, and we want to get them on the air just to make everybody aware. So if we interrupt what we're doing to do that, sorry, but that's kind of important, more important.
Much more important than showing you a down traffic light on Las Olas, right? Let's check in now with one of our crews that's out there, because for those of you who do have power, you're watching us on your computers, your iPads and such, you want to see what's going on out there. You're still in Coconut Grove, Lorena?
I am. I'm reporting to you live from a safe spot here at Dinner Key Marina. The rain, the wind still going strong, but again, we did have to find a safe spot because it was just too intense out there. And while we were out here, I spotted somebody, a boat owner whose boat was here, and he came all this way. What was he thinking? I'm going to ask him now, but he wanted to check on his boat. He tells me it's like his second child. So Philip Reyes, if you can come and talk to me. This weather is crazy, very dangerous. Why did you come out here?
I came out here to check on my boat, my second baby.
Tell us, what kind of boat and how is your boat doing?
It's a sailboat. It's a Pearson 26. I don't think it's going to make it through the storm. Yesterday it was in good condition. Today waves are going over it, so I don't think it's going to make it. I don't think it's going to last.
You're a lot braver than we are. We have not been there yet because of the conditions out here. Can you describe to me what you saw when you went over there?
Oh, I saw mayhem, total destruction. Boats underwater, docks destroyed. Wow, waves coming to land. The surge is insane. Trees in the floor, like the list goes on and on.
I know many boat owners, you guys take great care of your boats. How did you prepare for something like this?
Oh, wow, I didn't think I could even prepared enough. You could say anchors, fueled up, make sure the batteries were full, bilge pump is working, emptied out the boat as much as you can. But like I said, I don't think it's going to make it.
Why? What did you see?
Oh, man, the waves were coming over the boat, so I'm guessing the boat's filled with water. Another boat smashing into it.
And there was one photo you shared with me. It seemed like several boats were almost completely underwater.
Yeah. There's a couple boats down the street, a couple feet from here, are completely underwater, under the dock, destroyed completely.
And what's scary, if I'm not mistaken, high tide, it's not until 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock, yeah. High tide's to 1 o'clock. The surge is insane.
So you can imagine. And last, since you're out here, were you not afraid to be standing out here? I know we're here in a safe spot, somewhat safe spot. What do you think of all this weather?
It's crazy. It's insane. I've never been through nothing like this. Nothing, so.
Well, Philip Reyes, we hope you stay safe. I'm so sorry about your boat. I hope you can somehow save it. Thank you for your time, and please stay safe. And again, I know boat owners have been trying to prepare, Belkis and Craig, to keep their boats as safe as possible. I'll walk this way to show you where some of the boats are. This isn't where his boat is. These boats are actually okay, but as you can see, I know that many of these people here, okay, I almost blew over because, again, we're like in this, it's like a wind tunnel here, but you're looking at some of the boats here. These are okay, but what we're talking about is further down that way. We have a covered spot here, Belkis, Craig, so we have not walked over or driven over there yet because it's simply not safe. It's this boat, so we wanted to make sure we're here, and it's just incredible. But, again, another thing I want to point out, the high tide is not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Like you said, I don't know that I could have, I prepared enough, but how do you prepare for Mother Nature and for something like this? I mean, these winds are incredible. They're just intense and very, very powerful.
All right, Lorena, thank you for that. Yeah, boat owners, it's so tricky. You got to tie it loose enough so it's got some wiggle room, but not too loose that the lines will snap and go away. And
we've seen the success stories. We saw the one last night at Quayside, just north of Miami Shores, where that boat
it's a coral reef by now.
Yeah, by now.
Yeah.
Want to make you aware we are standing by. I understand at some point in the near term we're going to hear from the mayor in Miami-Dade, likely over at EOC. And this will probably be an important news conference. I mean, in the days leading up to the storm, there are so many of them and can be overwhelming. But this will be the first one, the day of the event. It's daytime, and we'll start to hear from officials about damage, outages, maybe closings for tomorrow, because Monday's tomorrow. So you'll want to stay tuned, and just as soon as that gets underway, we, of course, will stop what we're doing to carry that live.
Right now, though, we want to check in with our friends over at Zoo Miami. Ron McGill is on the phone for us. He's the zoo boss. And I know yesterday you guys moved the animals around. I mean, we talk about we have anxiety, Ron. The animals, they're no different.
Absolutely, Belkis, you're right. And that's the big thing. And a lot of people ask us, well, why didn't we evacuate the animals from the zoo? Well, first of all, the main reason is the zoo itself is not in a flood zone. It's not in a surge zone. You evacuate animals because of flooding. It's just like with the people here. With the Miami-Dade County building codes, our buildings are very secure at the zoo. We went through Andrew at that zoo. You remember the north eye wall of Hurricane Andrew came right through the zoo. So we felt the worst of Hurricane Andrew. And animals like the dangerous animals that people are concerned about, the lions, that withstood Hurricane Andrew, even though the zoo around them fell apart, that withstood the hurricane, and that's where they're staying tonight. Some smaller animals, some small birds. Everybody remembers the picture of the flamingos in the bathroom during Hurricane Andrew. Well, we didn't put them in the bathroom this time because since Hurricane Andrew destroyed the zoo, we rebuilt several facilities, and the flamingos now have a new building, an actual building with their own pool and everything that they go into for the hurricanes. So these animals have been moved within the zoo. The other reason we don't evacuate animals is, quite frankly, the stress of moving an animal can be more dangerous and sometimes fatal to the animal than a hurricane itself. It's different than moving a dog or a cat or a horse or a domestic animal that is used to being transported. These animals are not used to doing so. And the fact of the matter, as we all know, these hurricanes can change direction at the last minute. You may be evacuating right into a place where it ends up going.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, Ron, and I think I've heard you mention this on other occasions in other places that and I guess it might depend on the species, but a lot of folks might not realize how tricky it can be to remove an animal from its familiar habitat for a short period. I mean, the idea is to safeguard them, but it may actually cause them more harm.
That's exactly right, Craig. And it's just, it's so important we get that point across to people, because people don't, why aren't you evacuating? We can't believe you're not evacuating. Where do you evacuate them to, especially with the path of this storm, which wasn't going from east to west. It's literally going up the state. So where do you evacuate them to? And again, these animals are not used to that. They go into a panic mode. So the best thing we can do is keep them secure within the zoo. We're lucky we're not in a flood zone. We're not concerned with the storm surge like so many of these coastal areas are. So our best bet is to keep them calm and to keep them in a safe, secure place on the zoo property, which is what we're doing. I've been in contact. We have a team that's at the zoo right now. They're not able to go out and check on the animals yet, but they say that everything's functioning properly. The power went out there a long time ago, but we have a series of backup generators to keep the life system supports going.
And Ron, when the all clear is given, you put everybody back where they belong. What's the process for after the fact?
Actually, that's exactly right, Bilkis. Even though the zoo may be destroyed, maybe trees down everywhere or whatever, we make sure that everything is secure so animals can't get out. But even if the exhibit looks destroyed, the animal goes back out on that exhibit as quickly as possible, because that is their sense of security. We've got to get them back to a routine, a sense of normalcy. That's what makes animals calm. That's what makes them understand that everything's going to be okay as soon as that routine is reestablished.
And quick, we'll let you go, Ron, but I thought I heard you say yesterday that there was one particular species that you felt a little more comfortable about this event in terms of the zoo and the animals based on their behavior, or I think you were talking about the birds and Andrew versus
I'll
this
tell
time.
you, Craig, really quickly, during Hurricane Andrew, I was a neophyte back then. It was my first big storm, and I remember that day, the Andrew came in late at night. It was a smaller storm, but that day was beautiful. Clear blue skies, puffy clouds. But the one thing I noticed in the zoo that was surreal, I couldn't find a native bird anywhere. All of the ibis, the herons, the blue jays, they were gone. But yesterday, right before I left the zoo in the afternoon, there were still ibis and birds and squirrels around. And that to me told me something. It said, you know what? We're going to get something, but God willing, we're not going to get the eye wall. We're not going to get the brunt. It's not going to be another Andrew at the zoo. And as much as I feel for the people up at Busch Gardens and Lowry Park and what's happening on the west coast of Florida, and what we're feeling right now, which a lot of people think is horrific, we are actually being blessed by the fact that the eye wall is not hitting directly on us.
Certainly nothing compared to what we saw at the zoo back then in August of 1992. Ron Miguel,
Absolutely.
thank you so much for giving us some time. A lot of people ask us about the zoo and the animals and what do they do and how are they. So it's great to be able to pass along that update and share that.
I appreciate you keeping us all informed. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ron. That's such an interesting point
Isn't
that
it?
Ron
Yeah.
made about the birds, you know, just that sixth sense,
That
you
they
know,
know,
that
yeah.
back to Mother Nature. It's incredible. Hopefully that story that Ron just told will be a good omen for everyone in that area and all of us. Our friends in the Keys, at this point, not as lucky. They are really in the thick of it.
Travia, I apologize. I wanted to ask him that question, and I've forgotten where you wanted us to go. We're going back to Phil? Okay, Phil, you have something else for us.
Yes, indeed. We just got the official report. The center of Irma made landfall across Cudjoe Key at around 9:10 this morning. A gust of 106 miles per hour was just reported at Big Pine Key. Heavy rain will continue there. Meanwhile, across Miami-Dade County, you see this big swath of heavy rain that is moving from the Atlantic right into deep southern Miami-Dade County. And that's going to impact Homestead, Palmetto Bay, Pinecrest, Cutler Bay, and eventually between 10 and noon today, they can see between Homestead and downtown Miami wind speeds of about 80 to 100 miles per hour, and that could cause extensive damage to structures. Locations in the path of these strong gusty winds: Miami, Miami Beach, Homestead, Coral Gables, Key Biscayne, South Miami, Homestead Speedway, Black Point Marina, Homestead General Airport, the Redland, Turkey Point, Virginia Key, Kendall, Doral, Pinecrest, Miami Springs, Sweetwater, Florida City, West Miami, and Westchester. This is definitely a strong wind gust feeder band coming through, and we're going to take the opportunity right now to go to the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Michael Brennan, specialist there. Michael, this big feeder band now that's starting to move across the area with wind speeds of 80 to 100 miles per hour. This is going to stick around for a while.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous situation that's now developing here across the Miami metropolitan area. We were sort of eyeing this feeder band earlier, and we can see in the radar there's very strong winds aloft in it, and those are going to mix down to the surface, and we could see widespread wind gusts in that 80 to 100 mile per hour range. That could cause a lot of power outage, structural damage at those wind speeds, trees to fall down. So everybody's going to want to stay safe in their safe location throughout the day today and well into the evening before the winds are going to calm down. The other thing that this band is going to do is going to push even more storm surge up along the southeast coast. The tide station at Virginia Key is already reporting about a storm surge of about 3 feet above normal tide levels now, and we're coming out of low tide soon. So at this next high tide, we're probably going to see our peak inundation values here along Biscayne Bay, the Miami-Dade County coastline.
Now across Miami-Dade and Broward counties, the Keys, I guess your statement that came out said that the hurricane had made landfall by Cudjoe.
Yes.
Is that correct? 106
Right.
miles per hour?
Yeah, Cudjoe Key at 9:10 a.m. here in the lower Keys, and there was a report at the Key Deer Wildlife Refuge on Big Pine Key of a wind gust of 106 miles per hour around 8:30 or 8:40 this morning. That's one of the higher wind gusts we've seen. And the eye is actually become a little better, just more distinct looking on the Key West radar now. So that northern eye wall is now wobbling off to the north of the Keys, and there's a little bit of an eastern eye wall that's starting to touch some of the middle Keys now. So it's still going to be a rough few hours in the Keys. That storm surge, that strong southerly flow pushing water up into the Keys, and now the northerly flow on the backside pushing water into places like Key West. So a very, very dangerous few hours unfolding for many people here in South Florida.
And we want to urge everyone, anyone who's down there, not to go out there now during the momentary lull of the eye going across. Very dangerous. The storm surge, is it still out there? Is this going to be happening? I know it's going to be a 1-2 punch. Is the first one done?
The first one's probably peaked right near where the eye made landfall here, just to the right. So those waters are going to stay elevated, though, but that's where we saw probably that maybe the upper end of that 5 to 10 feet of inundation. On the west side of the eye, however, the storm surge is now just beginning. Key West is going to see their peak water values as the eye pulls away, and then wobbles on off towards the southwest Florida coast.
Dr. Michael Brennan, thank you so much. You've been such a great help here for us. Thank you for all that information. We also want to inform you that there's still the extreme threat of some very strong gusty winds across the lower Florida Keys, and the local weather office down there is saying that these big wind gusts that are coming through, to treat them as if it was a tornado approaching. Stay in your protected shelter. Cover yourself with mattresses, blankets, pillows, with helmets even. Make sure that you try to stay safe as best as possible. We have, again, a huge line of wind aiming for parts of Miami-Dade County, from basically Homestead all the way in through Miami. Anywhere between 10 o'clock this morning and noon, wind speeds of 80 to 100 miles per hour will be expected. Let me send it back to you, Craig and Belkis.
Okay, Phil, and that is going to be different because we haven't seen that strength of wind for a sustained period yet. But I guess because the center of the storm is moving a little closer, now we're going to see it. So if you think you've seen the worst of the winds, we're just now going to begin to. Thanks, Phil.
Well, they're going to start feeling some effects soon enough over on Florida's west coast, and that's where Kristen Myers is for us. Last time we've checked in with you, you've been dry, and now you've got your hood on, and it looks like it's raining, Kristen.
Absolutely. Good morning, Craig and Belkis. It is really coming down almost at the exact moment that I heard in my ear that this had made landfall, that Irma had made landfall in the Keys. It was almost as if we were starting to feel those effects immediately here. The trees are swaying. You can see where we are right now. This is incredibly strong winds, and they're only going to get stronger. They are anticipating winds of up to 137 miles per hour in this area. And so right now, what you're seeing, you just saw a leaf fall down here. This is just the beginning of where we are. I can't even turn around to show you the palm trees because the wind is so strong. It sprays the water right in my face. So I'm going to have to let you guys look at that. You can see the effects that they're having here. And this area was never supposed to be hit by the storm. People here did not think that they were in this path. And where we are in Fort Myers, if Irma stays on the path that it is on right now, it will hit here as a Category 4 storm. It will hit right here in this area. And the big concern is whether or not people were ready for this. This is a massive storm. This is a dangerous storm and a potentially deadly storm here, with people in the area not knowing it was coming. They had essentially less than 24 hours to prepare for this. So people are hoping that they are getting to shelters. We are hoping that people are getting to safety, or at least that they were able to really board up their homes and have enough supplies to ride this thing out. Craig and Belkis?
All right, Kristen, thanks again for that live report. You stay safe there on Florida's west coast.
And as we say, as the center of the storm begins to move off the Keys, and we, as Phil told us a couple of minutes ago, it made landfall 9:10 this morning at Cudjoe Key, so about almost 20 minutes ago, with those hardcore winds associated with the center, the core of the storm. And now the focus will soon shift to southwest Florida, and where it might make landfall there. And when Phil comes back in, I think he heard me, I'll ask him a question about that. I think the forecast track from the Hurricane Center still keeps it as a 4 when it comes into that part of southwest Florida. But, well, if Phil comes back, I have a question. Again, looking for some glimmer of hope that it might have an opportunity to weaken before it gets there. Don't know that that's at all likely, considering the sea surface temperatures. The Gulf is warm, and as Phil tells us, that's the fuel for these systems, so it might not have an opportunity. Well, if I remember correctly, he said there's wind shear that might increase, that might help keep it in check or weaken it a bit, but will the sea surface temperatures counteract that and keep the storm as a robust system and not let it weaken before it makes its way somewhere to southwest Florida?
Irma made landfall, as you mentioned, Craig, Cudjoe Key, top sustained winds, 130 miles per hour. So what does that mean for us? As you were saying, the eye has now passed the Florida Keys, which means that the strongest part of the storm is now coming up, not towards us, I don't want to say, but it's moving in the direction. So, we're not in the cone, but we're going to start to feel the stronger effects of those outer bands that are getting closer to us now as the storm is on the move.
We got Phil back, and I had a question for you, Phil, and I'm thinking of our friends in Southwest Florida and Annie. Now, last night, you told us a couple things as it relates to the system and the strength of it, that there'd be increased shear, which hurricanes don't like, and that ordinarily weakens them, but the sea surface temperatures, that fuel, are still hot enough to sustain a strong system. But did I understand you say a couple of minutes ago that maybe this thing is going to go through an eye wall replacement? And if I remember, see, this is like science class for us. When they go through the eye wall replacement, that weakens the system.
That could be a good thing, yeah.
And if it's weakening on approach to Southwest Florida, might this get downgraded to a 3 before they have to deal with this in Southwest Florida?
All right, normally I would say yes to all that. This has been a really interesting storm because it has almost done the opposite of what you would expect. While it was traveling right across the northern coast of Cuba, it was a Category 4. Typically, when they're over water, they intensified. This one did the opposite. When it swung down south and impacted Cuba, it became a Category 5 over land. Then when it came back out over the open waters of the Florida Straits, came out as a weak 3, it intensified as a 4, and now that eye, that center of circulation, is basically moving over the Florida Keys, made landfall. We know that it's going to be terrible down there. For us, rain, wind, and a lot of gusts up to 100 miles per hour possible. Now, you were mentioning about the possibility of an eye wall replacement. Right now, that does not appear to be the case. Right now, what we have is the system kind of just going over land. The land is interrupting it. And there's something curious here to note that as of 9:10, we now have a new update, 130 mile per hour winds. The center is no longer across Key West, Florida. That has made the landfall across Cudjoe Key. Here is that graphic. It made landfall as a Category 4 around 9:10 in the morning. All right, so here is that radar, and we're zooming in. The feeder band still impacting parts of Marathon, the 7-mile bridge, and the eye is clearly visible right across Big Pine Key, Little Torch, all the way south right now, just north of Big Coppet Key. It is quiet there right now, but you're going to have to be careful if you're still there across the lower Florida Keys. Don't let this lull in action fool you into going outside, taking a look at the damages. There are a lot of things that can harm you: debris, down power lines, water that you don't know what depth is there. You can fall in a canal. So the best thing that you can do is stay put. This is a great view, by the way, because it shows the extent of the eye. It stretches from Big Pine Key to the east. To the north, it has just made the exit off of those little barrier islands in the Gulf of Mexico. Then it comes back to the west to Big Coppet Key, and then it extends out to the south a good 5 miles or so. It looks very good. It's nice and symmetrical. This is going to take a little break here, so not so much of a eye wall replacement procedure or process here. It is just a typical step in this hurricane as it goes now from the Atlantic into the Gulf of Mexico. And by the way, in about 15 minutes or so, this area between Big Pine all the way south through a Summerland Key and Cudjoe and Ramrod all the way down into the Big Coppet, you are going to now get hit on the backside again with some very strong gusty winds, and then a surge from the opposite direction coming now in from the Gulf of Mexico. The heavy rain continues all the way through the Keys. There's really no let up, by the way, through the middle, upper Keys, US 1, all the way through Isla Mirada, Tavernier, Key Largo, Duck Key. We have seen this persistent rain. And by the way, these are no longer feeder bands. This is just part of that central rain shield that surrounds the system. And we're looking at a big band of strong thunderstorms making their way from Biscayne Bay through Cutler Bay, Homestead, Country Walk, in through Coral Gables and Key Biscayne. This is that area of strong thunderstorms that are going to stick around between 10 a.m. and noon, basically from Homestead, Naranja, the Redland area, all the way north in through downtown Miami. I believe I may still have the information here. The locations that will be impacted by this swath of rain, at least until noon, include Miami, Miami Beach, Homestead, Coral Gables, Key Biscayne, South Miami, Homestead Speedway, Black Point, Homestead General Airport, the Redland, Turkey Point, Virginia Key, Kendall, Doral, Pinecrest, Miami Springs, Sweetwater, Florida City, West Miami, and Westchester. So that is going to be dicey over the next hour or two. We really haven't seen hurricane force winds across our area. The potential is there for some damage to structures and properties. So this is not the time to be venturing out anywhere across this part of deep southern Miami-Dade County. Northern Miami-Dade County, you're still looking at moderate rainfall, basically from the airport north into the county line with Broward. Broward County from the beaches, Hallandale Beach, Dania Beach, Pembroke Pines, all the way inland through Rolling Oaks and Davie. You are looking at light to moderate rain, and there's still some lingering rainfall that is moving in across I-595. And from I-595 north, from the beaches through Fort Lauderdale, the Turnpike, Sunrise, Tamarack, all the way into the Sawgrass Expressway, including Deerfield Beach, moderate to heavy rain with some strong gusty winds. There's no let-up here. There will not be any let-up, at least until later today, or at least until this hurricane is past Fort Myers or Naples. That is a complete roundup. I'm going to send it right back now to you guys at the desk, Belkis and Craig.
And Phil, another just a quick question before I let you go, and then I promise I'll leave you alone. But I saw that the last bit of information from the Hurricane Center you threw up. The forward motion of the storm has picked up just a bit. It was moving, I think, at 6, and now they have it at 8. Is that going to make much of a difference in terms of the timeline in getting it up the West Coast and getting it out of our hair, or is that not enough of an increase to see that timeline change?
Really not that big at all. This is a huge system, 6 miles, 8 miles an hour. The change is, it won't be felt at all. It will continue to stick around here. I think yesterday, the acting director there of the National Hurricane Center told us that it could be, this was yesterday, a good 20 hours before things will start to improve here. Possibly Sunday night into Monday, we may see a little improvement across South Florida.
Thank you, Phil, and I promise no more questions
That's
for
what
now.
I'm here for.
Phil, that's
Thank
a
you.
lie. He's going to have more questions, but that's a good thing because, you know, these are good questions, and Phil's got the answers, and we're informing you folks at home. Right now, we want to get to Steve Shapiro. And before we get to you, Steve, we want to let everybody know that as of right now, more than 1 million customers in the state of Florida are without power because of Hurricane Irma. So if you're listening to us on the radio, partner, be patient. They're going to work on it soon.
When they're able to. Steve, what do you have now?
Hey, listen, before I go out in this, we're in the garage. Before I just send out 3 cups of coffee. 3 cups. No answer.
We can try.
Right,
we can try.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're in Hollywood, just off of Hollywood Beach, Field Street. I would say we're about 300 yards from the ocean, maybe 200 yards from the sand, and it's not raining at the moment, but crazy, I can feel sand inside my jacket. That's how the sand is swirling around. I said this earlier, when I face that, I can feel the sand pelting me in the face like little needles. It's hurtful. But anyway, it's not raining at the moment, but it is still windy here. Trees are blowing pretty good. We talked about this earlier. It's not only what you see, but it's what you hear. You can hear the pond fronds are blowing around. You can hear that, and also you can hear these wooded trees crackling. You know, like I mentioned this before, it's like when you throw a piece of dry wood on a fire and it crackles. You can kind of hear that as they bend. Now it's starting to. Just when we came out here. All right, it's raining pretty good. We don't see too many people on the streets, thank goodness. As I look down to the other end, though, if I look west from the beach, this is crazy. I see a red Solo cup. Naray, I see a red Solo cup. I wonder what kind of story that cup had last night. It's unbelievable. And by the way, have you ever stopped to think how many times I've said, hey, Naray, hey, Stevens, over the last 25 years, hey, Naray, hey, Stevens, so many times. Anyway, we've been working together a long time. See a red Solo cup down at the other end. You were talking about 1 million customers are without power right now, and feel badly for those people. the same token, I've been getting tweets from people who are watching us in Grenada, in Rome, in Canada, California, here in the States, Pennsylvania, a lot from Atlanta. People are watching us, obviously, on the internet, have a lot of great interest in this storm, and friends and family that maybe that they have here. But it's too bad for the million people now that don't have power locally, but there are people all over the country and all over the world, like I said, in Rome, Italy, and in Grenada, and in the Bahamas, where they watch us, watching what we're doing here. Blowing pretty good, not raining, but it is still blowing pretty good. Not as bad as it was an hour ago when I talked to you, and I thought that we were going to get blown away, but I can, it's not good. Oh my goodness. This is it's a live truck. This is how we get our live. Oh my God. Oh, this is a big one. Holy smoke. This blew down and blew under our truck. Damn. All right, what do I do now? All right, guys, that's all I got. We're live in Hollywood. Back to you guys.
Steve, do you see any emergency personnel anywhere? Are officers patrolling or anything, or it's just not safe? Or have you noticed?
Not. Just before we came on the air, I walked out to Ocean Drive, and I looked both ways, and there's nothing. No cars, no foot traffic, no nothing. I will tell you this. You know, I think everybody thinks of South Florida as being this beautiful oasis, and it is. When I go out to Ocean Drive and I look up and down, it's pretty ugly now. There's a lot of debris, there's a lot of trees, there's a lot of pond fronds around, there's a lot of garbage, there's a lot of everything that's just blowing around. So I haven't seen any emergency people out there, but there's going to be a huge cleanup when this thing is over.
Without a doubt, Steve Shapiro, that is for sure. You stay safe, guys. Thanks for that report. Yeah, that's why it's so important for people to stay where they are as we look at our Channel 7 roving storm tracker. This is 95 southbound around the Griffin Road area. When all this is said and done, you know, if you can stay where you are so those crews can get out there and make it okay to, you know, clean all this business up so that we can get back to business in South Florida.
And the good thing, the roads are passable. You know, we're not dealing with an Andrews situation where those street lights were down on the highway, the highway signs were down on the highway. When the weather does clear finally, the streets are passable, at least the main ones. Those that have landscaping, trees, and so on will probably need clearing, but that's one headache that it looks like we won't have, at least in the metro areas, on the main highways when people are allowed to get out. I'm sure we'll get to it in a couple of minutes. I saw, and I can't remember which municipality, but a couple others are following suit, extending their curfews. And I know we'll go back to the news desk soon, and we'll review that. I think one I saw, they extended it indefinitely.
Broward County is until 10 a.m. Monday.
So what, tomorrow?
Tomorrow, right. We're losing track of the days. But without a doubt, those curfews are going to be extended. We'll try and get those together for you as we look at this live picture of a marina that appears to have the roof there has been peeled off. This is the Sundance Marina. Do we know what city this is in? Looks like the Dania Beach, Hollywood area. So there's...
Are they shooting this from 95? Looks like they might be shooting it from I-95.
Yeah,
so
it's the storm tracker.
It's the tracker that pulled over to get us this shot of some pretty considerable damage to that facility there.
Without a doubt. And some of those boats, it looks like on the top there, they've been tossed around quite a bit. But this is what we're going to see over the course of the next couple of days as people are allowed to go outside and start checking on their property. There may be some of this. Let's head now to Omar Lewis, who is in downtown Miami. He's got an update for us on how things are looking there. Do we have Omar? There we go. There you are. Hey, Omar.
Not Miami Beach, but...
Right here in Midtown Miami, I want to exactly describe what we are seeing out here this morning. The trees are down outside. Many of them snapped from the root, and many of these branches are getting caught up in power lines, and that is why so many people are without power across Miami-Dade County this morning. We want to show you something else that I just noticed here. A lot of people wondering, so what do the animals do when storms like this come to town, to South Florida? This is a lizard hanging on to a tree here, just gripping on. I looked over and spotted this lizard just whipping in the wind on this branch, hanging on, riding this storm out. Another concern out here for folks is the projectiles that are now flying in the air through this storm. When the winds come over and rip things off, rip trees out of the ground, they're now flying down the streets. The trees are actually snapping in some parts. So for all those folks that are at home right now and are listening to us outside right now, what you're seeing is that the trees are actually getting tangled in those power lines. They're falling over, and that is what's causing a lot of people to lose power in some areas. And then you also have generators that are just exploding. We saw that earlier on today. So quite a mess out here still. And it's going to be a mess for quite some time. But we are riding out this storm in a parking deck at this point, and you can see how anything that is loose out here, and I want to tell you that anything that's loose out here is basically being picked up and is flying. And once again, let's check back in with that crane that we have been telling you about. You can see that it stops, it starts, it wobbles. These things are not meant to sustain winds that are above a certain speed. And so at this point, it's kind of you're on your own as far as the cranes go. They are wobbling, they're going around in circles at this point. And then you see the trees, of course, hanging on in the wind and blowing. But one more time, just want to show you our little lizard friend here. I was fascinated by that when I first saw it. The lizard just hanging on in this storm. And again, that was something I worried or wondered about, is what do the animals do in this situation that are out there? And this lizard is riding out the storm on a tree branch and hoping for the best. And I hope this branch does not fall off throughout this storm. But I'm having some issues hearing, but I'm going to send it back to you guys here from Midtown.
All right, Omar, thanks for that. And just to be clear, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong, I believe those cranes are built to sustain up to Category 4 winds, and B, they're supposed to spin around because that's what keeps them from just toppling over.
They're doing what they're supposed to do.
Exactly. So.
And for the folks who ask, because a lot of folks did ask, and we did this story not long ago, we're continuing our trip down 95 here, by the way. It takes a couple weeks to dismantle these cranes. They can't just go in and take them down. So what the more likely option is to secure them and to make sure they're functioning properly. So in this situation, and as Belle says, they're designed to take a Cat 4. We're not in a Cat 4. We're not in the center of this storm. We're getting hurricane force gusts. So they're theoretically supposed to be able to take that and a lot more. And they're designed to, when they're spinning, they're doing what they're supposed to. But it would freak you out when you see it.
You took the words out of my mouth.
There was one near downtown or Brickell, and it was making the rounds on Facebook yesterday, and people were flipped out because they see this big crane spinning around.
Without a doubt. Listen, there's construction in the next door to my building, on the ocean, in Surfside, and there's a giant crane. And I was like, okay, well, if this thing topples over, I guess I'll be living in my office at Channel 7, or I'll come to your house. You got a new house. Well, is it ready? You have a spare bedroom? I'll come and live with you for a minute.
We'll see how it fares after the next couple of days.
We're all in a holding pattern to see how everything fares in the next couple of days. But anyway, this is a shot of our North Bay Village roof cam. We're spinning around there to try and get the bay. It's choppy, it's rough, it's windy, as you all know, and this is what it looks like in North Bay Village, which is, you know, an island surrounded by water. It's the Zone A area under a mandatory evacuation order. Not sure how many people in the village actually may have decided to stick this one out. I haven't really done much sightseeing lately. I've gone from home to here, and I've been here ever since now, but it'd be interesting to know, you know, a lot of homes here on the bay, on the open water, a lot of people in North Bay Village may have heeded the warning and headed out.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Let's bring back our roving camera thing. I forget what you call it. But here we are again on 95, where it looks to be a smooth and clear ride. Looks like any other rainy afternoon, but again, the squally weather is going to be pushing through for the next several hours. And it's clear of debris, which is a good thing. I mentioned earlier, one of the striking things post-Andrew was down in South Dade especially, how challenging it was to even use the major roadways because you had utility poles and highway signs and all that littering the highway. You couldn't use them. That's not the case here. But to Belky's point earlier, when the weather clears, you should probably consider not getting on the roads because we want to see those convoys from Florida Power and Light or the other utilities who have sent help who need to get into South Florida to do their work. So the less traffic they have to deal with, the quicker they can get to where they need to go.
We want to see the municipalities, public works departments getting in there and clearing all the brush and the trees and the limbs and all of that stuff, too, from the roadways. And by the way, you should know the roving storm tracker isn't just out, obviously, bringing us these pictures, but the people in this truck are taking supplies to our crews, food, snacks, towels, equipment, batteries, waters. It's making stops along the way, trying to service all of our crews that are still out there stationed up and down the South Florida area to bring you guys all the information that we can bring you. So it's making some deliveries on the way. Mike DePasquale was in Aventura checking on things there a short time ago, and he filed this report. Let's watch.
Here in Aventura, we had a tornado warning around 8 a.m. I have no idea what the wind speed was, the wind velocity, but I can tell you this. When they say it sounds like a freight train, it actually did. I don't know if it lasted 30 seconds, it lasted a minute. That's exactly what it sounded like. We're just going to give you a small look. This is just a sample. I know this may seem minor to most people, but this is the situation, at least in this block. The street is starting to flood a little bit. It's starting to move up towards some of the cars, the homes here. Most of them are shuttered. We're going to swing around, and these two trees went down, blocking this intersection. Again, these are not actual large trees. The palm tree did not go down. But this is just a small sampling of the wind speed at 8 a.m. this morning. We're going to go out to Aventura Mall area, Turnberry. There are large palm trees there. We're going to assess the damage. But again, once we feel we're safe to venture out, actually drive over there, because we're not going to walk there, we'll check back in with you. In Aventura, Mike DePasquale, 7 News.
More trees down. We keep seeing a lot of that, and before this is all over, there's probably going to be a lot more.
We have Rebecca Vargas. She's just outside our studios here in North Bay Village. We're beginning to get we're getting some weather again, I should say. Rebecca?
Well, Craig, I can't believe I'm saying it, but these wind gusts are stronger than even just about a half an hour ago when we were out here. Now it feels like they're really coming in all directions, of course, because Hurricane Irma goes counterclockwise like all hurricanes do. You know, we're feeling it mostly coming this way from the left, but it is just whipping, as you can see, like never before. I want you to look at the bay because you can really see how the winds are causing these waves, causing them to smack there against the seawall. As you can see, they're just cresting there. Fortunately, we're not getting that dangerous storm surge if we had been closer to the eye wall. But you are definitely seeing it affecting the bay. And once again, we cannot see Miami Beach. We barely can see North Miami at this point. But again, these winds are just whipping from all directions. It's almost making it difficult for me to even get a gauge or a recording here at all of the wind speed on our wind gauge, because I can't point it in one direction or the other because it continues just to whip on all sides. I don't know if you can take a look here at the ground. You'll see how it's just, the rain is coming sideways along the ground. You can see the power of it, really. It's hard to brace yourself at this point. North Bay Village, once again, it is surrounded on all sides by water. We're an island here with several bridges to get across before you get over to Miami Beach. So where we are feeling some of the strongest effects is because we are close to the coast. Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
Without a doubt. What's the wind feel like out there, Rebecca? Well,
I haven't felt anything like this since. It's pretty incredible, pretty powerful and amazing just to feel it. Before, it really was just coming from one side. But now, I mean, I'm not no meteorologist, but I don't know if it's because of the strength of it, but it just feels like it comes on all sides and it whips around, and it's harder to brace yourself because it's not coming just from one side anymore. As you can see, it causes you now to push forward instead of to the side. So it's just very powerful. And it's hard for me to even imagine what it could possibly be like if we actually had the eye wall close to us.
We don't want to even imagine that,
yeah.
Rebecca. No, we do not.
And up until a few days ago, that was a very real possibility. And then, as we've learned, you know, the best forecasting, the best tools at your disposal, but Mother Nature can change. And now we're in the situation we are in. But yeah, certainly nothing we want to think about. Thanks, Rebecca.
Like every woman, she changes her mind a lot. These are live pictures from Key Largo. We had some boats there in frame. Not sure. All right, we lost that picture. But this is our roof cam here in North Bay Village. It feels we can hear the roof and the rain over the studio here, and at certain points it rattles so hard. It is really scary. I'm not going to lie. It gets very scary when it rattles that hard. It feels like something's just going to peel away.
And people will make note of this, and if you've been through a system before, even if you haven't taken the direct hit, but it's the sounds. And I think Steve earlier in Hollywood held up the microphone, and you could hear, obviously, the rain, but the howl, that unique howl. And when you talk to kids, when they think of their memories of being through a bad storm when they're young, a hurricane or whatnot, that's what sticks with them all those years later. It's unnerving, like you say, even for adults. It's something it sticks with you long after the event is gone by. So, okay, we're having a look up at Juno Beach now, where, like elsewhere on the coastline, the surf is up, and there are concerns about surge and erosion, too, a likely side effect of this storm.
Thankfully, we're not seeing, as oftentimes we do, surfers and windsurfers and, you know, that bunch trying to take advantage of all these white caps. So that's definitely a good thing, because oftentimes we've covered storms and for some reason people think, oh, this is awesome, let's get out there. But hopefully Irma scared them enough because of its sheer size and all of our warnings that they're not going to play games with this one.
Look at up at West Palm now, and or I guess maybe Palm Beach, since we're looking at the ocean there, and look at that. It's just wild how, and they're obviously a bit north of us, so they're not even seeing the full extent of what that surge is going to do, the winds pushing that water. And as we saw last night, and we'll see again today on Miami Beach and our coastal areas, high tide here is just after noon, so we saw it last night, and we're going to see more of it here and there too, up in the Palm Beaches and their coastline.
I think we have a satellite shot of Hurricane Irma that we can show you, and that's a pretty well-defined eye. You can see the circular motion happening there. Phil, can you...
Actually, what I think we may do here is prepare for a changing of the guard. The folks who usually occupy these seats at this time of day are our friends Christine Cruz and Diana Diaz are going to be in for a while to take us through the next few hours, while Phil tells us more about this NASA image of the storm.
We'll see you soon.
That is just incredible. Obviously, that's one of the new satellites put up, the Ghost 16, which gives us the extra resolution, the high detail. What's really interesting, and I'll try to explain it as best I can for the folks at home who can't see this, as we're looking down from space, focused in right across the lower Florida Keys, we see the counterclockwise circulation, the clouds moving around the center of circulation, and then there are some like bubbling cloud tops that go from the surface all the way up into the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere. And those are the areas where you get the real strong thunderstorms moving in, wrapping around the center. That has been impacting the lower Florida Keys for a while. It made landfall a little while ago, across Cudjoe Key. If we can switch back to the radar, that's what the satellite looked like. This is what the radar signature looks like. There is the eye right now making its way across into the Gulf of Mexico, and actually eye wall here still on the eastern side looking pretty strong. We're getting a report here of a 93-mile-per-hour wind gust measured at the lighthouse near Key Largo. a National Ocean Service station there, also reporting a sustained wind of 67 miles per hour. This system continues to just impress us with the amount of wind and rain all across the Keys. And as the eye now pushes into the Gulf of Mexico, the surge is going to switch. Right now coming in from the Atlantic, pouring over into the overseas highway. But once the eye continues to move away, the winds will shift, and then the wall of water is going to come in out of the Gulf of Mexico. So the Keys are going to get a 1-2 punch as far as the surge is expected here to do. The lower Florida Keys, we have just lost their radar. That is not a good sign as far as the intensity of the storm. So all the images that we're getting now are solely based on the radar site coming out of Miami-Dade County. Cudjoe Key looking dry right now, but that is going to change shortly. Moderate to heavy rainfall just about every place else. This will be the norm throughout the rest of the day. This system is loaded with rainfall. You can see all the rain moving up US 1 from the Atlantic into the Gulf of Mexico, into Florida Bay, accompanied with very strong gusty winds at times all the way up to 100 miles per hour. The upper Keys here getting hit hard as well. As we open up into Miami-Dade County and zoom in into Homestead, Cutler Bay, and Country Walk, there is a swath of heavy rainfall here that is aiming and actually moving rather quickly up north here across Miami-Dade County. Many areas getting some strong gusty winds, possibly all the way up to 100 miles per hour. And the National Hurricane Center and the local weather office suggesting that this is going to stick around at least until noon. So everyone from the Redlands, Homestead, Country Walk, Naranja, Leisure City, Pinecrest, Coral Gables, Sweetwater, Miami, Hialeah, right around Miami Springs, you can expect those very strong gusty winds to stick around for a couple of hours. And those are going to be the strongest ones, but everyone else is also dealing with strong gusty winds across South Florida. And all of this is just screaming out of the south-southeast. The radar showing a lot of heavy rain from the beaches, Atlantic Heights, Miami Beach, Little River, North Miami, I-95, Miami Springs, Hialeah with torrential downpours. We're also looking at heavy rain across the Turnpike, I-75, North Miami Beach, Hallandale Beach, in through Broward County we go. Your rain pretty intense south of I-595 from Dania Beach and Hollywood all the way through Davie, Weston, and Rolling Oaks. Now north of I-595, it is not as strong right now, especially in through downtown Fort Lauderdale, all the way through Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach. However, west of the Turnpike for you and 441 in through Tamarack and Sunrise and the Sawgrass Expressway, there's still moderate to heavy rain. A lot of heavy rain also pushing in through Palm Beach County. Let me show you some of the wind gusts so far, the reports that we have received today. Key West, 91 miles per hour, 90 in Key Biscayne, 86 in Deerfield Beach, 82 mile per hour wind gusts in Coral Gables, the same at Fisher Island. Sunrise, 78 miles for you, 75 mile per hour wind gust in Davie, 74 in El Portal, West Kendall 72, and Miami a 70 mile per hour wind gust. All right, so how much longer are we going to see all these gusty winds? For Broward, from now at least until early Monday morning, I should say. Miami-Dade from now also through early Monday, and we're talking about winds here in excess of 39 miles per hour. As far as hurricane force winds, well, it looks like at least until noon, we are going to see some of that activity over parts of Miami-Dade County, at least until late afternoon. And for Broward, from noon, maybe until 2 or 3 o'clock later on today. Everything in yellow here, basically from Lake Okeechobee through Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, and the Keys, are under a tornado watch until midday, and I'm sure that that will be extended later on. So the system has made landfall across Cudjoe, Category 4. It will continue to aim for right along the coast here, getting very close to Naples and Fort Myers, and then by Monday, and be very close to Tampa as a Category 3, moving over Florida's Big Bend, and then possibly impacting I-10 and moving in through parts of Alabama and Georgia. Some of the wind gusts here, at least some of the places that are still reporting Pompano Beach 64, Hialeah also 64-mile-an-hour wind gust. And throughout the Keys, we've really lost a lot of their wind gauges. So now we're just awaiting reports from local sources, not sources identified by the National Weather Service. Some buoy data, we're still looking at that, however. 52-mile-per-hour wind gusts here right across Marathon and 32 over in Big Pine Key. It's going to be a rough morning for everybody. It's going to be a tough day for the Keys. I'm sure when we get video out of the lower Florida Keys, it's going to be sad to see what's happened there. Miami-Dade, Broward counties, we're going to be looking at some very rough weather, at least through early afternoon. So the best thing you can do is stay put, stay inside, listen to us. If you're on online or any of the social media, we're right there with you. And by the way, we really want to thank all of our radio partners. You guys have been great, a lot of patience. Thank you for carrying our signal there on your airwaves. Hot 105, Hits 97.3, Easy 93.1, 99 Jams. We really appreciate everything that you do for us. That's the very latest. Back to you.
All right, Phil, thank you. Christine Cruz here along with 7's Diana Diaz as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Irma. And Phil, just want to ask you a quick question. Sorry, I know you're about to dash out.
You're not going anywhere.
Not so fast. Okay, I know you've talked a lot about, early this morning when we were here, we talked about that tornado warning that was in effect that actually encompassed North Bay Village and a lot of cities. Why is it that tornadoes are such an issue when we're dealing with hurricanes? And I know you briefly talked about the air being so unstable, and we always hear that term, a storm within a storm. Why is that something to be concerned about? And yet another reason for people to stay inside.
All right. Let me see if I can get the folks back in the weather office to set me up with the radar loop here, the wide view that shows all of South Florida and the Keys. All right, perfect. This is it right here. This is what we're looking at. If you take a storm, a hurricane, draw a big circle all around it, and split it into 4 parts, kind of like a pizza pie. The northeastern piece of that pie, the northeastern quadrant, is the second most dangerous part of the hurricane, the most dangerous part being the eye wall. Now, the reason why the northeastern quadrant is the most dangerous is because as the wind comes howling in out of the south-southeast in this case, not only does it push in a lot of moisture, which leads to a lot of rain, but it also pushes in a lot of water at the surface that causes the surge. But at the same time, it's almost like a snow bubble, snow globe. It shakes up the atmosphere really bad. You have a lot of crisscrossing winds, and that tends to cause a lot of tornadoes. As you recall, last night, plenty of tornadic activity. Today, we've already seen plenty of tornadic activity, and we can still see a chance for more tornadoes later on today. And that's what happens with these kind of hurricanes. There's always that one side, we kind of call it the dirty sector, the northeastern quadrant, where you end up getting all those tornadoes. I hope I got that for you.
All right, Phil, and one follow-up question now. You had mentioned all those cities earlier. Want to give people an update who may have missed what you said as far as where the hurricane came ashore and what the conditions were like when it did. It happened in that 9 o'clock hour. Can you take everybody back to what happened when the eye came across and where it came across?
Well, it was interesting because at that time we were actually on the phone with one of the forecasters down at the local office at the National Weather Service, and it was basically moving in right across Cudjoe Key, which is in the lower Florida Keys, just south of Marathon. Thanks to the folks back in the weather office. You guys are great. So it made landfall right across Cudjoe Key around 9:10, and at that time what we had was a huge wall of very strong gusty winds, torrential downpours that moved in across a 7-mile bridge, Big Pine, the Torches, Ramrod, Saddle Bunch Keys, all the way down into Key West. And that took a good 30 to 45 minutes to go from the Atlantic side into the Gulf of Mexico. The gentleman that was on the phone was really just begging with us here to let everyone know who might have stayed down there to seek refuge immediately, go to a second-floor structure if they had one, go into a small room, cover themselves up with a mattress, pillows, anything that was fluffy, something to protect them, because these were catastrophic, dangerous winds that were impacting the area. And on top of that, a storm surge that could be as high as 10 feet in some areas. So after that happened around 9 o'clock this morning, then the eye went over. everything was kind of peaceful, but that is starting to change right now as the eye has now moved into the Gulf of Mexico. The rain will pick up a little while here for the Florida Keys, especially the lower Keys. But now heavy rain is picking up just north of Marathon, and that heavy rain is going to stick around all the way north in through Key Largo, Miami-Dade, and Broward counties. We are not done yet. Just because this eye has made landfall doesn't mean the system is over. It is probably catching a second wind, and it'll continue to track towards the west coast of Florida.
All right, Phil, thank you so much for that. We now have the opportunity to go to Northeast Miami-Dade.
7's Jessica Hawley is live there, and she moved to that position from the Miami Shores area earlier today, where you got beat up a little bit, Jessica.
We did, and that's why we moved to this parking garage, and it's still a little dangerous to stand right in this opening, so I've been holding on to this piece of the garage here. But this wind is something else. I mean, just take a look out here. The trees are bending over. Don't go too far out there, Patricio. It's dangerous. The shrubs, this is such a beautiful, lush green area. Everything is just completely bent over, and limbs all over the place. At the end of the driveway here, there's a stop sign that is just back and forth. And that's the kind of thing that's really scary, because if something like that breaks loose, it could really hurt somebody, even kill somebody. And that's why it's so important that everyone stay inside right now. These winds, it's just unbelievable. It'll quiet down for a little bit, and then it will get so loud and so furious that you certainly couldn't stand in it. It's a very dangerous time right now. I know that we're in for this for much of the day, so everybody is really asked to stay inside. And also driving right now, absolutely out of the question. I believe we have some video that we took on the way over here to kind of show you what's going on in the streets. This is in the Miami Shores area. Can you hear that wind? It is just something else. On the way over here in the area of Northeast 96th Street and 12th Avenue, we saw 2 trees down, just snapped, and then palm fronds all over the road. Not safe driving. Not to mention, you may not see the power lines that are down in the area. In this area, this is the area where I live, we had power until about 9 o'clock last night. Power went out. The power went out at 9 o'clock last night. It came back on at midnight. When this wind started moving through a couple of hours ago, we went to black over here. The power is out. There is a generator that's keeping emergency lights on, but the power is out. So let's just take a look one more time, if you can, Patricio. These gusts are just, I have to turn a little bit because the microphone picks up the wind. It's just hard to hear. These gusts are just unbelievable and extremely dangerous. And because of that, we're trying to stay inside the garage. But Patricio, since it's too bad right now, is giving you a look at what has happened to these shrubs and these trees and these palm trees that are being bent over by the strong winds. Extremely dangerous. You know, earlier today, the Miami-Dade police director said you're going to hear a lot of noises going on outside your home. You're going to wonder what's going on. You're going to wonder if it's part of your house or your vehicle. Stay inside until the coast is clear, and that is not any time soon, according to what we're hearing from Phil. So just everybody stay safe, stay inside for now. We're going to stay tucked inside this garage and bring you updates and reports when we can, when it's safe. We're live in Northeast Miami-Dade. Jessica Hawley, 7 News.
And that's a lot of what we've seen all across Miami-Dade County, that those conditions have gotten really bad, so much so that our reporters have had to take cover.
Yeah, let's go to Coconut Grove now and see how it's shaping up there. 7's Lorena Estrada. Lorena?
Well, Christy, Diana, it really hasn't let up here. No break from the rain or the wind. And I have to say, it's almost been exhausting at some points fighting the wind. I mean, we've been taking cover most of the morning, of course, trying to be safe, but we're also trying to bring you the very latest. I want to show you video from behind us from the Miami City Hall in Dinner Key, and you'll see a sinking. You'll see a catamaran taking in water, dangerously high waves, just rocking that boat. And I'm talking, I mean, once we were out there, the wind, I mean, we had to run for cover, literally. I couldn't open the door to our vehicle, and it was just something I've never, ever experienced. Also, the rain, I wouldn't say it's been pouring, but it almost feels like hail because it's just smacking into you once as it falls. And also in Dinner Key Marina, the seawall, the waves are just crashing above it. I'm really afraid to even think of what it'll look like here over the next couple of hours. I spoke to someone as we were here earlier this morning. He's a boat owner who came all this way to check on his boat. Let's listen. This weather is crazy, very dangerous. Why did you come out here?
I came out here to check on my boat, my second baby.
Tell us, what kind of boat and how is your boat doing?
It's a sailboat. It's a Pearson 26. I don't think it's going to make it through the storm. Yesterday it was in good condition. Today waves are going over it, so I don't think it's going to make it.
And you were hearing from Philip Reyes. He knows that, coming here wasn't the best, not the safest, because it is so dangerous. I do not advise anyone getting in their cars because you do not know what is in the air and what is being tossed around. I can tell you we've had to constantly continue to look around because, just to give you an idea, these palm trees, we've seen several go down, and then there's a street sign. It says no parking where you see this bicycle. Well, any minute now, this sign will go flying. So these are the things we're trying to look out for. And when we were on the other side of City Hall and there were all these boats just rocking back and forth, we'll take you to that video here in the next half hour. The sounds were like nothing I've ever heard. It was scary. It was almost like a twister that you couldn't see. I mean, it was very eerie. It was scary. And it was just very intimidating to see. Another thing, too, once we spoke to Philip Reyes live, he told me that he had at least another boat owner immediately call him once he saw him on TV because he wanted to check on his boat. One of the things he talked about was that, he tried his best to make sure that his boat would be okay and would survive these winds and these dangerously high waves. But there's only so much folks here can do when it comes to Mother Nature. So here in Coconut Grove, we're seeing palm trees go down. The wind's not giving up. Again, we are in a safe area where we're not feeling as much of the wind, but boy, has it been exhausting just getting around because it's something, it could be life or death for many people. So that is why we urge folks to stay inside. You will hear those noises. Boy, are those noises so scary. But you do not want to check anything out, not until later. That's why, Christine, Diana, we're out here. We're being safe, but we want to make sure that we show folks what's going on so that they don't have to go out there and look for themselves. It's just not simply safe to do so.
And Lorena, you're doing a great job. Thank you so much for that live report. And from Coconut Grove, we take you now to South Miami-Dade.
7's Andrew Scheinthal is there as well and has been feeling a lot of the effects of this storm down south. Andrew?
Yeah, these are the big effects we've been talking about with these massive hurricane wind gusts that are coming through. I mean, just take a look out here. Now, we're actually sandwiched between, don't go too far, Nick Colada, that's our photographer. I don't want him to get out there. We are sandwiched between two walls over here that are protecting us from these wind gusts, but it's absolutely incredible what it is that we are currently experiencing out here. I mean, I can't even put it into words. When these gusts come through, it shakes your entire body. It's moving these armored vehicles around. The trees are falling over. I mean, it is just absolutely words cannot describe this. And when the rain comes through this area, it hits you like nails in the face. And the sound of this is absolutely incredible. They say it sounds like a train when these high wind gusts come through. I mean, you even hear the whistle. I mean, let me tell you, it is absolutely unsafe to be outside. Luckily, we're safe because let me show you right now where we're sandwiched in between. You can see we have this wall over here sandwiched around this wall with the doors right here. These are the doors that take you inside the shelter. So this is how we're able to come outside real quick and take a peek at exactly what is taking place out here. But you can see, I mean, look at this as the wind picks up the rain and just whips it around, and you have those bushes off in the distance that are holding on for dear life. I mean, it is absolutely a force of nature out here, and it just goes to show you how these storms are to be taken extremely seriously. And this all started last night with these bands of rain coming through, but we have not not seen anything like this. This is without a doubt the strongest we have seen. I was actually talking with Frank Guzman. He is our assignment manager up in Broward County, and he was telling me that we're expecting wind gusts around 90, if not 100 miles per hour at times. And we're certainly feeling it out here as we have these winds, these rains, everything just slamming into this part of the area. And when you look at our radar, it doesn't really seem like it's going to be ending anytime soon. And if you're able to peek around the corner here, Nick, just a little bit, you might be able to see, it might be difficult, you might be able to see some of the trees that are down, but there are street signs that are now flying off of their post. There are trees that are, dangerously now, not just in the streets, but they are, next to these cars, and now they're moving. These are trees that are down. They've been just sitting down, and now the trees are being picked up by this wind and being shifted across the area. So it is just absolutely insane as to what's taking place out here. But certainly, this is part of the reason why we come out here to show this to you, is that we can bring you these pictures in a safe way so that you don't have to go outside and put yourself in any danger.
And Andrew, as we've been watching these pictures, and you've been there throughout the morning, South Miami-Dade, Homestead, all experienced the brunt of Andrew. And earlier we got word of shutters being ripped off on Ocean Drive and South Beach. Does it look like this time around that area was secured pretty well?
This area was secured well, but I have to tell you, we were there was an time this morning that it was calmer outside, so we were able to start driving around and seeing some of the damage. There are US 1, you cannot go down it. There are trees in the middle of US 1, large branches. It is not safe to travel in. That's a major highway down here, and that's something that was reminiscent of, Andrew, is that these major roads down in this area were not passable because of all the debris in them. So we saw all these trees that are down, tree limbs that are down just on US 1. You go to the side streets, it's even worse because those roads are a lot smaller, so there is no way to get around them. We had to constantly backtrack and try to find other ways to go. A lot of homes here do have shutters on them, but some don't. We did see some homes that the windows are broken out, and you see the blinds flipping out into the wind a little bit. But a majority of the people certainly took this storm seriously because a lot of them who live out here, who experienced Andrew, didn't want to go through what they went through 25 years ago. So a lot of them did take this seriously, but there's going to be a massive cleanup effort out here because a lot of the roads down in this area are not passable. And now that we're getting these gusts as strong as they are, I can only imagine it is only going to get worse because the gusts were not this strong early this morning or late last night.
Andrew, I just want to stay with basically what Diana had mentioned, and that was the whole Hurricane Andrew connection, because when we think of South Dade, and that's immediately what we think of because they really were devastated by that storm. A lot of the pictures that we're looking at show the physical toll that the storm is taking, but the emotional toll, I'm wondering if leading up to it, because so many people have had so much anxiety, have you talked to people that were really, really nervous about this storm?
We did. We were down here in the Homestead area for a couple of days before the storm came through, and we're meeting with people. And a lot of them told us that they remembered Andrew, and they had this mindset at first, almost this badge that was, I survived Andrew, I can survive anything. But then last minute, you saw them frantically trying to go get sandbags, trying to get gasoline, trying to board up their windows. And I think it brought back these memories of, oh my gosh, yes, we survived Andrew, but we hardly did. We survived. And that right there was a very difficult process for them to get through. A lot of people did choose to leave the area. A lot of people who also live in some of the homes around here also chose to come to the shelters. So even though they boarded up their homes, and even though they weren't necessarily in an evacuation area, they still chose to come to these shelters because they felt like this was a safe place. And I walked through one of the shelters yesterday, and they were, and a woman told me, she goes, I was here for Andrew, I was at home, my roof collapsed. So I'm at the shelter now, and I asked her, did you board up? Did you get ready? She said she did absolutely everything she was supposed to do, but she didn't want to take any chances because she just knew how powerful of a storm this was. And when Governor Rick Scott came out and said this storm is bigger than Andrew, it is stronger than Andrew, that concerned a lot of people. Now, certainly, the damage we're seeing out here right now does not compare to Andrew. That's because we haven't been hit with the eye. These are mostly tropical storm force winds, not hurricane winds. These gusts that come through are certainly, hurricane gust winds. But it's important to remember this right now that we're mostly experiencing is what a tropical storm would have been like, how we've been, had it come through the area. The hurricane feels is much, much more west, but this is just, incredible. And so for a lot of these people, it certainly brought back those memories of Andrew, and hopefully the fact that we weren't hit head on, that'll bring them some comfort to know that maybe when they go home, a majority of their home, majority of their belongings will be okay.
All right, Andrew Scheinthal, and that's the big difference is that in this area we had a lot of time to prepare, but that may not be the case for a lot of people that had to scramble at the last minute on the west coast of Florida.
That's so true, and that's one of the issues that Kristen Holmes, as we go live to her now, has been talking about. There was such a difference in the time that we had to prepare for this storm and those people who might have chosen to want to get out of town to the time that you guys did.
That's absolutely right. Good morning, Christine and Diana. Here in Fort Myers, people didn't have that luxury. They didn't have enough time to get the supplies they needed and evacuate. And where we are talking to people who actually came here on the way up. They stopped here. This is where they are sheltering in place. This a Category 4 storm at winds that are 137 miles, and they stopped here, and this is where they evacuated to. We asked them if they had time down in their houses on the southern west coast, if they had time to board up. They said barely. We did as best we could, and then we got out of there.
After days of waiting, watching, and preparing, Irma has arrived in Florida. The storm is massive, 70,000 square miles, larger than Florida's entire land area. Heavy wind and sustained rain hammering the region, and hundreds of thousands already without power. At least 36 million people are under hurricane warnings, and those who didn't evacuate hunkering down and holding on.
We have shelters on the East Coast, shelters on the West Coast. Of course, as the storm track pushed to the west, we began to mount up more shelters and evacuation centers over on the West Coast.
The storm regaining strength after pounding Cuba, intensifying to a Category 4 in the waters south of the Florida Keys. Irma was further west than originally anticipated when it finally turned north, putting Tampa and the West Coast squarely in the storm's path.
We've been lucky because we haven't taken a direct hit in over 90 years. So we really have been blessed. But we also recognize that our day was going to come, and it looks like our day has come.
With as much as 20 inches of rain predicted through Wednesday, Florida can only wait and hope for the best.
And we are just now learning that there are more than 1 million people across Florida now without power. And the big situation here is these shelters. We know they didn't have as many shelters opened up here as they did on the East Coast, but we have just learned that Collier County, which is in Naples, has closed down all of its public schools for the next week, and they will be using that space as shelters as well. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much for that live report. And right now you're looking at live pictures in Miami Lakes. This is Northwest 67th Avenue, and you can see that tree that has come down there. And this is the neighborhood that I drove through to get to work this morning. And this is much of what happens in this area when we have bad storms, just like in many of the neighborhoods in South Florida. The trees come down. There was a lot of rain there this morning. The rain is still coming down, and it's expected to continue for the next few hours or so.
And Christine, that's such a huge concern, because if people think they're going to start heading out and checking things out and then running across this, we're going to end up encountering people getting hurt even more than they should have. So the crews that should be taking care of picking up debris and restoring power then have to tend to other emergencies.
Yeah, that's one of the big issues. As we started showing you the pictures this morning, we said, thank goodness a lot of people have heeded the advice of officials to stay inside, to stay at home. And the other reason, Diana, was the main one, which is once those wind gusts, remember they said very clearly, get to 45 miles an hour, they will not be responding. So then you really are putting your life in your own hands. There's no one there to save you if you do get in trouble.
And this is, folks, the reason why you don't want to head out. There are a lot of down trees, but also a lot of down power lines and really dangerous situations all across our area into Fort Lauderdale. And that's where we find 7's Brandon Beyer right now with what conditions are like there. Hey, Brandon.
Well, good morning, guys. We were with you till about 3:15 last night. When we went to bed, we had power. When we woke up this morning at about 8:45 or so, the power was out here on the island on Fort Lauderdale Beach. It appears to be out throughout the entire thing. Drove around a little bit trying to find as safe as we can spots to start bringing you these live pictures, and we started to see some of the damage that this hurricane is causing here on the island. It's a lot of downed signs, like marquee type signs, and tree limbs. That seems to be the extent of it so far, which is no good, but people will probably take that. I'm going to see if maybe show them north on the street here. You'll see a large field of debris there just before. I want to say that might well, it's before Sunrise Boulevard. That's not going to be Sunrise there, but we're south of Sunrise there. You can just see the trees down there in the street. And then as you look behind me, this is what's just incredibly impressive. And our camera's struggling out here in the elements, so bear with us. But these waves are just massive. This is what's going to cause some of the issues as far as beach erosion and that sort of thing goes. But we'll be here live on Fort Lauderdale Beach, keeping an eye on things, guys.
Brendan, any concerns with erosion so far? I didn't see any sand there coming up. Is that an issue yet?
Not yet. Yeah, the seawall has kept the sand up as far as I can see, both north and south. There's no sand on the roads yet. I'm sure the erosion on the beach, though, will be significant with these huge waves just lapping up wave after wave after wave. That's going to do some damage beach-wise, but so far it doesn't appear to be on the streets. And I remember one of the last storms we covered, it made it all the way to the bridge at Las Olas. So at least the seawall seems to be helping in that regard.
And want to find out what the wind is like in that area. We've lost a lot of our wind gauges. Steve Shapiro lost one. Give us an idea, if you can, there. You have one of the rare commodities still left behind that hasn't been blown away in this storm. Give us an idea of what the gusts are looking like right now.
Let me give me a second here. We got a gust of 40 underneath the hotel, and I'm not sure what's happening. You know what? It's not. It seems to be malfunctioning on me. I apologize, but I can tell you that when we first came downstairs, it was working fine, and it was 40 mile per hour, sustained 40, gusts of upwards of near 50. But it's a significant wind event here. I'll try to get this working, be able to give you a more accurate read. But an hour ago, we had 40 blowing solid.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Yeah, those are tropical storm force winds. Yeah. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow now with more on Irma.
All right, good morning, everyone. Indeed, a strong system impacting all of South Florida. The eye came ashore earlier today right across Cudjoe. I think shortly after 9, the story out of the Lower Florida Keys from the National Weather Service there saying that this could possibly be a potentially catastrophic event. For us, it has been the norm throughout the morning and since late last night. Heavy rain, gusty winds through Dade and Broward counties. At times, those winds as strong as hurricane force for us here across the metro. This is still a huge system. The cloud cover spinning across central Florida, the eastern Gulf of Mexico, central Cuba, throughout the Bahamas, and back in through central Florida. The eye making landfall across the lower Keys, and now moving rather quickly, almost headed straight for mainland Monroe and Collier County, so we will be tracking that. Latest advisory as of 10 a.m., 130 mile per hour winds. If you're plotting at home, 24.8, 81.5 to the north-northwest now, the direction around 8 miles per hour. The center, 25 miles northeast of Key West in Florida. So it made landfall as a Category 4 across Cudjoe Key at around 9:10 this morning. It was truly a very intense event at that time. We were right on the phone with the folks down at the local National Weather Service in Key West, and they were just pleading and begging with everyone as the system was making landfall to please make sure that you went into a small room and a second story room and just had everything around you, whatever you could get, mattresses, pillows, anything to protect yourself. They even requested if you put in a helmet. That's how bad and dire the situation was. The flooding still making its way, that surge across the Atlantic side, and then by the afternoon they're going to get the surge from the Gulf side. So the radar imagery here This is basically a composite, which means we have two radars, one on top of the other, one out of Miami, the other one out of Key West. The one out of Key West is being intermittent, and you can understand why. But those strong feeder bands continue to impact the Keys, going all the way in through a marathon, still dealing with heavy rain. And boy, for you, it's been like that since very, very early this morning. Key West still with some shower, thunderstorm activity, gusty winds. You have seen wind gusts way past 100 miles per hour. Cudjoe, also things are starting to go downhill rather quickly after the eye has now moved away. The heavy rainfall up across US 1 through Duck Key, through Layton, all the way through Isla Morada, the Upper Keys, Tavernier, Key Largo, and this rain is just relentless, coming in horizontally out of the Atlantic and in through the Gulf of Mexico. Miami-Dade still looking at a huge swath of torrential downpours with gusty winds. And right now, this may probably be some of the strongest activity that we may see all day long from the beaches here, from Key Biscayne, South Beach, all the way through Miami, Coral Gables, Sweetwater, Kendall, Pinecrest, Country Walk, Naranja, Homestead, Redland, Florida City, Pinecrest. This whole area is just one swath of huge rain with very strong wind gusts. As we move in through northern Miami-Dade County, also that big shield of moisture moving in out of the coastal waters from A1A through Miami Beach, I-95, Biscayne Bay is just awful right now. Choppy, heavy rainfall, Little River, North Miami Beach, everyone along I-95 on the west side of I-95. Moving in through Hialeah, Miami Springs, my gosh, Doral has seen some incredible downpours. The Palmetto, some very strong gusty winds around that area. Moving in through the big curve there across Miami Lakes, also with heavy rain. North Miami Beach, I-95 at the Golden Glades interchange. What an incredible mess there. Heavy rain. The Turnpike across western Miami-Dade County looking like a huge soggy mess. Moving into Broward County right now, things have let up just a little bit across downtown Fort Lauderdale, Dania Beach as far as the rainfall is concerned. But just a little further west, away from I-95 and into the Turnpike here, Davie, you are looking at some very, very heavy downpours. The same with Royal Palm Ranches. I-75 moving in through Rolling Oaks and Weston. Weston, you've seen steady rainfall with gusty winds at least since about 6:30 this morning. Areas south of I-595 still looking awful. North of I-595, heavy rain still across the Sawgrass Expressway in through Sunrise. Tamarack all the way back east in through Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach. Steady, light to moderate rainfall. Deerfield Beach, you're going to get a little strong downpour here in about a minute or two as it makes its way in through Palm Beach County. Here are some radar estimates over the last 24 hours. And when I say estimates, that's what it is. We've lost a lot of our wind gauges, official ones, and some of these rain gauges are also kind of iffy. But here are some of the most credible ones that we've been able to spot. Margate, over 6 inches of rain so far in the last 24 hours. Deerfield Beach, better than 5, over 4 in Coral Springs, almost 3.5 in Fort Lauderdale. Leisure City, down in deep southern Miami-Dade County, almost 3. Miramar, about just around 2 1/3. Kendall, under 2 inches of rain. In Miami, about 1.5 inches. Some of these totals are going to go up even higher as all this rain sticks around. So there's the potential now also for street flooding on top of all of the surge along the coast. We are under a flood watch over many areas here across South Florida. It's also been an incredible wind event. Look at some of these wind gusts. Key West, 91 miles per hour. I'm sure we will get some stronger reports out of there. Key Biscayne, 90-mile-per-hour wind gust. Deerfield Beach, 86, 82 in Coral Gable. The same in Fisher Island. Sunrise, 78, 75-mile-per-hour in Davie. For you in El Portal, 74, 72 West Kendall, and 70-mile-per-hour winds in downtown Miami. So the duration of the wind for Broward County from now until early Monday, you are still going to get these tropical storm force winds of over 39 miles per hour. Miami-Dade basically from now through early Monday as well. Now there's still the potential for some hurricane force winds. Those are in excess of 74 miles per hour. For Broward, from now until late afternoon. Miami-Dade, you've seen it, since 8 o'clock this morning through late afternoon as well. And there's a big batch of strong, heavy rain with gusty winds that's going to stick around basically from 10 until noon, just from Homestead all the way in through downtown Miami. Weather advisories, a tornado watch still in effect from Lake Okeechobee south in through the deep southern Miami-Dade County area. There is the potential for some more tornadoes. We had tornadoes earlier in the day. As far as the cone, what is next? It'll leave the Keys, make its way right on up the coast here, hugging southwest Florida, very close to Fort Myers and Naples, sometime around, noonish, maybe 1 o'clock. And then it's going to aim for Tampa. It looks like it's going to slam into Tampa as a Category 3, 115-mile-per-hour winds. Head on up, right up Florida's Big Bend, and probably make its way through Georgia or Alabama, and finally start to weaken as a tropical storm. The wind gusts, we are losing a lot of our gauges here, so we still have Pompano Beach working, 64-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the same in Hialeah. Throughout the Keys, we've lost just about everyone here. No wind gusts are being reported. We've switched over to the buoy data. Now, the buoys here are on the northern side of the Keys here, the Gulf side, and we're getting 49-mile-per-hour in Marathon, Big Pine 52, 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the Keys. Rainfall estimates, these will continue to go up. This is what we could expect to see. Almost 3 inches in Miramar, better than 4 in Miami. Key West, about 8 1/3 inches of rain. We have a viewer in Miami Lakes, Hialeah, heading south on Palmetto. He says that the winds are extremely gusty. I don't know why that person is driving. They should not be on the road. But anyways, if you're on the road, please don't be. There's no reason for anyone to be on the road right now. We got to make sure that you stay safe, and that's our primary role, to let you know what is going on so you avoid being out on the streets right now. All right, so the flood threat, here it is, from Broward through Miami-Dade, southwest Florida. That flood watch in effect until Monday evening. Hurricane warnings in effect for the entire state of Florida, and that is obvious. We have a hurricane on our hands, and it's going to stick around for quite some time. That's the entire wrap-up. Back to you guys.
All right, Phil, thanks for that. And you mentioned all those winds, Christine. We've been seeing that crane in downtown Miami. People were so concerned about that was spinning. Well, it has gone down.
7's Alex Diarmas is at the news desk with more on that. Alex?
Believe it or not, part of that crane has come down on one of the buildings in Brickell. Just check out this picture. Part of the crane, it seemed like it cracked, and you can see that it's hanging partially off of the building. You see that tall thing behind the building, that's part of it. The second part of the crane now cracked on top of this building. This is going on at 3rd Street and 2nd Avenue in Brickell. We have a viewer who told us this is the building to the left of the federal prison and then in front of the federal courthouse. Of course, you remember this video. This was so concerning yesterday and leading up to yesterday. This was one of those cranes in the downtown area spinning because of those very strong wind gusts. Well, today we got that picture and part of it has cracked. We do have a crew who's either on the way or already there. No word yet on any injuries. This may be an apartment complex. And remember, officials did warn everyone in that area that if you see a crane outside or near your building, that you should evacuate, that you should get out because of this right here. A very concerning situation. We had been talking about it leading up to this event, and there is that photo. Christine, Diana?
All right, Alex, thank you so much. And from those pictures, let's hear from Katrina Bush now, who's on the phone with us. Was on the phone with us. I think we might have lost that connection. But again, Diana, we've been talking about the potential of these tropical storm force winds, and we've had plenty of examples throughout South Florida throughout the morning.
And, you know, that's the part that's been very scary for a lot of people, to see all those construction sites. And we saw a lot of pictures of rebar that wasn't secured. We saw a picture of bricks and other things. Not sure what that was. I think we're still trying to make our connection with Katrina, which we'll get to her in just a few minutes. But it's a concern when you're even going into these hours and you're seeing all these things unsecured.
Yeah, and let's just talk about where this storm is going now, because again, at one point this week, we really thought we were going to get the brunt of this storm, and we really were very lucky as far as that's concerned. What we're seeing is nothing compared to what we would have seen. We've already seen what people in the Keys have gone through. We've had some pictures from there. And then as Phil was saying, what's next is Southwest Florida, where we checked in with Kristen Holmes, and she told us, you know, unfortunately, the people didn't have that much time to prepare.
Yeah, they were kind of caught off guard, and thank goodness I know that everyone here in South Florida took the time, because coming in this morning, it was an absolute ghost town, and it was so comforting. I know Christine and I came in during those early morning hours, and there was absolutely no one around. Want to get back to that crane situation, and also to clarify that those crews on that particular crane right there, we got word that it would take up to 2 weeks to take that huge contraption down. 7's Katrina Bush is here now with one of the cranes that did come down. Katrina?
Yeah, that's right. I'm looking up at it right now, and, you know, we've been seeing this video of these cranes that have been spinning around as the winds have picked up. The wind was just too much for this one on Northeast 3rd Street and 2nd Avenue, and we were able to find it and know that we were in the right place when we were looking for this damage, because we were driving by there along 2nd Avenue and noticed a lot of construction materials, just pieces of asphalt, even a sign that looked like it was pretty much just bent in half was there in the side of the road. And so we just kind of looked up from there, and that's where we could see the damage that the crane has left behind. It even looks like it ripped a hole in the side of the building that's under construction right now. And we are sitting here on the side of the road, a little bit down from the building, and it's really not a surprise, because this is the strongest I've felt the wind since we've been out here all morning, since about 3 o'clock this morning. The winds are really whipping down here downtown, so we're seeing not only tree branches and palm fronds and little pieces of debris, but again, now we're seeing that construction, pieces of construction sites and, you know, street signs here blowing down the street. So these winds are really strong. We're sitting here inside the truck, inside the SUV, and this car is feeling really light right now. That's how strong these winds are.
Katrina, you know, just looking at these pictures, it makes us anticipate what the recovery phase will be like here, because, you know, we're used to, it takes a while to clear the streets of the typical debris. But this is a little different. I mean, this in the middle with the storm still whipping up these winds. I mean, we're hearing some really bad thunder here right now in North Bay Village. That's probably what you heard on air. But it would take a while to clear something like this.
I would think so. And, you know, we're just here on one side of this construction site as we're seeing more tree branches break off here in front of us. But, you know, basically the whole street there, as we're closer to that 3rd and 2nd intersection there, was covered with, again, those little pieces that broken off of the asphalt, which I think looks like it fell off the side of the building when that crane hit it. I will say there are also some cars parked here on the side of the road, so pretty amazing that it doesn't look like any of that debris, that falling debris from the crane, hit anything major. And wow, these gusts are really strong. Another one is coming through, and this car is rocking right now.
All right, you're looking there and listening live to Katrina Bush. You're seeing that crane that was spinning before. I want to show you the picture of the crane that we've been showing you that went down and just could not stand a chance against those strong winds that you're describing. And this is what is happening out there at these construction sites. So many of them that had that short window to prepare. And as we're understanding, it would have taken quite some time, possibly up to weeks, to take the entire structure down. And so if you have any kind of idea about going out into these elements, Christine, as we've been telling people, you don't know what you're going to encounter, what kind of debris is going to come at you. So that's why officials are advising people to stay indoors until at least later in the day, very late into the evening.
Absolutely. Now is not the time for that. I know we have a roving camera that's also showing damage throughout Northwest Miami-Dade. Don't know if we want to go to that yet, but the idea is that, you know, right now you should be nowhere but home. I mean, no matter where you are in South Florida, and Phil Farrell will attest to that, because throughout the morning, I don't think I've ever heard him mention so many cities under a tornado watch at once. I mean, it encompassed just about everybody. And that's because the air is very unstable right now. Those tropical storm force winds, those gusts, I mean, some of them are up to almost hurricane status gusts. That's a lot of wind, and they're coming through all parts of town.
Yeah, we've had 82-mile-per-hour gusts all the way stretching from down south, and he mentioned some of those cities: Miami, Miami Beach, Homestead, Coral Gables, Key Biscayne. There's no shortage of all kinds of cities from very down south in the Keys all the way up into Broward County that have been experiencing this throughout. And 7's Alex Diarmas has more for us from the news desk. Alex?
Big news for parents and students in Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade public schools will be closed on Tuesday. The superintendent just tweeted this out: schools closed Tuesday. Further announcements will be made based on shelter closures, school site inspections, and workforce readiness. Again, public schools in Miami-Dade County closed Monday and Tuesday. Christine, Diana?
Yeah, and that's part of the reason is mentioned in the tweet. A lot of it has to do, Diana, with those shelters. You know, they use a lot of those schools as shelters. And, of course, with the conditions right now, they need to go in there and assess what damage there is to the schools to begin with. But I'm assuming that a lot of people will be in shelters until all of this passes, and we know that people have taken advantage of those shelters.
So you're looking at the tweet there. We imagine much of the same in Broward County because those schools are being used as shelters as well. In Monroe County, of course, everyone was sent up to FIU, to the shelter there. And, you know, we have all these kids wondering what's happening, asking, Mom, when do you think, that's the number one question. Can I tell you, with my kids, not so even much about the storm, but when do you think we're going to be going back to school? And, you know, people forget that our schools are shelters, and that is why, you know, this could go into later parts of the week, because even when those shelters are cleared out of people that have been in them, surviving the storm and the effects of the storm, then they need to make sure that the structure itself is sound before allowing all those kids and teachers and administrators back in.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of cleaning up to do just about everywhere. And I believe this is the roving camera we talked about earlier that's taking us through West Miami-Dade right now. Folks, if you still have power and you can look at these images, then I need to say basically nothing, because you can tell why you can't be out on the road. But for those of you who are listening, the conditions are bad just about everywhere. We're seeing a lot of sheets of rain. We're seeing bending palm trees. Beyond the bending, we're seeing snapping trees. We're seeing power lines down, power poles down. Those are some of the things that we've already seen throughout South Florida. So please do not venture out. There is no need to be out there.
And as you're looking at these pictures of our 7 News Rover, that is the vehicle that is out on the street supplying all our crews, making sure everyone has food, battery, and everything they need to continue reporting on the storm. So you don't need to go out there. You can stay in the comfort of your home, whether you can watch us online. If you don't have power, you can also listen as we are on all our simulcast partners. And that has been such a big help for all those, especially down in the lower Keys, who have lost power and had to survive the storm, those who did stay behind. And you see our simulcast partners right there. And it's been really a big relief for a lot of people to be able to know what's going on.
Absolutely. Let's go to Coconut Grove now. We have Lorena Estrada there. And Lorena, you've been talking a lot about the damage, specifically what you've seen at Dinner Key Marina, and that boat owner that you spoke to that leading up to it, and he said, gosh, I'm just hoping, I'm praying, but it looks really bad out there.
It does, Christine. I want to just walk you this way and just listen to this noise. The wind, just listen to that wind. This is why some folks who live close to the beach or in that along the coastline were urged. There was a mandatory evacuation because of this. These winds, mind you, we are in between two buildings, and we are still, I mean, it is a fight to stay standing. And, you know, we were talking about palm trees falling, street signs falling. The one thing we didn't even think about until we realized, check this out. This is a blade from this fan up there. Take a look at that fan. It is spinning. There is one blade left. So we've had to keep our eyes on that thing while we're here taking cover, because we don't know when that's going to fly around. And that's the other reason why we're urging folks to stay indoors, because, you know, you really don't know. It's not so much the wind. Sure, you can hold on to yourself. You know, you can say, well, I'm not going to, you know, fall over or be blown over. But the thing is, you don't know what is up in the air. You don't know what may be coming behind you. So, you know, clearly we've, you know, had some good practice looking out for each other. I want to also, I'll let you listen to that wind again as we walk, because it'll calm down and it'll pick up again. But I want to show you here as we walk through parts of Dinner Key Marina here in Coconut Grove. There's a little pathway, and you'll see just some downed trees through here. And I'll have to say, where we're at right now, there is no flooding. But Carper, if we can go ahead and zoom in over there, you'll see a boat rocking. And this boat, you know, it's in pretty good shape compared to some others on the other side of the marina that we've been posting about on social media. We've been airing earlier. If we have it, we'll show it to you. Great. If not, Christine, Diana will show you that video a little later. But it's already beginning to flood over there. So the concern for us was, you know what? We're going to be here for a few hours. We're already having to think about how we're going to get out of here. And there are downed trees. And the other concern is, you know, dangerously high waves. I can tell you, boats already taking in water. High tide is expected just before 1 o'clock this afternoon, or around 1 o'clock this afternoon. So my concern is, what is this place going to look like in a few hours? When we went to the other side to Miami City Hall, and there was one boat that was taking in water, it was basically sinking. It was scary to be there because you had dozens of boats in the marina area, and there was this howling sound. It was almost like a twister was above it. It was just very scary to be there, because it's one thing to see it on video, but when you're there and you see these waves just, you know, pouring onto the parking lot, I mean, it's almost like something out of a movie, right? Your fear is, oh my goodness, like I can just get swept away. So again, these are the reasons that authorities have been advising people. This is a reason authorities have been, they implemented curfews, and why they were telling people, you want to be prepared for this, because these winds, this rain is no joke. So it was, you know, earlier this week we saw folks with the sandbags, folks stocking up on supplies. I can tell you also, when we were driving into Coconut Grove, there were downed trees all over the road, so we had to take some back roads. Fortunately, we are familiar with the area, so if you're driving around South Florida and you're not familiar with the area, that can be very dangerous. And side note, we were in an SUV, and that was still very, you know, it was very tough for us to get around. Also, I know a lot of residents in Coconut Grove don't have power. I have family and friends in Palmetto Bay who are not able to watch. They don't have power, but they were listening to us through other means. So it's a very scary, dangerous situation. Something that I know you all have been doing a great job, Diane, Christine, and as well as all of our colleagues, to make sure that we're there with everybody every step of the way, informing them the best that we could. That way they are prepared for this. But yeah, just listen one more time. And again, I want to remind you, there's a building, okay? There's a building right by us blocking some of that wind. Again, we selected this location because it is safe. Later on, I'm going to show you video of where the really shocking video is. And I'm not joking when I say, I mean, you feel like you would just be blown away. I didn't even think that was possible, right? You see, I know a lot of people always ask me, they're like, oh, you're a reporter, you know, are you going to be standing there pretending to be blown away? Well, I have to say, some of the wind's so powerful, it is no joke. It's obviously something very serious. But we, of course, make sure that we take all the safety precautions as possible. But on the other side of City Hall, I have to tell you, that's where those boats were sinking. And the rain was coming down so hard, it felt like hail. I've never been in a hailstorm, so I don't know what it looks like. But it was definitely a painful wall of rain, I guess, if you will. So, Diana, Christine, this is a situation here. I certainly hope no one has to come outside and deal with this, because we are in the appropriate gear. I mean, it's just not a fun or safe situation.
No, and no one needs to, and that's the good news. As a matter of fact, officials encourage you not to, because of all those conditions and the rain. Now, you've seen it deteriorate from when she was there earlier today to now.
Big difference, right?
It was a big difference, because we were on the other side. We were right by the water. We were by the boats, and I was like, wow, I was impressed. I was like, you know, I knew that boat owners were preparing really well. They were doubling up on the ropes, and they did everything they could, because I spoke to one boat owner, and I asked him, you know, he came all this way, and I was like, this isn't very safe for you to be here. You know, what made you come out here in these dangerous conditions. And he said, well, that's like my second baby. He has a child. He's like, but we know when you're an avid boater, you love that boat. You spend hours, days, sometimes weeks on that boat. So a lot of, we were able to be by there. The boats were, they looked okay. But in a matter of hours, actually, when Phil Farrow, when he told us, hey, through 10 a.m., things are going to get worse. Well, we followed his every move, and that's when we decided to switch to a different location. We had it was almost like a deadline, and I'm so glad we listened because, before we knew it, there were palm trees falling, and thankfully we were not there to see it. We were just there to see it after it happened.
Lorena, you mentioned something briefly. As you've been talking, I watched Tom Carper kind of wipe the front of his camera. One of our good friends, we worked with him for so many years out there in storms, just like you are right now. And I'm just wondering, because you mentioned, a lot of people talk to you and say, you're going to stand out there. What's it really like being a reporter? What has it been like for you? And what safety measures have you guys taken to stay safe? Because I want people to know that you guys are out there, but you're prepared to be out there.
Okay, so Carper doesn't have his IFBN, which is our earpiece. So Carper, basically, Christine was talking about you. We're talking about how experienced you are. And Christine, when I knew that Carper was going to be picking me up from West Kendall, which is where I'm staying with my family, which I felt relieved because I'm like, okay, already I'm with someone who's so experienced, someone who's so honest, and someone who knows we don't put anything ahead of our safety or our lives. We cover stories the best we can. We want to be accurate, but we also want to be safe. What has it been like for me? Well, I didn't really know what to expect. I lived through Hurricane Andrew. I was in the Kendall area, and my mom, I'm sure, is watching, and I'm sure she'll get emotional because she thinks hurricane, and it takes her back to that. I was indoors. I remember hearing the noises from the outside. I would have never imagined being out here. Again, this is no hurricane, but it's definitely been surreal. It's been something where you really don't know until you're in it. You think of all of the what can go wrong. We definitely want to go and find all of the images and try to describe and picture, illustrate the best we can. But I have to say that it's all about your team. We have Al, our live truck operator, Carper, our experienced photographer. We just have a great team, Christine, and of course, management, always just willing. We all work together. We want to make sure safety first, and that's how the magic happens, I guess.
Continue now. Thanks so much for that, Lorena. And of course, Phil has been with us through this long haul as we see all our crews out there getting beaten up, but of course, well prepared. Tell us the latest on the conditions and when they're going to start getting some relief out there.
It's amazing because this system made landfall earlier today across Cudjoe Key. Once the images start coming out of that area, basically from the 7 Mile Bridge down, they're going to be sad images indeed. There's a potential for some catastrophic disaster out there. It's just no other words to use. The rain, the wind, and the surge continues to impact parts of the Upper Keys, Dade, and Broward counties. Still a huge system, and for a while there, it seemed like it took forever for the eye to leave the northern coast of Cuba and then head on to the Florida Keys. But then all of a sudden, it's gone really fast here and now sitting across the coastal waters of the eastern Gulf of Mexico. I do understand that we have some updated information. We're going to go to the news desk. Is that correct?
Yes, Phil, because we have the opportunity to talk to our Dade County School Superintendent right now. He's on the phone with us.
That's right. And you just a few moments ago, Alberto Carvalho, first of all, thank you for joining us. And secondly, let's get right to it. You just made it clear through tweet that there is no school on Tuesday, correct?
That is correct. We decided based on the current conditions that it would be foolish to open schools or declare that schools would be open Tuesday. We have over 28,000 people in our shelters across Miami-Dade in 42 Miami-Dade County Public Schools being used as shelters. And based on current conditions and the need to inspect the shelters or the schools after the shelters are shut down, cleaning the schools, and the availability of the workforce, many of whom traveled north, it would be virtually impossible at the very earliest to open schools Tuesday. So we made the decision, put people's minds at rest, that Tuesday there will be no school. We'll be making decisions about our readiness sometime later on as soon as we can inspect the schools, and we'll be making further announcements primarily through the media.
All right, and want to clarify for those who are either listening because they've lost power or watching through one of our platforms here. Can you give everyone an idea? Those kids have been wondering, you know, what, Mom, Dad, when do I go back to school? Give everyone a perspective of this is not just a school, this is also a shelter. After those folks leave the shelter, they're also going to have to be inspected, correct? You have to make sure that all of your facilities, and we're talking about hundreds and thousands of schools here in Miami-Dade, Broward, Monroe counties that have to be inspected to make sure that it's safe for all of these kids and faculty members to go back in, correct?
Absolutely. We operate over 520 schools in the greater Miami area, serving over 500,000 students, not only K-12 students, but also 150,000 adult learners. And schools will be shut down. I had previously announced that schools would be shut down through Monday. We're now revising that announcement, declaring that schools will be closed Tuesday. And that's the best case scenario, quite frankly. We have 43 shelters in operation, 42 of them in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and many of them at capacity. And it will take some time to empty those shelters once the storm has passed us. We cannot guarantee that once the storm has passed that every single person will be able to return to their homes safely right away. And then we have to inspect the schools, make any necessary repairs, clean them up, and
All right, so having some problems there with the connection, but some very good information coming from Superintendent Alberto Carvalho regarding the process, you know, before, during, and after the storm. We know for sure, it's been confirmed, there's no school tomorrow in Miami-Dade County, and then he explained, you know, basically they have to assess everything, including damage, and clear out those shelters, and then they'll make a decision about the rest of the week.
Of course, now we can imagine that much of the same for Broward and Monroe counties, as well as, of course, the first priority are the people in those shelters right now, and then securing those buildings. It's going to take some time. So let's get to the latest now on Hurricane Irma and the effects that are really pounding all these buildings, as we're seeing across South Florida, from down in Key West all the way through to Broward and Palm Beach County. Phil?
All right. Before we had the phone call, I was mentioning about the system, the eye, taking forever to leave northern Cuba, impact the Keys. And now all of a sudden it's just kind of speeding up just north of Cudjoe. There's the eye once again, the center of circulation. And if it does not shift here, it looks like the eye is going to make landfall somewhere across Naples, maybe Fort Myers down the road. This is still a huge system, about 100 miles or so in either direction, if not more here on the east side. So we are going to remain on the dirty sector at least through tonight. Latest advisory, 130-mile-per-hour winds moving due north at 9, 80 miles now south-southeast of Naples, Florida. System came ashore across Cudjoe at around 9:10 this morning. It was awful just as that eye wall was moving in. The folks down from the National Weather Service in Key West just begging people to make sure that they stayed in a safe room with mattresses or even helmets on their head to protect themselves from the extreme situation. It then quickly made its way into the Gulf waters here. Now, we are using what's called a composite. That means two radar images, one from the tower in Miami, one from the tower in Key West. The one in Key West, pretty intermittent right now. We can understand why. A lot of gusty winds impacting that radar. That eye now across the Gulf waters. We're still looking at heavy rain being pushed across the overseas highway from Marathon all the way up in through Key Largo. And just because we can't see the radar across Key West flashing in and out, it doesn't mean that there isn't any rain out there. There's plenty of it, along with some strong gusty winds. We had some quiet little time here across Cudjoe and Summerland and the Torches, Big Pine. That has come to an end as well. We have a lot of heavy rain moving in that direction. Marathon is still looking at a little quiet time here. That is going to change in the next half hour. Duck Key, Layton, US 1, all the way in through Isla Morada, Tabernier, Key Largo. This really hasn't changed over the last couple of hours with those torrential pounding rains coming in off of the Atlantic, North Key Largo, with some blinding sheets of rain. From Homestead, Naranja, Leisure City, from the coast, Key Biscayne, westward through Chrome, the Redland. It is just one huge, just blinding shield of rain, and it's been accompanied along with some gusty winds at times. 60, 70, near hurricane force winds from A1A, the beaches, North Miami, Surfside, all the way through I-95, Hialeah, Miami Lakes, Little Katy, Little Havana, Miami Springs, Overtown, Liberty City, Doral, parts of the western edges there of the Turnpike, Hialeah, Miami Lakes, Scott Lake, Hallandale Beach, Broward County from the coast all the way inland through the Turnpike, I-75, Rolling Oaks, Weston, Davie. I could go on and on here all the way in through the area just north of I-595. A little let up right across Fort Lauderdale, north up and down the coast here through Pompano Beach, and then on the north side now through Tamarack. You're looking at just a little brief break here, especially through Coral Springs, that big turn there across the Sawgrass. Just some light to moderate rain for you, but that will change. We are still looking at a lot of heavy rainfall across the area. These are some rainfall estimates from about 1.5 inches in Miami to just under 2 in Kendall, 2 1/3 Miramar, Leisure City about 2 1/2, Fort Lauderdale just over 3 1/3 inches of rain, Coral Springs 4 1/3, Deerfield Beach over 5, and Margate topping the list right now with better than 6 inches of rainfall. Wind gusts. These are just preliminary because the reports continue to come in. Key West, 91 miles per hour, 90 in Key Biscayne, 86 in Deerfield Beach, Coral Gables, 82, the same in Fisher Island, 78 in Sunrise, 75 in Davie, 74 at El Portal, West Kendall, 72, 70 in Miami Beach. So the duration of these tropical storm force winds that continue to pound the area, those in excess of 39 miles per hour from now through early Monday for Broward, the same for Miami-Dade. Now, the potential for hurricane force winds all the way up to 73 miles per hour, those are going to stick around from basically noon through late afternoon for Broward and Miami-Dade. They've been around since 8 a.m., and they'll stick around through late afternoon. And I wish I could give you a better time, say 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, but it all is dependent on how fast this system will move across the west coast, so we'll be following that carefully. The advisory that remains in place, tornado watch across the area. We already had a break of tornadic activity earlier on. So far, since about 6, 7 o'clock this morning, we haven't had much in the way of tornadoes. The system now tracking right up and down the west coast. Sunday, 8 p.m., it'll be just north of Naples and Fort Myers with 125-mile-per-hour winds. This could be awful here if it hugs the coast across Tampa and St. Petersburg, possibly as a Category 2. It'll continue to move in over some metropolitan areas. Monday, 8 a.m., right across Florida's Big Bend, and down the road, it could also even impact Tallahassee. A lot of students up there, Florida State University. It is going to be a worry for a lot of parents. And then the system making its way across the southeast, raining itself out. Wind gusts, we have only a couple of gauges left here operational. Pompano Beach and Hialeah, 62, 66-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've lost all the readings across the Keys. We are relying only on buoy data, and we had about 3 or 4 of them earlier. Now we're only down to 2 47-mile-per-hour winds here at Marathon and 50 across Key West. We're still looking at the possibility of more rainfall, between 3, 4, even 8 inches of rain still possible later on today. And because of that, for our Broward, Miami-Dade, mainland Monroe and Collier County, there is a flood watch in effect at least until Monday night. And it is obvious everyone here from South Florida all the way through North Florida under a hurricane warning for obvious reasons. That is the very latest. We're going to go back into the weather office, recoup, see what else is new as far as storm reports are concerned, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
All right, Phil, thank you so much. Leading into this storm, FPNL officials told us this could be one of the most complex restorations ever. Look at the numbers of the power outages right now. Miami-Dade County, 657,320 customers. In Broward, more than 418,000. In Palm Beach, more than 177,000. And the entire chain of the Keys, 34,321
without power.
And we know so many people that don't have power right now that are relying on our simulcast partners to listen to the coverage. And also, you can see us online on social media as you look at these numbers continuing to rise. And the reason for that is because crews are not out there in these conditions repairing those lines. And by the way, those dangerous lines are down all over South Florida. So in case when the conditions begin to improve later in the day, you think it might be a good idea to head out, don't. And so Brian Enton is there on Brickell to give us an idea of what the situation looks like and why you need to avoid heading out. Brian?
Diana, this is the worst we've seen so far. We were out in this all night, and this is really, really bad. We're at Brickell near Coral Way. Look how deep this water is here. Down there at Southeast 12th Terrace, there are white caps. It is at least waist deep because I'm almost up to my knees where I am right here. Brickell is totally underwater. This is the JW Marriott here to give you a reference point. I want to walk over here and I'm not going to go too far because it gets deep, but I want to see if we can get over to these steps so that we can at least get on higher ground. So bear with me because I don't want to get my phone wet, obviously, because that's how we're dialed into you. Let's go this way, Luis. It's not as deep over here. We're just going to get up here next to this building so that we can get out of the water a little bit. Make sure Luis is okay getting up the step here because it's the water's murky and it's hard to see. Watch this step, Luis. Okay, this is much better. We can get up here on the steps and get out of the water and take you a little closer here to Southwest 12th Terrace. Unbelievable. This is totally underwater, this part of Brickell over here. We haven't seen anyone out here. We have seen some flying debris because there's construction sites all over the place if you know this area. This is the Colonnade Plaza here on the corner. There's a CVS, Morton Steakhouse. You know this intersection. This is a very, very busy intersection. You've got CVS on one side, you've got Morton's on the other. And now take a look, it is just underwater. Literally white caps in the intersection out there, and you see the wind and the rain just whipping through the buildings out here along Brickell. Wow. Christine and Diana.
Wow is right, Brian. These are the first pictures that we have shown on air here of our area that really show how powerful this storm is and exactly what Phil has been talking about leading into this storm, especially when you see the white caps on those floodwaters. It's incredible.
Yeah, my friend who lives on Brickell just texted me this morning, you know, oh, look at this. Hey, not a good idea. Look at this. This guy is not doing the right thing. He has no idea how deep is it about to get. I cannot believe that the person in this Escalade is trying to drive through this right now. Gosh, please turn around. Okay, I think he's getting the message. It looks like he's driving over the center median, and now he's turning onto 12th Street. But
unbelievable.
I'm telling you, it's gonna get chest deep. He doesn't understand. It's gonna get chest deep if he keeps going. But too late now.
Gosh, that's so dangerous.
Okay, it looks like maybe he's turning in.
All right, if you're just joining us, this is Brickell. Someone is out there doing exactly what you should not be, because if that driver gets himself into trouble, there is no one around right now to rescue him. And then you're putting the lives of first responders once they do come out in harm's way. As you're looking at these live pictures, Christine, these are white caps on Brickell there, right near Morton's, if you're familiar with this area, off in downtown Miami.
This is absolutely unbelievable. And Phil Farrow, I'd like to bring you into the mix because this was precisely what you were talking about when you were talking about what we would be seeing with this storm.
Yes, indeed. We are looking at exactly the peak of the high tide right now. And on top of that, we're looking at the storm surge. This is going to last for quite a while. And this is basically that body of water being pushed in from the Atlantic by some very strong winds. And right now, the high tides, Lauderdale by the Sea, 11:39 a.m., Fort Lauderdale around 1 p.m., Hollywood Beach just after 1, Miami Beach 12:26, Cutler Bay 1:28, and Key West 1:45. So now we know what the high tides are. Let's go back to that video out there because the wind is now pushing all that water on shore on top of the high tide. So we will probably see at least another foot, maybe another foot and a half there right across a Brickell, and that is why the evacuation orders were done. That is why we try to get everyone out of harm's way, and kudos to all the folks at the emergency manager's offices there who had the foresight to order everybody out just because of this. And you just saw a moment ago a person there driving through the area. That is the poster child of what not to do in these kinds of situations. I don't know what they were thinking, where they were going to go. They don't know now where maybe the road ends, the bay begins, or if there's a canal or the Miami River, and that's where people get into trouble. Don't drown, turn around, and we can't stress that enough. If we can, let's just go back out there to those impressive images, the video out there with Brian Enton. Brian, did you get a chance to see whatever happened to that vehicle?
Yeah, I'm trying to be careful, Phil, because the water's so murky, but I want to make sure this guy's okay. I think he may have turned into the JW Marriott parking garage. I'm not going to go too far. Like I said, I don't want to get waist deep because I've got a ton of electronics in my pocket that we need to be on air. But let me peek around the corner here and see if I can work my way down. I just want to make sure he's not stuck over there.
You're about
I don't think he is. I think
you're about knee-high level right there.
Yeah, I'm
right
about.
Now,
yeah, I just got up on a. There's like a flower bed, big concrete flower bed. So now I'm out of the water. I'm looking down, and it looks like he must have made it into the parking garage. So so
Brian,
he made it. So hopefully he's okay. But yeah.
Tell me about the intensity. It looks
Go ahead,
like
Phil.
Tell me about that intensity. It looks like the water is just rushing in. It's almost like a big current right there.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and the wind really picks up when you're in between the buildings, so you have to be careful. But yeah, it's like a current. I mean, there's white caps out here. It's like, looks like the ocean on Brickell. And I'm looking east, and I see the bay. I see a sailboat bobbing in the bay about 2 blocks down. And between here and the bay, it's just all underwater. These roads are totally submerged, and we're not talking like ankle deep. I mean, I'm telling you, if we went out in the middle of this, it's well over waist deep. So you want to stay far away from Brickell right now.
That is impressive indeed, and this is just part of that storm surge that we had been forecasting, that we had been talking about. We knew it was coming. We're glad that people got out of harm's way, and this is going to stick around at least for another hour or so. If I can take a look at the time here, right now it's about 11:19. The high tides will continue to stay with us at least through what, let's see, the latest one we have will probably be about 128 across Cutler Bay. Key West, we had one around 145 a little while ago. The wind gusts out there are around 45, 50 to 60 miles per hour, Brian. And I'm sure that will continue to push the water far, far inland. Can you see how far it goes?
Yeah, well, it goes for as far as I can see. What was interesting, like I said, is when I was just looking down that block, which is, it's 12th Street, Brickell Avenue and 12th Street. It looked like the water was this high all the way down to the bay, about 2 blocks away. So this is not just like an isolated area right here on this block. This entire area is underwater right now.
All right, Brian, for the people who may just be joining us right now and watching these impressive images, this is the storm surge coming in that we've been talking about. Give us a scene setter. Where are you? What are the buildings around you? Where is all this water coming from?
Okay, so we are at Brickell and Southeast 12th Terrace. This is that main big intersection in the middle of Brickell, you know, where the Morton Steakhouse is. You've got the CVS on the corner, and then you've got the JW Marriott, which we're right next to. And this entire area is underwater. It's about waist deep or even higher than waist deep when you get out in the middle of the intersection. And it apparently, I mean, I don't think it, you can tell me, Phil, but this can't be rainwater. I mean, I don't think it's rained this much for this much water to flow into this area this quickly, because this wasn't like this, you know, hours ago. And now all of a sudden we've got, you know, Brickell underwater.
Brian, obviously that is not rainwater. That is that storm surge. There's a fire hydrant just across from you. And about 10 minutes ago, I was looking at the fire hydrant, and the water was just about halfway to the fire hydrant. There it is, and let me see where it is right now. It's, well, it looks like it's still about halfway, so that's good news. Maybe the water may not go any higher. I'm going to use that as my reference now, a little gauge, just to measure how high this water is going. but that looks pretty deep. That's at least a good foot, maybe a foot and a half, and you are mentioning that it is getting
deeper. Look at this. So now we've got the Weather Channel, Suburban. I mean, I hope they know what they're getting into, because we saw the other guy get through a few minutes ago, but, you know, it gets really, really deep up ahead. So let me see if I can get their attention, but, you know, I guess they know what they're doing there, the Weather Channel, but it doesn't seem like a good idea to be driving through here. I don't want to walk out to the middle.
I mean, these images...
he's on his phone. He doesn't even see me. He's by himself on his phone, and he's driving in the middle of this.
These images speak for themselves. I mean, this is just exactly what not to do. And to see the Weather Channel doing this kind of stuff is kind of surprising. I wouldn't be, boy, if he gets stuck right there, it's going to be hard to get him out. I am just amazed. I wish I could have a meter there to measure the power of that current being pushed along by those strong gusty winds. It's just going to be awful.
Yeah, the winds are intense, and it seems like it's even stronger. The winds are even stronger in this area because you've got the buildings, and so it's like it creates these wind tunnels in between the buildings, and it just really whips. And when we got here, I mean, the other issue is that you've got all these construction sites on Brickell, and you've got debris falling from the construction site. So we're obviously being really careful, which is another reason I don't want to go out in the middle of the water, especially with Luis with the camera, and I don't want to risk all of our electronics getting wet and stuff. But, you know, there's a lot of hazards in this area. It's not just the water. The water is murky. You can't see through it at all. You can't see where the sidewalk starts and the road ends and the curbs, and you just, you know, this is not an area you want to be exploring right now.
You know, one of the things that you were mentioning about the water being muddy, that's another danger, because you really can't see what's in the water. There could be debris, things that are very sharp and dangerous, and that's just being dragged along by that current, and it is going to stick around for a while. Let me review the tides once again. Fort Lauderdale by the Sea, or actually Lauderdale by the Sea, 11:39, 12:41 in Fort Lauderdale. Hollywood Beach just after 1 p.m. Miami Beach, 12:26. Cutler Bay around 1:21 and Key West 1:45. So as the storm surge continues to come in, we are looking at these high tides impacting the area. That is just going to make that wall of water continue to rise and continue to rise. And we were kind of talking about it since yesterday. This wasn't going to be like an incredible thing moving in like a freight train. This was going to come in, start to slowly build up, slowly build up, slowly build up since last night. And this is where we stand right now across the Brickell area. You can see that there's plenty of water, standing water in places about a foot deep or more. I'm still keeping my eyes on that fire hydrant to see if it goes up any further. And if I could guess, I'm sure that water is moving at around 3, maybe 5 miles per hour. And by the way, 6 inches of water, a mere 6 inches of water, can lift an automobile and float it away. So those folks that were driving their vehicles through there, they really were taking their lives in their hands, because who knows where they could have ended up. It looks like you're in a safer place right now, Brian?
Yeah, we're up. I'm just going to check to make sure there's no water creeping up towards our car, which is about a block away. So just give me a second. Yeah, I think we're good. I don't think it's rising, but yeah, we're in a safe place. We're up on, you know, some of these office buildings have really high landings. And so we are, we're dry right now. We're up on the landing, just sort of taking in the view for the moment. You see, we're in a good spot up here. But down below, the roads, I mean, you know, totally impassable, totally flooded. There's no other way to say it other than Brickell in this area, at least, is totally underwater, Phil.
And you know, the thing is that this water is going to continue to come in at least until all the high tide is done. That may take at least another hour, hour and a half. And then it's going to take at least another hour, hour and a half, maybe 2 for all that to recede and go back into a Biscayne Bay. So you guys are going to be stuck there for a while. Please remain safe. Try to stay out of the wind, and above all, that current there that's moving in. There's going to be a lot of debris, a lot of things that are sharp that could hurt you. So please stay safe. And that's incredible reporting there from you, Brian Nenton, right there out of Brickell. Just incredible images this afternoon of that storm surge coming in. I'm going to toss it now back to the desk, see if the ladies have any questions for you, Brian.
All right, Phil, thank you so much. Brian, as we are looking at these pictures, just want to reiterate what you basically said a few moments ago, because viewers who might be tuning in right now or might be listening may not have heard what was going on just a few minutes ago, Diana, when we saw
first, somebody tried to get through those waters. How dangerous is that? You don't know, as Phil mentioned, where the water ends, or if it ends at all, where the land begins, where the water, it's so dangerous, and you don't know what's in that water.
Now, for our simulcast partners, for so many of you who've lost power, I want to describe what's happening right now, and it really is unbelievable. As you look at the images that we're seeing, this is Brickell area. This is Brickell in Southeast 12th Terrace is now looking like the ocean. We're seeing white caps. There is water. You can see the driving rain across there. It is inundated, absolutely flooded that entire area. Brian Enton ventured as far as waist deep and then turned back because, of course, he has equipment that he needs to keep safe in order to keep bringing us these pictures. But the biggest lesson here is we saw a driver of an Escalade try to make his way in deeper and deeper into that water. We don't know where he ended up as he turned out of the camera view. But as you look at these white caps coming through here in the middle of a street on Brickell in downtown Miami, the biggest lesson to be learned here at this point, do not venture out.
Yeah, and Brian was very clear in saying, I'm walking this far out and that's it. I'm knee deep already. So I'm not going any further because, not to mention, our reporters obviously are equipped with microphones and a lot of gear. So he didn't want to get any of that stuff wet either. But it's simply not safe. We talked about the storm surge leading up to the storm. It looks like you're there with someone now, Brian. Do you have someone you want to talk to?
Yeah, Christy, we've got a few people who live right here. This is Alejandro. I guess you had to get your dog out. You had, you had to go to the bathroom. But I mean, you live right here. Talk to me about what the situation is. I mean, you've been here longer than me.
Well, to be honest, it's been pretty good. Since Brickell Ave is a main highway to the Mercy Hospital, I understand that they have to leave the power grid on. So my building has had electricity. We've had Wi-Fi. I've been pretty comfortable.
So let's talk about the water. I mean, this is not a good situation.
I did not expect to see this in the morning, definitely. I knew it was going to be intense, but this is pretty crazy. I hope everyone's safe out there and careful. And
is your car okay? I mean, above ground?
My car is parked on the 10th floor, so yeah. I mean, it'll be fine there. The only thing is just the wind is very intense, but thank God I'm okay. I hope other people are fortunate.
Thank you, Alejandro. I want to talk to this gentleman. Sir, can we talk to you real quick? Channel 7, you live right here or in the area?
Yeah, I live in Brickell.
What do you make of this situation with the water?
There's a lot of water. Yeah, it's definitely a new experience for me in Brickell. Been here about 10 years, and yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Let's show the water, Louise. Have you ever seen it this high? I mean, I've never seen anything like it over here.
Never in Brickell. No, like I said, been here for about 10 years, and this is a first. Yeah.
And so you decided to ride the storm out here in a condo?
I did, yeah. I figured it was better than dealing with crowds in the airport, crowds on the street. Yeah, feel pretty comfortable here. So far, so good. Power's still on. Minor adventure. I think if it was projected to come up the East Coast, we probably would have gotten out here. But, you guys did a good job letting us know what's going to happen.
It's interesting, though. I don't think any of us expected this kind of flooding. I mean, out there in the intersections, it's over waist deep.
I mean, we're not right next to the water here. We're a couple blocks in, and it keeps on coming up. So, I mean, I certainly didn't expect Brickell Avenue to be waist deep in water. You're used to seeing just traffic stacked up here, not Biscayne Bay.
Have you noticed it rising? Because we've only been here about a half an hour. I mean, has it? Tell me the timeline. When did you notice it rising? And tell me about how long it took.
So I looked out the window maybe 45 minutes ago, an hour, and could see a little bit coming in the garage, and then walked down here, took a look. It was, it wasn't at that stair. It was lower. Just kind of looking at the stop sign, you can see it starting to come up. The telephone booth. So, yeah, I'd say the last 45 minutes, half an hour, it's really starting to...
So all of this has happened in the last 45 minutes, just about?
I only came down here about half an hour ago, and I'd say it's probably raised about 6 inches.
Wow, that's alarming. Okay.
Yeah.
And you live right here? You live right...
I live down in Icon.
Okay.
Across from where that
it's quite a ways.
I'm just riding out with a buddy who lives here, so...
Okay, well, stay safe, sir.
You too, man.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Be careful out here. I mean, you saw that thing just fly off the...
Safe too, buddy.
Yeah, Louis will be safe.
Take care.
See you later. So you see there's people now coming out, but I mean, man, what struck me the most about what he said is that watching this out here, he says this all really happened in the last 45 minutes or an hour. I don't know if Phil can elaborate on that, but that's unbelievable to think that this area was mostly dry just 45 minutes or an hour ago, Christine and Diana.
All right, Brian, it really is incredible. As we suddenly came up on your shot, we had not seen this white caps there. And you can see it's not just the flooding, as you mentioned, all the other hazards, including all that driving wind and rain.
Yeah, let's go now a little closer to home, bringing it back to North Bay Village now. And we're going to show you those pictures right outside. Take a look at that. It is starting to get really rough out here. You know, as Brian mentioned his location, and they're about a couple of blocks in from the water. North Bay Village, and our station in particular, is surrounded by water. So we feel those effects right away all morning long, Diana. Now, about 11:30, we've been hearing the thunder. We've been hearing the pounding rain, and look at it out back. Wow.
I think these are probably the worst conditions that we've experienced here. As you see all these coastal areas, we saw that shot from downtown Miami. That was 2 blocks away. We had been talking about the storm surge, and here you go, folks. This is what we are seeing. All that water being pushed up over the edge here in North Bay Village. We're experiencing it firsthand, and 7's Rebecca Vargas is right outside our studios right now at the edge of this water, talking about the difference that we've seen in just the past hour. Rebecca?
Yeah, you can see us, ladies. We weren't sure there, but I guess you can. We just experienced one of the worst wind gusts I've experienced yet being out here. And take a look at this. We knew it was going to happen, and now it's happened. Water is now coming over the storm wall here. It's about 3 feet, that wall. It's just amazing to see what is happening right here along the bay. It looks like the bay is more like the ocean at this point. I want to show you, too. Maybe you can see that it's smacking against the seawall over there. We have a lot of low-lying condos along the bay here, and that is just, it's unbelievable. I mean, just in a matter of about a half an hour, the water made it over the storm wall here, 3 feet, and we are starting to see flooding here in our own parking lot here in North Bay Village. Again, our studio is surrounded by water, an island in and out of itself, and we can hear the wind howling. At times you hear that tea kettle sound, so you know, I thought at one point we were in the worst of it, and I guess at this point it is. We're not. We still are in the worst of it. It continues. Storm surge, a big issue, and now we're seeing what that really looks like and why our meteorologists, our local officials have warned us about just how dangerous this is. And we have also learned that high tide is at this point right now is about 11 o'clock. Now it's around 11:30, so we are in high tide, and I'm guessing that can contribute to the reason why we are seeing this. But again, these wind gusts are stronger than I've ever felt, practically knocking us over just minutes before you threw over to us live. Just take a look. I want you guys to really see this water coming up right now as this massive gust comes through. Take a look at that. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Ladies, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Rebecca, I want to stay with you for a moment because I know yesterday you and I were talking. We were talking about the storm and what your plans were, and just on a more personal level, I want you to share with viewers, you know, what you thought about leading into this storm and what this has been like for you, because I know this is the first, you know, hurricane that you've covered, even though it didn't come in as a hurricane here. And we were talking about all those concerns. What are your impressions now that you're in the thick of it right here outside North Bay Village?
We are in the thick of it. I was really concerned, and I was talking to Christine about this. I'm from New England and never experienced a hurricane before, and hearing about just how strong and massive Irma is and what we believe she would be as she would come here and hit landfall in Florida, in our state, it was very scary, and it became a reality. It's very serious. Everyone was taking it very seriously, and now to experience it and see it and know that we're only getting the outer bands, it made sense as to why we should be concerned, and we should be vigilant and be safe. And I'm glad that we are in a safer area right now, but to see just how amazing and tremendous and strong this storm is, and Mother Nature really is. I mean, I'm just I'm really speechless, at a loss for words. I have to say I do have a piece about it, and where we are in South Florida, we were very vigilant, and we have been very safe, and I feel comforted by that. I am concerned, though, for our friends and the people down there in the Keys, because I can only imagine what they have faced and what they continue to be facing there. Oh, take a look right now, right here to my left, your guys right here, where a tree snapped, and right now it is blowing closer and closer towards the bay. I mean, unbelievable. We're really now seeing these wind gusts, what it can do to trees. I don't know, in just a few minutes, it's going to probably end up in the water. Just another reminder that it's so important to stay hunkered down for as long as we need to ride this storm out, because debris can scatter and it could hit you, it could hit a window. So we are grateful to see a lot of these condos here shuttered up as well. Christine?
Has the unique advantage, Rebecca, as we've been telling people, here in North Bay Village is an evacuation zone here at Channel 7. We're right on the water there, and so can bring you these images and still be able to be safe here as we're surrounded on all three sides. And as you've seen these conditions deteriorate, now when this whole thing started, even as early as in the overnight hours and this morning, we're talking about normally this is like glass, and it is, I would guess, a few feet, if I had to estimate, below the seawall level there. And never in all my years of covering hurricanes have I ever seen it look like a turned up ocean right there in our own backyard. Folks, this looks like the ocean. This is not. This is right behind our 7 News studios. And can you talk about how rapidly these conditions have deteriorated out there?
Yeah, Diana, you're exactly right. I mean, paradise back here usually completely clear and smooth, but right now I have never seen it like this before. That is why Zone B, why this is a mandatory evacuation zone. We can see now as that tree is about to end up in the bay, or part of it, a branch now. You know, it's just really amazing to know that we are in this area. Fortunately, this is a bunker. We've been told our building here is so secure, it's so safe. It has made it through several hurricanes, so we knew we would be safe here. So we definitely had the advantage of being able to report and show you just how bad it is, but definitely feel that we are safe. And I've been out here since 2 a.m. in the morning yesterday. I honestly can't even keep track. So fortunately, I've been able to really see how the conditions have deteriorated over time and over time. And it just amazes me every time I come out here to see the difference in the power that this storm has. You're seeing some of our biggest gusts that I have seen yet since being out here reporting. You're just seeing how strong these waves are, and it continues to pour up over here. Fortunately, we do have some elevation as well past this seawall, but this is the parking lot behind us here. And these waves are crashing right now up into these condos. Hopefully, and let me step aside, I want to see if you can see these condos, because they are very close to the water. Their only protection was that seawall. So we're hoping that whoever is hunkered down in there, we know they have no power, so I hope they can hear on a radio, but the best thing I would say to do is to get further away from the water. We're getting a massive gust right now. I'm going to try and brace myself, but I am very concerned for them because storm surge is a big issue. So just in the last few minutes, I am feeling a little bit worried for the people in those condos, just that they get away from the water, but definitely a lot of people have evacuated. Diana, Christine?
Rebecca, you're doing a great job out there, and we appreciate it. We know it's not easy to report in those conditions. We've been there, and it's tough. And you know what? The other thing that you were talking about, which is so true, is the fact that, you know, this is basically the Bay. This is storm surge happening in the Bay. And Phil Farrell had been talking about that. You know, people constantly think, oh, you know, storm surge happens in the ocean. It pushes everything inland. It happens everywhere. This looks like the ocean. It is not. And what a difference, Diana, this shot is when we usually show our viewers every morning on Today in Florida. Let's take a live look out back, and it's usually beautiful. It's the money shot. Wow, today's money shot is courtesy of Hurricane Irma, and what a difference a day makes, because it was nothing like this yesterday, and it was absolutely nothing like this even earlier when we arrived.
And in the past hour or so is when we've seen the storm surge really come over. As you look at the building there on the right is where we are talking to you from. 7's Rebecca Vargas is right there, almost close to that palm tree area. And this is what we have just a few feet from our building. And this is what's coming over the edge here from the bay. And we had talked about those residents living in those condos getting slammed right now by the bay water that looks like a churned up ocean. And you see the white caps. And this is creating flooding in all the coastal areas across South Florida, including downtown Miami. We saw waist-deep water even a couple blocks in on Brickell and Miami. And these are conditions that have really gotten worse over the past hour. It's incredible, the difference.
Yeah, let's go to Omar Lewis for a different vantage point now. He's in Miami. And hi, Omar, how's it going over there? Does it look too bad right now behind you? What does it feel like?
It is getting worse by the moment, and that storm surge, so important to mention. Look at this street here down below us. We have parking decks and a tree, massive tree that just fell out. We're in the parking deck, so we're a little bit protected from the elements, but this is what's going on. And then you have these cars right here, and this is gonna be the major problem that we're seeing. By the moment, this water is coming in from the Biscayne Bay, actually. So we're just not too far from where you guys are located, actually, up on North Bay Village. We're down in Midtown here in Miami, and you can see the water just coming in from the bay, which is just behind these buildings here, and it's going to be a major problem, and you can see it happening before our eyes here. This tree was up just about 15 minutes ago, and then all of a sudden it just topples. And these objects, of course, becoming projectiles in all of this as well, which is the other major issue out here as well. But we wanted to show you how this storm surge is impacting this area as well. I know it's impacting you guys up there in the studio here in Midtown Miami. Same deal. And then you have trees coming down as well. So quite the mess. And these cars will likely be underwater sometime soon. This water is moving in very fast, lapping over the seawall. The seawall, you can't even see it, actually, I should say. The waves are just crashing in onto the land at this point, and then this is the aftermath. So that's our story here in Midtown for now, but we'll send it back to you, ladies.
All right, Omar, and we're going to give your voice a little break there as you look at the radar, and so you can understand why this is happening. It's really churning up so much of the surf as you look at those bands coming through and those outer edges. And it is incredible the amount of storm surge and the conditions that it's creating all across South Florida.
Yeah, we want to turn things over to Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow now, who has more information for us. And I'm sure, Phil, that you could chime in also on those pictures that Rebecca Vargas was bringing us just a short while ago.
All right, so the National Weather Service was watching our live feed here as the storm surge was coming in across Brickell, and they've confirmed that there's about 2 feet of water right now, 2 feet of water flowing swiftly through the streets there across Brickell. And Virginia Key also looking at better than a 3-foot storm surge, and this is all above ground. And all that water now, not only is it pushing right across Brickell Avenue and pushing into inland spots, but that water also moving in out of the Atlantic is now making its way through the inlets here through Biscayne Bay. So that water is starting to rise. As a matter of fact, if we can take a look outside there, our camera in the back, taking a look at Biscayne Bay, we can see the wind just pushing the whitecaps and pushing all that water on shore. That is going to be the issue. So this is our backyard right here. We are looking from the rooftop of Channel 7 Studios towards the, actually looking points north, I believe, right across Biscayne Bay. And we have about a 3-4 foot seawall back there. The water is starting to bridge that already. It will come into the parking lot. This is going to continue to rise at least for another hour or so. There's still plenty of high tide left. So there's going to be plenty of flooding across parts of North Bay Village. And it's not going to stop anytime soon. And then after that, the water's going to take a little time to recede. So this flooding event is going to stick around for a while. And I can't even stress enough just how incredible this is that we are so far removed from the impact, the direct impact of an incredible strong system across the Florida Keys. And yet, hundreds of miles away, here we are dealing with an incredible storm surge, incredibly strong winds, heavy rainfall, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. And if I could save this on a little video reel somewhere down the road, next time that we have a hurricane coming, and I try to stress, please, folks, remember, don't focus so much on that cone of concern. If you think you're out of the cone of concern, it doesn't mean that much. Systems can still impact people for hundreds of miles around. So right now, the situation here across Miami-Dade and parts of Broward County is that surge moving across, and it'll be with us for at least another hour or more. Back to you guys.
All right, Phil. And of course, what you referenced there were pictures that we were bringing you from Brian Enton, who's in downtown Miami, and seeing whitecaps right in the middle of Brickell.
What we have seen today in these last few hours of coverage, considering that we don't have Hurricane Irma here, what we have are tropical storm force winds,
is absolutely unbelievable. And I like what Phil said. He said, you know, if I could get a reel together and play this for people the next time there's a storm that's not supposed to directly impact us, and remind them that that doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to be affected. And here we are again live in that Brickell area that we were talking about. And Brian, since we last spoke to you, the National Weather Service has confirmed that there are about 2 feet of water there. Absolutely unbelievable how we have seen that water push through and saw a couple people try to drive through. Obviously the worst possible idea. Brian?
Yeah, and there's no question now, Christine, that it's rising. Earlier we were a little unsure of it, but there's no question now. The reason I left for a few minutes is I went and moved our car because we parked a few blocks away thinking that it would be okay. And then by the time I got to it, the water was already almost to the tires. So we are now got our car in a safe location. We're in a safe location. We're high up here. I want to show you something though. Come over here because this area, this intersection was dry a few minutes ago. This is Brickell, and let me see what the street sign says here in a minute. But this intersection was dry, and now it is underwater. And look at the steps here. I mean, these steps were not underwater, you know, a half an hour ago when we interviewed those gentlemen on TV. So the water is rising, and I want to show you over here. There's a little alleyway here between these buildings. When we got here, that was totally dry, right by that stop sign. And it's now underwater, and the water is just rushing in between these buildings, like almost like little rivers. And it's unbelievable the way the water is rising. We're obviously in a safe spot here. We're high up here, and if we have an issue, we can actually walk west a little bit and go deeper into this building. So we're okay. But you definitely don't want to be out on the roads because, I mean, look at this. This is the JW Marriott. This is Brickell. This is, you know, this is downtown Brickell. This is the area you think of when you think of downtown. So many of our friends and family live right in this area. So many people who work at the station live right in this area. And it's unbelievable that it is now slowly filling up with water. Hopefully it's not going to go much higher, but like I said, it's definitely rising. We can confirm that at this point.
All right, Brian Enton there, as we see the photographer clearing the camera there. You talked about the hazards, not just the waist-deep water and growing, but those strong winds that we're seeing, the driving rain coming through there. It is unbelievable that anyone even tried to venture out into that. We saw that Cadillac Escalade as he got in there. It was a perfect example of what not to do, because once he rounded the corner, he got deeper and deeper, and whether to turn right, left, how to get out of it, because at that point, you don't know how deep it's going to get past that.
Not to mention, you don't know what's in that water. The water is murky. Debris has been flying all over and is just about everywhere. So you have water on the road, and you have who knows what
Power
under
lines,
that water.
possibly.
Yeah, it could be anything. It's obvious that being out there is not smart. Now, let's talk, Brian, if we have you there and you can hear us. I know you had the chance just a couple of minutes ago to talk to a couple of people who did stay in their buildings in that area. If you could just recap for us what they said as far as the conditions there and when they started to deteriorate.
Yeah, they said that they, decided to ride out the storm here on Brickell in their high-rises. They felt safe because they were high up away from the flooding at least. Let's keep it on the water because it's just so incredible. They felt like they could ride it up because they were high out. They still have power, believe it or not. There is power down here. I'm assuming that's because a lot of the power lines are underground, although I guess they would now be wet. But, the power lines are underground in this area, so they still have power. And they were relatively comfortable, happy they had power, riding out the storm. This morning, everything was okay. And then the one gentleman told us that he started to see the water rise, and he said that this entire area was underwater in 45 minutes to an hour, which is unbelievable. I mean, look, this is the middle of the road. I mean, that tree, that's in a median. It's rising out here, and obviously you hope that people are going to stay inside, which it appears that they are. I just saw a Miami police officer when I was moving our car. He was pulling up to this area that's flooded, and he even couldn't believe it. He said, gosh, it looks like it could be neck deep out there. And he just turned around. I mean, the police aren't out in this. If you have a problem and you have to call 911, you're not going to get a response with these kinds of waters if you're in any of these buildings. So if you are in one of these condos hunker down, don't come outside, don't go down to your lobby, don't go down to the first floor. Stay high up and you should be okay. You probably still have power, and you're just going to have to ride this thing out and just hope that this water is going to recede at some point soon. But man, look at the wind whipping. I mean, you got white caps on Brickell. I mean, you know, I don't know what more to say than that. It's a dramatic scene out here, Christine and Diana.
All right, Brian, and just to give people a perspective who aren't familiar with downtown Miami, this is not from the rain. How many blocks away are you from the bay? And did I hear you say, as far as the level of the water there, as far as how deep it is, possibly how high?
So the Miami police officer who I just spoke to said to him, in the highest areas, like in the middle of the intersection down there, he thinks that in the middle it could be getting up to his neck. So you know, I don't think he was exaggerating. It's definitely over the waist. There's no question it's over waist deep, because when I was walking in it a little while ago, you know, and I backed off because it gets very, very deep. And we're probably, I would guess, 3 blocks from the bay. When it wasn't as deep, I was able to walk out there and look down one of the streets, and I could see a sailboat about 3 blocks away, and I could see it sort of moving in the wind. And it appeared that from where we are, all the way 3 blocks to the bay is underwater like this. I don't think there's any dry spots. And you mentioned earlier we saw a few SUVs trying to make their way through this. And luckily it appears that they made it through. One of them was a Weather Channel guy, believe it or not, on his cell phone. But you know, there's no way anyone could even attempt to drive through this now, because it's just too deep.
You know, Brian, as I'm looking at these pictures, and you're out there, and I'm sure you remember the same thing. You know, during Hurricane Harvey, the first time we saw that, the white caps in just that water inland, we were all amazed. And now we're seeing it practically in our own backyards. It's unbelievable, and it goes to show and illustrate all of these things that Phil has been talking about, and Vivian Gonzalez. They've been doing such a great job. And they talked about that storm surge, and they talked about the danger of those waters. Once again, let's reiterate, that is not rainwater. That is water that has been pushed inland. You're about 2 blocks away. I remember you saying that. You're not that close to the water, and there it is. It looks like that is part of the ocean.
It is so eerie, Brian, as you look at this. And you had mentioned waist deep, and that officer possibly neck deep. That is an incredible amount of storm surge. It came over 3 blocks, folks. We're talking 3 blocks away from the bay. And that is the area of Southeast 12th Terrace near Morton's. If you're familiar with that area, I've never even seen flooding on that street on those rainy days. So in addition to the storm surge, now we're seeing all this driving rain. We here in the North Bay Village studios are hearing a lot of thunder and lightning. So the rain is really contributing to this as well.
Yeah, it's picking up a lot. And I know that Phil has been talking about, as he joins us now, I want to bring you into the mix because you were talking about that fire hydrant that you were using as a gauge, and
exactly.
I don't see it anymore.
That's what I was just commenting. I don't know if it's just because the camera is blurry, but I can't see. Oh, boy, there you go. See, it's up now almost at least another 6, 7, 8 inches, so almost getting 3/4 of the way there. So this is going to continue to rise, and it's just going to be extremely dangerous. No one should be out there. No one should be driving. We've seen a couple of folks drive their vehicles there. High tide continues to come in on top of this surge, so it's going to stick around for a while. This is part of the impacts of a major system making its way through the area. And look how fast that current is moving. I wouldn't be surprised if that's around 3, 5 miles per hour. That is just, if you fall in there, you are going to be dragged for quite a ways. And on top of that, there's a lot of debris. I know we've been mentioning that. There's jagged edges on top of the contamination of that water. So you definitely don't want to be out there. One of the other things that we want to mention is that 6 inches of water is enough to lift a car and take it away. So that's why folks are evacuated. Everybody gets taken out of harm's way. And these are the things that we advise people to do before a hurricane comes. The National Weather Service has confirmed at least 2 feet of water, and that continues to rise, moving swiftly through the streets there of Brickell. Virginia Key, over 3 feet of a storm surge, and that, again, is above ground level. And this is going to continue to go up for at least another few hours, or at least until that high tide comes down. Back to the live images there across Brickell Key. The winds are also picking up. That wind is pushing that water. You can just see the wind spray right there. That's at least tropical storm force winds. The wind picking up the water from the Biscayne Bay area and just dumping it all across the city streets. Brickell. A lot of this is also going to have an impact with some of the buildings there. I'm sure sewer systems are going to start to come up. Obviously, there's no drainage. We are at sea level, so none of this is going to drain anytime soon. And some of those sewer lines are going to start to clog up and come back up. That is going to be a sanitary issue down the road. We're also going to see some marine life. There's a whole host of issues here that come along with this kind of surge, and it's just not going to abate anytime soon. And on top of that, of course, there's the structural issues, the insurance issues, mold mediation down the road. These things are going to go on and on and on. This is the kind of storm that is going to linger long after it's out of our area. I don't know if Brian is out there. Brian, is the wind letting up?
We're far from a car. Our TV, I mean, hold on. Luis, I just don't want the TVU to die in the bad. Can anyone, like, bring us back up? You know, we don't have any way to charge anything. So,
gotcha. Not a problem. He's having a hard time hearing us and communicating, and I understand that wholeheartedly. We want him to remain safe, but I'm glad that at least they're keeping that camera up. That's another great shot of that fire hydrant. That's the my measuring stick, if you will, from afar, from a safe distance. When we started the coverage here, obviously there was no water. It came up rather quickly. It went up about halfway up to the fire hydrant, and now it is almost completely up. You can see that the water can be seen in this intersection for quite a ways, This is the Marriott Hotel there, and so far as we can tell, the National Weather Service confirming 2 feet of water flowing swiftly through the streets in Virginia Key, better than 3. The storm tracker still detecting that we have the eye of the system heading towards the north, possibly impacting Naples. If it stays here on a straight line, that could definitely impact Naples at any time here. They are looking at already some strong feeder bands moving in their direction, and the system is moving at about 8 to 9 miles per hour. They're about 80 miles away, so within the next 7-9 miles, it could be a direct impact on Naples, and that after the landfall across Cudjoe Key after 9 o'clock this morning. The heavy rain continues across the middle and upper Keys. You're not done yet. Miami-Dade, it has just been heavy rainfall from Homestead, Leisure City, Naranja, all the way up through Cutler Bay, Palmetto Bay, Pinecrest, the Hammocks, moving into downtown Miami. And really, everyone from the beaches, Key Biscayne, South Beach, North Miami Beach, Sunny Isles, moving inland across I-95, Liberty City, Little Haiti, all the way into the Turnpike, Doral, the airport, Miami Lakes. There is no one now that is not being impacted by this system. Yesterday, I was kind of telling folks, you know, everyone, this is a big system. Everyone is going to be impacted, just some worse than others. Now, for us, these are actually second-hand effects because the actual impact, the severe spot was the lower Keys today. The radar still showing moderate to heavy rainfall as far north into Broward County as I-595, Weston, US 27. And after some moderate rain, the rainfall has been picking up across Fort Lauderdale. So the beaches now moving inland across I-95 just north of Fort Lauderdale. The rain is starting to pick up. The wind gusts are starting to pick up. Coral Springs, you were quiet for a little while, but now you are looking at a deluge as well across the area. Here are some estimates. So far, I'm sure that some of these may be outdated. I'm sure some of them will continue to go up. The rain is coming down extremely fast. Miami earlier today, over an inch. Kendall, just under 2. Miramar, better than 2. 2.5 in Leisure City. Fort Lauderdale, almost 3.5. 4 1/3 in Coral Springs, and Deerfield Beach, over 5. Margate, just over 6 inches of rainfall. We are getting hit pretty hard here at the studio. I'm sure that there is problems with our roof. I can hear things being ripped off. It's going to be interesting once it's all said and done what kind of damage we are taking on here across South Florida. So these winds, this is the problem. This is what we're dealing with. In Broward County, these tropical storm force winds, 40 miles per hour and above, are going to stick around now through early Monday. The same for Miami-Dade. Now, hurricane force winds all the way up to 74 miles per hour. From noon to late afternoon for Broward, Miami-Dade, we had them earlier today from 8 a.m. to late afternoon. This may come to an end a little sooner than the tropical storm force winds. As far as advisories are concerned, the watch that was in effect for tornadoes from Lake Okeechobee South has been canceled. The only warning that we can find right now is up by Fort Pierce. They are looking at a tornado warning. The cone, this will continue to track across southwest Florida, coming very close to Naples and Fort Myers later on today. Could be a Cat 3. We are hoping that it continues to weaken. We really don't want anyone else going through this big mess. It could be impacting Tampa as a major system, though. That's going to be a nightmare scenario for them. Category 1 as it makes its way across Florida's Big Bend and then making its way across the southeast, hopefully raining itself out across the southeast over the Ohio River Valley. Maybe by Tuesday we can say goodbye. But even then, there's so much moisture, and already this territory is waterlogged across parts of Louisiana and Alabama from Harvey, that any additional rain is just going to be a big mess. We are getting a few more readings now. Wind gusts, 58 mile per hour wind gusts in Pompano Beach, 76 in Hialeah. Oh my goodness, Miccosukee, 82 mile per hour wind gusts. Across the Florida Keys, no luck here. All the gauges have stopped reporting for us. We are now relying on some buoy data. These are just normal wind speeds, not gusts, but across a marathon, 37 miles per hour. 53 mile per hour winds coming out of the west. There's still a flood threat in effect at least through Monday evening for Broward and Miami-Dade. We're going to go back into the weather office, reassess the situation. If we have any more updates, we will bring them to you as soon as possible. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Phil, appreciate it. And live pictures right now. You mentioned the flood watch. Take a look at this. This is a few feet away from our North Bay Village studios here, Channel 7, and what you're seeing there, those white caps, well, that's what would normally be the very smooth bay. These are probably the worst conditions that we've experienced here. Luckily, our building is very strong, and we are hearing, though, the most strong rains that we've had coming down on our building, and we are seeing a lot of that water now coming over the seawall and onto our parking lot here. As you look at that, you can actually see the driving rain coming across the water there, Christine.
And you can hear it. You know, as Phil mentioned, we can hear that there are some things being tossed around outside. But you know, what's really incredible to me is that this is actually the shot that is usually the most relaxing. As you drive into work and you look on either side of us, there's water. It's beautiful. That shot outside, some of our employees during their lunch breaks, they go out there because it's normally just so peaceful and so calm and like glass. And it is unrecognizable right now. The other shot that was kind of impressive this morning, just a couple of hours ago, we saw that crane, Diana, in downtown Miami, and I think we have a shot of that to show you as well. This is a building that was under construction, and look at that crane, just snapped. They had talked about trying to get it out of there ahead of the storm. It was just going to take too long.
A lot of people concerned when they saw these cranes in downtown Miami. And for those of you who maybe want to start criticizing the construction companies, we had gotten word that to take down these massive structures would have taken up to a couple weeks to get everything down, so that they secured it as much as they possibly could. And one of them just couldn't sustain the force of the winds. And 7's Katrina Bush has more on that now.
Well, this time of the day and being in this particular part of downtown Miami, we have seen the strongest winds so far this morning. And take a look at some of the damage that the winds have produced here. This crane just could not withstand these strong winds that have just really strengthened over the last few hours here, just a couple blocks from Bayfront Park. So that crane just gave way, and we're seeing some of the damage that it caused here to the construction site as it just collapsed under the weight of the winds. And we knew that we were close to the scene here because this is the kind of thing that we were seeing in the street. Pieces of asphalt and concrete just covering the street around Northeast 3rd Street and 2nd Avenue. Signs, street signs, and palm fronds, tree branches just littering the street. So these winds are getting heavier, they are getting stronger, and this is just the start of it and some of the damage that, again, we are seeing in downtown Miami. Reporting in downtown Miami, Katrina Bush, 7 News.
All right, Katrina, thank you for that. I do want to mention, as we showed you that crane and that particular area, an official tweet going out from the city of Miami saying, avoid the area. Officials urging people in the buildings facing that crane to seek shelter on the opposite side of the building or in a stairwell. Obviously, that's a very dangerous situation with the types of conditions that we're experiencing right now and those very strong winds. You do not want to be anywhere near that.
And want to stress once again that they are advising everyone to stay indoors right now because we're experiencing the worst winds and storm surge. So the downtown Miami area is very dangerous right now. There's a lot of debris going around, and we've been showing you the most, for me, shocking sight to see Brickell underwater. One police officer noted that he thought the water was as deep as his neck in some areas. So officials want to keep everyone off the streets.
Yeah, and it's not just downtown Miami. There are curfews everywhere. They don't want you outside. I'm sure you probably heard that on air. There's stuff being tossed around outside. And I want to go to Alex Irma at the news desk now. She has some images to share with us. Really what we've been seeing and hearing here, Alex, is pretty impressive.
It sure is, Christine. We've seen down trees, we've seen down power lines, we've seen down cranes. But this video out of the Miami Lakes Hialeah area, wait for it. You can see this tree tilting over and down it goes. And I'm sure that made a very loud noise. And I think it's important to know that the people inside this home probably heard that and said, oh, what was that? Let me go outside. Let me see what happened. But that is what you are being advised not to do. No matter what you hear outside right now, you are urged to stay inside because of all those conditions. You've been hearing the high winds, strong winds, heavy rain. And again, you don't know if you step outside, what if that tree would have fallen on someone instead of that car or that van, right? So that's the idea this morning. 12:08 is your time right now, and this is what we can expect for the rest of the day. We're getting video, we're getting images from viewers, you at home. We appreciate that. As soon as I have something else, I'll bring that to you. Christine, Diana.
All right, and want to bring you some of the images from just a few feet outside our studios here in North Bay Village. We have quite the vantage point. What we're looking at now is the causeway, that road down there, as you can see, driving in this morning. There was driving wind and rain, but nothing like what we're seeing now, and trees being snapped. We're seeing a lot of debris, and in the studio, you probably heard something hitting our roof. It's pretty incredible how much the conditions have deteriorated in just the past hour.
This is about the worst I've ever seen it here. Been here for 20 plus years, and honestly, the conditions out back that I just saw, I don't recall ever seeing under any circumstance. And it goes to show you once again, just that point of it doesn't matter whether you're in the core of that storm. It doesn't matter whether you're in the crux of it when the storm is so large. And that is the case here. These are the outer bands of a system that did not directly hit us. And yet, look what it looks like out there. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. I know a lot of you who are watching or listening at this point, because there are a lot of people without power, are used to seeing this, what is normally a beautiful shot out back, outside our 7 News studios, and it is unrecognizable right now.
And live pictures right now. I want to try to describe this for you. You just saw whitecaps a few feet from our studios here in North Bay Village. Now what we're showing you are live pictures of water going up to the top steps of buildings on Brickell at Southeast 12th Street and a flooded street. We have our crew there, and in the distance you see whitecaps as this driving rain pushes all this water through that street there. And Brian Enton was there earlier. He got as far as knee deep, but then had to turn around because he was estimating that it went way further than that. And this is in the middle of a street in Brickell that hardly ever floods.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Everything that we're looking at right now is so eerie, and it's what's really
strange, even being, news anchors who do this all the time and look at these pictures all the time, is that, you know what, it's very, very different when it's home, because these are the areas that we grew up around. These are the areas that we normally commute through. And looking at them now, it's hard to believe that Hurricane Irma has come in and done this, not even as a hurricane. It's crazy. Tropical storm force winds and all that surge.
And it is, as you're looking right now, if you are joining us from some of our simulcast partners, as we know, the most amount of people right now without power, you're hearing something hitting our roof right now, possibly debris, and want to continue to show you these white caps is what we are showing our viewers. For those of you who are listening to our simulcast partners right now, white caps and driving rain, sheets of it coming across what looks to be the ocean, but it's not. It's a street right there on Brickell and right near the Mortons. If you're familiar with this area where a lot of traffic goes through to get to that downtown area, all you see is that driving rain in the distance and water being pushed up, and it continues to rise. There was a fire hydrant there that we were gauging, and now we're only seeing the top of it at this point.
Yeah, Diana, we cannot reiterate enough, because we know a lot of you at home right now are completely in the dark, as far as you maybe have shuttered up your home so you can't see what it looks like outside. You maybe have lost power. You might be listening on the radio and you really want to see because you're hearing all this stuff outside. Do not go outside right now. It is not safe. The conditions are absolutely terrible. We want to remind everyone, that these waters that you're looking at right now, these flood waters, this is one shot right now, and this is Brickell. But this is going to be the scene throughout a lot of South Florida. You never know what you're getting into when you are driving through waters like this. Forget about how deep it may be. You're never going to know that. You don't know what's under those waters.
And we're hearing howling winds, and I just have to know if anyone might know, it's Rebecca Vargas who's outside, because inside we're hearing these awful noises, whether it's a driving wind or debris hitting the roof of our building. I want you to be careful out there. What's really incredible is you can't tell where the base starts and the edge of the concrete and the barrier wall there begin. Rebecca?
Yeah, that's true. You said it. I mean, what I think it is, from what I can judge out here, is that you are hearing these massive wind gusts hitting our roof here in our North Bay Village studios, which is located right on the bay, surrounded on all sides, really, practically, by the bay, which storm surge, that's the big issue. Take a look behind me here. The bay is now completely over that seawall. The waves continue to come onto our parking lot here in the back. We were out here maybe less than 15 minutes ago reporting to you live, and it appears as if it's more flooded at this point. And this is what our meteorologists are telling us about storm surge, how it is a catastrophic, life-threatening situation when it comes to storm surge. Fortunately, in our area here, we are only getting the outer bands of Irma, whereas the Florida Keys could be experiencing, I can only imagine what they could be experiencing just seeing what we're getting at this point. But just to see, I hope you can see right now as our photographer shows you how these waves are crashing up against the seawall here. And we are looking at several low condos that appear to be only 1 or 2 floors. For those that are listening on radio, I'll try to describe it to you as much as possible, since I know you are unable to see. A lot of those condos, all they have protecting them at this point is that seawall. And all I can see are those white caps smacking into the seawall and going above. Since it's going above ours, I can only imagine it's going above theirs at this point. A lot of these buildings and these condos are boarded up, as from what we can see, they either have plywood on the windows or they have shutters on their windows. So I'm hoping that everyone has evacuated. If not, shelter in, get as far away from the water side of your unit as possible. At this point, storm surge is an issue, whether you could get several inches of water in or not. Hopefully sandbags were in your condo, but at this point what we can see is the winds and the water. The fact that we are in high tide, it is causing the water to go above the seawall, and we are starting to see what storm surge could look like here in our area. And again, we actually have the opportunity to be on the water here and to show you. Fortunately, we do have some more elevation for our studio here, some more protection, and we're just hoping that these bands will slow down a little, and as the tide goes out, eventually it will cause the water to recede back into the bay. But for right now, that is not the case, and the water just continues to come, and these gusts are stronger than ever, stronger than I felt in our whole last 24 hours and more of reporting out here in this same very spot. So these gusts are strong. Stay put, stay in your homes, and if you happen to be in a coastal area, my suggestion to you, just from seeing what I'm seeing, is get as far away from the water side of your unit as possible. Back to you, ladies in the studio.
Rebecca, thank you for that. You know, you talked about those condo owners briefly and the fact that we are in a mandatory evacuation zone here in North Bay Village. And I can't help but say that right now, those words from Rick Scott, our governor, when he said, we can rebuild your homes, but not your lives, they really resonate right now, because that's exactly what he was talking about. The fact that there could be a lot of damage and we don't know what it's going to be yet. This is just coming through right now. And hoping that the people did heed those evacuation orders, because you right now have a very unique opportunity telling the story from a very unique vantage point.
Right.
You're in a mandatory evacuation zone and you're actually at the news station where you work. And this is our normal surroundings. This is what we normally see day in and day out. And it never looks anything like this.
We've never seen anything like this, Christine. And the thing is, we are in a mandatory evacuation zone, Zone B, but Zone A is most of Miami Beach and those other coastal barrier islands. And if you take a look here to my left, we can't even see Miami Beach. Normally, we can, on any clear day, even actually earlier, I could clearly still see Miami Beach with the wind and the rain. At this point, we can't see it at all. So I can only imagine what type of storm surge, how the waves off the ocean, the Atlantic, are affecting any low-lying areas there and any small homes at this point. Oh, a little bit further there is North Miami. We can't even see past the condo there, and we have no idea how it could possibly be affecting those areas. So this is truly a real concern and a reason why they said to evacuate. Christine?
And no better illustration as you're looking at live pictures here of an evacuation zone, and we see that those areas there along the coastline are really getting beaten up by those bay waters that have churned up, are now crashing into those walls and going over the edge. We're seeing water surging into as far as several blocks away into these neighborhoods. For those of you living inland, experiencing a lot of the winds and all the driving rain and may not have power, we're describing for you what's being experienced along the coastline. You know, we have so many miles of coastline, and this is the brunt of what we've been feeling. I would say that these are the worst conditions that we've seen so far.
Absolutely, no doubt, since we've been here covering this storm. This is the worst that we've seen it, particularly here in North Bay Village, because we're having not only are we looking at the pictures that are just outside, but we're hearing everything that's happening as well. So we can totally tell you that in the last hour or so, the conditions have kicked up here tremendously. For those of you who might just be joining us or turning on your radios, or if you're still lucky enough to have power and you're watching, what we can tell you is that Hurricane Irma did not hit us directly, and that was the good news. But the bad news is that, wow, those outer bands certainly are having an effect all across town. We have seen trees snapped. We have seen power poles down. We have seen power lines snapping, all kinds of things. And this is just the beginning, because we really aren't even able to assess the damage yet. It's still going on.
And so that's why officials right now want to stress that if you're in the darkness of your home, whether it's because of the shutters or without power, we're having the most amount of numbers coming in being reported for people with power outages. So we know a lot of you are in the dark and probably listening to us on radio or online or Facebook, and want to let you know to stay put. This is the reason why. And I'm going to describe for you what we're seeing here all across North Bay Village and those coastal areas. Driving rain that's pushing what would normally be glass-like waters, very still waters, churning them up. It looks like the ocean and waves getting pushed over onto neighborhoods here. And we're seeing debris flying off of roofs here. On the other side of our North Bay Village studios here, we can actually see some of that being peeled away. And so this is the reason why so many people were right to heed the warnings and get out of those evacuation zones. But want to warn everyone still, whether you're inland or on the coastline, there is serious storm surge happening right now, a lot of flooding and very strong winds. Some of the strongest gusts we've experienced so far, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts all across, all the way inland into the coastline areas.
Yeah, this looks really, really bad out there. Live look right now out of North Bay Village. The conditions really deteriorating quickly. I know we have Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow here. And Phil, once again, you know, you were so good about telling everyone not to let their guard down simply because that hurricane, the brunt of it, wasn't coming directly at us. And if these pictures and what we're seeing today don't illustrate that, I don't know what does.
You are correct. And, you know, something interesting here about those strong gusty winds. You see there the surf and the sea spray and the winds are blowing. When we talk about, for example, at the surface there, wind speeds of 60, 70 miles per hour. In the high rises, maybe 10, 12 stories up, the wind speeds could be one category stronger. So if you're looking at a category 1 ground floor, by the time you get to the 12th or 13th floor, it could be a category stronger. And the reason for that is that there's a surface drag. As the wind moves across the surface, it slows it down, but there's no drag in the higher elevations. So folks that are in high rises, they may actually be feeling those winds pounding up against their windows, and it could be a scary situation, but that's exactly what is happening at this hour. And the wind continues to push in all the water on shore. We've had now this situation for about the last 45 minutes to 1 hour. This is basically part of the storm surge, the wind pushing the bay onto the terrain there. The same with the coastal waters by Miami Beach. Everything is getting pushed inland, and the biggest culprit so far has been the wind. And the wind coming in at around 50, 60, 70 miles per hour continues to cause this dire situation. And speaking of dire situation, I want to briefly update the Keys, the lower Florida Keys, which had that direct impact today. Now folks are maybe trying to venture out and take a look and see what's going on. Just because there's no rain here on the back side of the radar image doesn't mean that there isn't any. It's just that the radar in Key West has gone out, so please don't venture out throughout the Keys. It is still a very dangerous situation. Back to you at the desk.
All right, Phil, and as we continue to look at the radar and hear the winds pounding the roof here at our North Bay Village studios, want to bring you a different perspective as our crews get ready all across South Florida, drying up those cameras to give you a better vantage point. And of course, part of this reason is to show you why you should not head out. 7's Jessica Hawley has some more for us. And Jessica, you experienced some rough weather this morning. A lot of people who had tied up their boats wondering how they're doing, and we want to get a vantage point from you there on the coastline.
Well, if they tied up their boat here in Northeast Miami-Dade in the area of 105th and Biscayne, they are not in good shape. Take a look. This is the bay, and it is ugly. The waves are huge, and every boat that I can see that was tied up is now destroyed. We watched this big one that you can see going down right here. When we first pulled up about 5 minutes ago, it was above water. It's going down. And it's so sad to see. You see all the lines, and the lines for the boats are connected to pieces of boat. The only boats that appear to have survived this are the ones that are up on some kind of prop. They're elevated. And the bricks you can see here, this storm surge combined with the high tide ripping this boardwalk apart here along Biscayne Bay. And again, this is in Northeast Miami-Dade, and this is the area of 105th, 107th, and Biscayne. Oh, we're getting it now. These huge waves are crashing against the seawall and just ripping this boardwalk apart. We were live out here last night, and we saw how the boats were being damaged, and we saw one go in. That is not the case today. All of the boats that were tied up here are now either sinking or in pieces. We have seen a few people come out here and take pictures. Honestly, I mean, if it weren't for, do you see them? Talking to my videographer, there may be some people out here now taking pictures, but this is not the place to be. This is a dangerous situation. We're not going to go anywhere close to that boardwalk, but the waves are just tremendous. This does not look like the Biscayne Bay we know. And it's sad to say, look at the fire department boxes. They've all been bent forward. And it's just sad to say that if you had a boat tied up here, it's
pretty safe to say that it did not survive. Since we got here, we've watched some of those boats, wipe this off real quick. We've watched some of those boats break apart. One of them flipped over. The one over there, you can see the bottom. We watched that one flip over. And this one right here, it was above water when we got here, started taking on water, and now it's gone. That is the situation here. It's really heartbreaking to see. This is in the Miami Shores area, northeast Miami-Dade, 107th and Biscayne area. A lot of damage here. And as Phil said, we're not even through the damage.
All right, looks like you're getting a really bad wind gust.
The devastation we're going to see today. Yeah, it's really nasty out here, Christine.
Gosh, Jessica, you're doing a great job showing us. And, you know, northeast Miami-Dade, where you are right now, and you said it was 107th and Biscayne, you know, basically it's a total loss for all those boat owners. We had seen some shots out of Dinner Key Marina where we had heard the same thing was going on. And it really is sad because, you know, all of these boat owners, it's their love of the water. They just like, that's one of them even said on camera, he said, it's like my second baby, and it's all the water that's causing all the trouble. It's so heartbreaking to see that.
And as you just mentioned, Jessica, the fact that they took such measures to tie up their boats and then to see this afterwards, it's so much of what they would have never expected, thinking they took all the precautions to protect their property.
Not only that, I mean, I live in this area. I know people take such great care of these boats, and like you said, it's because of the love of the water. And they did come out here and they tied them up as best they can. Some of the boats have lifts, and again, those appear to be faring well during all of this. But the boats that were in the water, there was just no way to compete with these waves, just no way to compete with them. The ropes are still tied to pieces of the boat. The ropes are still tied to the pieces of the boat. But of course, the boat is in pieces. And then down here, you see all of the bricks. This was a beautiful boardwalk. Those waves have crashed so hard that they have pushed all of the bricks up on the shore. And then driving down here, some of this water has pushed ashore. So there is some flooding on the roadway down here. Let's just hope that, you know, this is the worst of it. And maybe the water, you know, after high tide, maybe the water is going to back off a little bit and give this area a break.
All right, 7's Jessica Hawley, we're going to give you a little bit of a break as you're getting beaten up there by those conditions right now. All our crews are. I can tell you that the best place to be is where you are, indoors, either watching it or listening to it on our simulcast partners. The conditions are probably the worst that we've experienced throughout the morning over the past hour and a half. Or so.
Absolutely awful out there right now. No reason to be out there. One of the shots that we had earlier out of Brickell, I believe we can show that to you right now as well. And this is another area that is unrecognizable right now. As much as we're hearing all that wind and all that rain outside our North Bay Village studios, look at this area in Brickell you're probably very familiar with. This is right next to that JW Marriott. And all of the water that is out there is just, I've never seen anything like it before, and I know a lot of people here in South Florida have not. And I've been here all of my life. This is just unbelievable. Whitecaps in that standing water, they're about 2 to 3 blocks in, so they're not even that close to the water. And look how far, Diana, that water has made it, and look how high it's gone.
And one perspective that we can give you, I don't know if you can see it at this point, but I can describe it for you. There is a fire hydrant that is on the left side of your screen there near that white building in the center. At the beginning, we were able to see it. Now it's gone under that water. So I can tell you that this isn't just a situation that is over. It is continuing. We're seeing an area here in downtown Miami unlike we've never seen it before. You know, we grew up here, as so many of us did, and have never experienced these kinds of conditions. This is the middle of downtown Miami near the JW Marriott, the Morton's there, usually a very dry area, not ever considered a low-lying area by any means. Brian Enton is there. He is with our crew trying to keep all our equipment safe, and that's part of what you're seeing there. And the challenge in all this for our crews to bring you these images to stress the importance of staying indoors, because we did see somebody driving through that area, that if they get in trouble at this point, they're on their own, because officials with these kinds of wind gusts, and we're experiencing some up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, are not going out to help you if you do get into trouble.
No, it's not safe for anyone. It's not safe for them, and it's not safe for you. Let's go to Fort Lauderdale Beach right now, and let's see how conditions are shaping up there. I believe we have Brandon Byer in the middle of, oh, wow, it doesn't look good there either. Brandon? All right, it looks like we lost Brandon. We may be able to reconnect with him in just a short bit. And in the meantime, that picture is not surprising at all. It's Fort Lauderdale Beach, and we expect it to look that way. Some of the conditions are just awful across South Florida right now. As we are reiterating something that's very important, this hurricane did not make landfall here. Remember, we were talking about that earlier in the week, that we expected it to. Well, it made landfall in Cudjoe Key, south of Marathon, at about 9:10 this morning. However, because of the size and the strength of the system, everything that our weather team has been telling us throughout the week has proven to hold true. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow, Vivian Gonzalez, Carlene Chavis, just to name a few, they've done such a good job preparing everyone for what was to come. And they said it, you know, just because we're not going to get the brunt of it, we are still going to get quite a bit of it, and that we have.
And for those of us right now in the coastal areas, I want to give you a vantage point. We're in North Bay Village. We are on the east side of the city. It's actually an evacuation zone, and thankfully, all the people that live around where our station is positioned decided to leave and heed the warnings, and for good reason. We're seeing a lot of the roof tile and the debris flying around this area. You're looking at live pictures right now as one of our crews makes their way through the streets of Brickell to get themselves to another position where they might feel a little safer. And want to stress once again that right now officials are asking us to make sure to get the word out, to avoid the downtown area in particular, basically to stay put, because they have so many down power lines and debris flying around. We saw a crane that had been spinning around, and now one of those cranes has come down.
Yeah, and there's the picture of that right there. You know, the crews leading up to this storm, they knew what the potential of it could be, but they said it would take about 2 weeks to get it out of there, so they had no choice but to leave it put. And basically now Miami officials tweeting out, look, anyone who is around this needs to steer clear. So stay indoors and don't go anywhere near that. We can't even imagine what could happen with that just lying up there now. Once again, you're looking at live pictures. Our crews are doing such a great job out there, and kudos to them, because it's really, really tough to do what they do in the middle of these conditions. They are doing a great job bringing us amazing pictures, amazing information, and the pictures right now just tell the story best. We're looking at, there's actually a traffic light that appears to be working. That's incredible. A lot of them are out right now. A lot of rain, a lot of driving rain. Look at all of that wind. You can see the strength of the wind in these pictures. It's sheets of rain, it's palm trees bending, it's power poles snapping, power lines popping. We have seen all of it throughout the morning. And most recently, Diana, what we have heard is debris being tossed around outside our North Bay Village studios, because when we went to Rebecca Vargas out back and she showed us what was going on in those condos, we could see some stuff peeling off roofs already. So we know that there's some damage. We are so happy that people did heed those mandatory evacuation orders. We saw evacuations, historic evacuations, unprecedented. About a quarter of the population of our state was ordered out. And a lot of people went to shelters. A lot of people drove elsewhere. Unfortunately, a lot of people evacuated to where the storm is heading next.
Which, by the way, they had less time than we did to prepare. As you're looking at one of our roving cameras, getting supplies, batteries to our crews to make sure they're safe, fed, and that they get everything they need to be able to bring you these pictures, to help authorities, in essence, inform you as to why you should stay indoors. The conditions right now, some of the worst we've seen throughout the morning. We've been here overnight and into the morning, and this is a vantage point right now of the Miami River, it looks like, as you see the driving rain moving through there. And this is part of the reason why, if you are listening in on our simulcast partners, it is pretty bad out there right now.
Yeah, the water damage we can expect to see quite a bit just based on the pictures that we've been showing the last hour and a half or two. The water is unbelievable, the way it's rising, the way that storm surge is pushing in all that water inland. And this does not look like a river, it looks like the ocean. And it's just unbelievable. Once again, live pictures right now on your screen of the Miami River. And if you can't see it, I can tell you that what it looks like, well, it's got white caps in it, and it certainly doesn't look like the calm Miami River that you're used to seeing. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Irma right now as we are starting to see some of the most impressive pictures out of our neighborhoods, out of South Florida, that illustrate what the storm is doing here so far.
Now, driving in this morning, and a lot of you experienced it inland, there's a lot of that wind, rain, for the most part here in the coastal area. It has gotten much worse in terms of the storm surge that we're experiencing all along our coastline. And we saw some devastating pictures for all you boaters out there. You can really just, your heart goes out to those folks who tried so hard to secure those boats, just absolutely underwater. That's in Northeast Miami-Dade. We also saw much of the same right off of Coconut Grove. And it really is a reason why you should heed all those warnings in advance of the storm, because as we've been mentioning, we really dodged the bulk of the bullet.
Yeah, that's unbelievable to say it like that and to realize that that is the truth. You know, in August of '92, there were people in South Dade that were going through a really, really rough time. That's when Hurricane Andrew came through. We have a crew in South Dade this morning into the afternoon now. Andrew Scheinthal is there, and I know earlier when we checked in with you, you talked about just that. You know, you're dealing in an area where basically people are extra nervous because, my gosh, those who remain from that time remember just how powerful that storm was and what happened to their homes, a lot of them losing their homes altogether. I can hear the wind behind you. Andrew, tell me what you're experiencing right now.
I know, I mean, just listen to it. It's absolutely incredible. You can see it behind us. We're protected by this cement building that is here right now, so I don't have much wind. But if I just step a little bit this way, you can see how the wind very quickly begins to pick up. And, I mean, it is absolutely remarkable. And I want to show you something. We're going to very carefully walk over here, and I'm going to guide my photographer, Nick Culata, with me, because over here, to give you an idea of how powerful the winds are, we're at a Citgo gas station right now along US 1, and this sign, not only has it fallen over, but look at the metal. It has been bent. So it bent over, and it looks like it was actually melted. I mean, it's absolutely incredible to see the force of that wind doing that to the sign now lying here along the way. So it really shows you how powerful these winds are, these gusts of winds, some of them around 90, possibly 100 miles per hour coming over, snapping this metal in half on this side, bending the metal down on half on that side. And again, you can just see how powerful the wind is. If you look this way, you see it rushing against the street. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. And I don't know if you can hear it or not, but if you listen to it, this sounds like a train with square wheels riding down US 1. I mean, and these are the images that people think of with Hurricane Andrew. But imagine this, but, you know, 2 to 3 times worse, because that's what they experienced 25 years ago when Hurricane Andrew came to this area. And a lot of people talked about Hurricane Andrew when they were talking about getting ready for Irma. So certainly, hopefully, people are breathing somewhat of a sigh of relief, but it's hard to believe that when you see images like this.
And Andrew Scheinthal, as you've been there throughout the day, and you've been talking about that sound of the train. That was earlier in the morning when it was coming in waves, and now it seems to be the most consistent that we've seen it. These dangerous conditions, probably the worst, correct? Even in the South Miami-Dade area?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is the worst we have seen it. And what's remarkable is that it's not slowing down. It has not let up. It has been like this for a couple of hours. I mean, look at the power lines. We're actually going to step away from those because they can seem to be dancing around a little bit. But, you know, I mean, it's just absolutely incredible to think that for hours now, it has been like this out here. We're walking back behind the building, by the way, just to make sure that we're safe, because we don't want to put ourselves at risk to bring you these pictures. But remember what it looked like, out there, what I look like out there, and now when you see me again behind this building without the wind. So it really puts in perspective how strong that wind is out here. But I mean, look at this. It is a complete and total whiteout. And here's what's amazing about this. It's not raining that much. It's not raining buckets. It's just the wind pushing down this rain and lifting the rain off of everything and whipping it through the air. It is just absolutely incredible.
Andrew, we're going to stay with you for a moment, and I just want to talk a little bit about the conditions around you right now, and specifically where you are in South Miami-Dade. Just to give, again, remind you that a lot of our viewers right now aren't actually watching, they're listening. So just to give them a better idea and description of what you're seeing and where you're seeing it.
So we are on US 1 in South Miami-Dade near 282 Street. So Southwest 282nd Street, right on US 1. We're at the Citgo gas station. Across from us is a Chevron. And the winds here are just immense. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. You can lean back and the wind would push you up. It wouldn't allow you to fall down. It has bent over metal signs. It has push debris into the streets. Some of the roadways are not passable at all because there are trees blocking it right here along US 1. And so there's going to be a major cleanup. And the other thing we saw too, which is slightly reminiscent of Andrew, is that some street lights are starting now to fall down. And we saw street, the signals are falling, and the street lights that light up the street at night are starting to fall down. So this is going to be a very big cleanup process. This is the first car, by the way, that we have seen in hours. So, I mean, it really is remarkable. Hardly anybody is on the roadways right now. And so but it is just incredible when you feel that force of wind pushing you, and you can't help but give into it. You have no choice. So you're fighting through it. I mean, it's as if you're walking through some type of water or liquid or something that's constantly pulling you back. It's like you have a rope tied around yourself and you're trying to get away, but this bungee cord keeps pulling you backwards. That's what it's like walking through this. It's absolutely incredible just to look at this and to see these conditions out here.
And for those of us listening at home, I know my family's in the dark listening to these broadcasts, and the shot that you were talking about, you had mentioned those down power lines. When we were looking at you, it's ironic because behind you, what you could see was the driving rain as you were speaking about that. If your photographer could focus on you a little bit, because you could really see how strong the wind is, and you heard the howling once again. But that's part of the problem there, is that those power lines are down all across South Florida, making for some really hazardous conditions. You can see behind you as you stand there the driving rain that you're talking about, and hear it. It is incredible. You can't imagine if you were to walk out in that street right now be able to stand up straight.
It's terrible, Andrew. And actually, the other thing was the guy who came by on the street, as you were talking about just how dangerous it is. And actually, your photographer was zooming in on a street light that was swaying in the wind. It looked like a piece of paper, and this is a big street light. And the SUV that drove right down past it, those are the dangers. If that falls and you happen to be under it when it does, I mean, that's a very serious situation.
Not just that, but no one's stopping at the streetlights, and it's because they're hard to see. So as you're driving through, you don't see the signal in front of you because, one, it's not working, and two, the whiteout conditions are making it nearly impossible. So if someone's coming from, another direction, you could crash into them. They could crash into you. So it's crucial that you stop. But I don't know if you can hear this. Can you hear this? It sounds like a train whistle.
It is amazing. It's a howling winds. It's incredible.
It is. I've never experienced anything like this. I grew up in Texas on the Gulf Coast. I've been through hurricanes and tropical storms. I remember Allison growing up and Ike. I covered Matthew. I went to Texas for Harvey. But this is the first time that I've experienced bands like this that are this extreme and this strong. And it's just a reminder that you need to take these storms seriously. Even if the eye is not coming towards you, if you have these bands coming towards you, you need to follow the rules and instructions of government officials, because they're keeping an eye out for your best interest.
You're absolutely right, and you're so right in saying, you know, the howling winds, which is a term that we use so much and we hear so much in literature, but not a lot of people actually hear them, and we are actually hearing everything and seeing everything. We thank you so much for the great job that you're doing, keeping us informed and bringing our viewers these wonderful pictures and all these descriptions. Stay safe out there. You really are doing a great job.
And from Andrew there in South Miami-Dade, want to bring you a little further north here, downtown Miami. We have our 7 News roaming camera taking a look across these neighborhoods once again, and just want to give you guys an idea. This is also a vehicle that we're using to get supplies to all our crews out there, make sure everyone's safe, that they have batteries and all the supplies they need to stay safe, and keep bringing you these images and this information to keep you indoors so you don't get curious and head out, and so you can understand what's going on outside, because so many of you are in the dark. What you're looking at right now, live pictures of a desolate ghost town that is downtown Miami. And what you're seeing is debris all over the streets there. They're having to maneuver around all kinds of downed limbs. There looks to be just things that were loose and weren't tied down. And that's what they're driving through, including the driving rain and some flooding a little closer to the Bay Area.
And in just comparing this storm coverage to storm coverage of years past, I think leading up to this storm, the biggest difference that I noticed, and Diana, I'm curious to know if you feel the same way, is that people really, really took this storm very seriously. We talked about the factors that could have led up to that. You know, those fresh images of Harvey in their minds where they were like, wow, that something like that can really happen. Because we do have to remember, even though we use Hurricane Andrew as a reference point so often, that was 25 years ago. And a lot of the people who are in South Florida now didn't necessarily experience that storm. And so, yeah, they hear of it and, oh, South Florida, we're so used to storms, and it was different. People really did prepare for this storm.
And that was a long time ago. And like you mentioned, as those years pass, people forget. And really, let's be honest, a lot of us, and I'm guilty of it because I've been living here my entire life and been covering hurricanes for many years here at Channel 7 and been in those conditions. And sometimes my family doesn't think I take it as seriously as I should, just because, you know, I know the nature of the storms, but at the end of the day, we follow what our officials are telling us. And at the moment that the National Weather Service and the emergency management officials say it is time to evacuate, that is when someone like me, who is hardened and lived here in South Florida, says we need to follow those warnings. And reason being, we live in a huge metropolis, and what it is to evacuate, as we all saw, an area like this to get out of harm's way is a huge undertaking. And that is why it was so impressive to see everybody come together when we saw the magnitude of this storm, not knowing exactly where it would land. As you're looking at these live pictures right now, we are seeing a piece of construction debris there on the streets in downtown Miami. And, you know, you got to give kudos to all those folks with emergency management, the National Hurricane Center, who really went out of their way to make sure that all of us heeded the warnings, even those of us who lived in South Florida for so long and sometimes take it for granted that we're going to survive any kind of storm.
And I'm just thankful that they used the language that they did, because even the most conservative outlets were tweeting out information such as, this is as real as it gets. No one will be safe in the Florida Keys. I mean, that's the kind of language that people have to hear in order to really take things seriously, especially in the Florida Keys. Because if we're the way we are here in South Florida, that's exponential to the 10th power over there. They think they've seen it all, done it all, been through it all. And gosh, our hearts and our prayers are really with our friends in the Keys this morning, because we know that they took the brunt of that storm. All right, let's bring it closer to home right now. I know that Alex DeArmas has some information for us from the news desk. Alex?
Yeah, Christine, you saw the flooding in Brickell, but I now want to show you some flooding in Broward County. We have video right here. Incredible. Wow, you even see the whitecaps there in Hollywood. This is the Intracoastal and Hollywood Boulevard near Hollywood Beach, and you would not believe that that is a street. You wouldn't. You would think that's a river, a body of water, but there you go. You see a car. You can see the wake. You can see the water coming up, the wind blowing that water to the side. Severe flooding across South Florida. Again, this is Hollywood Boulevard. The Intracoastal the water apparently, came on shore, just like Biscayne Bay and Miami Shores where Jessica Hawley was. Similar images. Brickell just as bad. Incredible. This is near Hollywood Beach. I now want to take you on a mini tour using video that you have been sending us. I want to show you this right here. Isla Mirada. Again, flooding. Can't tell how deep it is, of course, from where I'm at, but it does look pretty serious. Maybe that's a fence that fell over. Again, Isla Mirada. I now want to take you to Miami Shores where Jessica Hawley was just a short time ago. Again, strong winds. You can see the water there. This pool, well, almost on the top. I'm surprised maybe by now the water from the bay already came onto that pool. Next stop, I want to show you I-95 right now. We understand a transformer, there you have it, a transformer exploded there. You see it in the distance, that blue light? That is a transformer exploding in the distance here near the I-95. Next stop, Miami. There you see some more debris. We've been telling you about the debris, how dangerous it is to be on the road because you never know what's going to fall in front of you or on top of you or what you're going to run into on the roads. This is just part of a building flapping there. Katrina Bush a little while ago showed us a piece of concrete, a large piece of concrete that fell near her area before she arrived, of course. This, Sanibel Island. All right, we showed you where the storm was, where it's at. And now I'm showing you where it's going. Sanibel Island, still pretty calm, but you can see the Sanibel Causeway in the distance there. But you can see the wind slowly picking up. Remember, our friends in Southwest Florida expecting the center of Irma. All right, back here in Miami, you see, again, this is something I already showed you, but again, it's just images across South Florida that Christine and Diana, I mean, it's been a stressful week. We've been anticipating this. You're filled with anxiety, and then it's here, and you see your community. You see, look, a piece of building fell right there, almost near the reporter. You see your community looking the way it is, and it's a bit heartbreaking. The only thing you can think of is, fortunately, it's not worse, but we have a lot of damage across town, a lot of flooding, and like we've been telling you, we expect this weather to continue throughout the day. Christine, Diana.
All right, Alex, thank you.
Now, this is a big question a lot of people are asking. Well, when can we start heading out? Now's not the time. When we spoke to the National Weather Service officials, they talked about late in the evening would be the first time that these conditions let up enough to where you could possibly peek out and not driving around town, but perhaps survey the area around your property.
And who even knows, because at this point, we don't know what kind of damage we're going to sustain, you know, as we continue to get pounded. We have, can you repeat, producer, who we're going to right now out of Fort Lauderdale? Brandon Beyer is back in Fort Lauderdale Beach, I believe. We tried to get to you a little earlier, and we had some problems with that shot. Brandon, are you there now?
Coming on? Yeah. Okay, just cue me.
Hi, Brandon.
Cue me. Go. Okay, guys. Yeah, I want to show you what's happening on Fort Lauderdale Beach. We've really been seeing just incredible winds, incredible waves. This ocean is furious this morning. It has been pounding the beach since we got up just about 9 a.m. and been looking for ways technology-wise to get you these pictures if you're able to see them. If not, we'll do our best to describe, because I know a lot of our viewers are now listening via the radio, since so many of us are dealing with power outages, including us here at the hotel. Much of Fort Lauderdale Beach, in fact, I would venture to say all of Fort Lauderdale Beach is without power. A couple of the properties have generators. Gotta say thanks to the Boo Boo Ram family who brought us down a biscuit, some sausage. That was a lifesaver. So if some folks have generators, they're able to cook breakfast. They're being as safe as they can, ignore the evacuation orders, but they do appear to have a plan that is working. But if you can't see these images of the ocean on Fort Lauderdale Beach, I'll do my best to describe them. Easily 8 to 10 foot waves, only 40 to 50 yards into the water. That's how close those monster waves are coming onto shore. And we're also seeing a large amount of sand start to make its way onto A1A. It's staying on the eastern side, the eastern side of the street, but there's just so much wind has blown over the past day and a half that the sand is finally starting to accumulate onto the street. The ocean is also coming onto the street in the areas where they have the little walk-through. So it hasn't breached the seawall, but the tide is so high at this point that the ocean is washing into the street where the little walkways are, where beachgoers on a typical day would have access to the beach. That's where the water is coming through. So far, the trees are holding up, which gives us an indicator that the winds are under 50 miles per hour. We may get a gust of upwards of that, but the palm trees are withstanding all this. The lifeguard stands, they are still standing. There's a little bit of debris on the streets to go with all that sand, but for the most part, it's just a heavy wind and rain event. We got to change a battery, and then we'll get back to you just as soon as we can, guys.
All right, Brandon Byer, one of our crews out there. Stay safe, my friend. And also, we have an opportunity to get some updates on the city of Miami.
Tomas Regalado is on the phone with us now. Mayor, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm happy that you've taken the time to do this on a day like this, and want to hear from you first and foremost on what you want City of Miami residents to be doing right now.
Well, good afternoon, Christine and Diana. What we wanted to do is to stay out of the street. I just came from downtown Miami. We did a tour. We had to use a SWAT team armored car because the winds are picking up. There's some floating, local floating, not in downtown, not in Biscayne Boulevard, but the wind is really high. We have hundreds of trees down in Coconut Grove, in the Coralway area, in Flagami. We had many calls for rescue that we cannot respond because of the winds, and we will be ready to go out and service the people. One thing that is important, the main priority will be to clean the streets. We have now in place about 11 what we call cut teams. These are a group of people from Public Works and the fire department that are located on about 9 fire stations throughout the city of Miami. Once the winds die down, then they will be able to go in different directions and try to clear some of the streets. We understand that US 1, Lejeune, and Coralway, they're like blocked because of the foliage and the trees. We also are looking at what is going on in Brickell because since about 6 hours ago, we have seen a storm surge. And now, just a few minutes ago, 12:47, we had the high tide. So this will get the situation worse. I'm sure that you remember Wilma and Katrina, that we had the same situation in Brickell of water in that main avenue. But we feel that eventually we could handle that. But for sure, we know that this is a storm surge. This is not because of the rain.
All right, and Mayor, I want to ask you too, for anyone listening and in the dark, those calls that you're getting, can you talk about the nature of those emergency calls that people are calling in about?
It's all about power. Many people, we have in the city of Miami 207,000 customers for Florida Power and Light. Today, at this moment, we have 125,000 customers without power in the city of Miami only, in the city. So that's more than half in the city of Miami. Actually, that's the reason that yesterday we ordered a curfew, but it seems we have people from FPL here. They say that they have crews on the ground, but they have to wait until the winds die down. So it will be hours before people will get. The other calls that we're getting here at the emergency center are the fallen trees. Trees that are falling on cars, on the street, on the sidewalk. We had not any report of people injured or a fatality in the city of Miami. We did have a report about a girl that was born. You know, I'm sure that you guys knows about that, but there was a baby girl that was born in Little Haiti at 5:35 this morning. Rescue couldn't go, but they directed the mother to give birth, and about an hour and a half later, she was transported to Jackson Memorial Hospital. They're both doing okay. But the nature of the calls that we're getting are basically power, trees down. We do not have many calls about flooding at this moment, nor about structural damage, just mainly those calls.
Wow, those are some pretty incredible stories there, Mayor Tomás Regalado. Thank you so much for that. And just to hear him say that he had to tour the city in a SWAT team armored car should illustrate the story enough of what we're seeing out there right now.
But very comforting to know that most of the calls are about power, that everyone has stayed safe, and no emergency calls with reference to people being injured. And that means everyone's staying put, and we encourage you to continue to do that. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the morning. I'm Diana Diaz.
I'm Christine Cruz. We're going to welcome our colleagues now, Jeff Lennox and 7's Lynn Martinez. And as we do that, we're going to get the latest now from Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow to tell us where Irma is now, because we are certainly seeing what she's doing here.
It has been indeed an incredible morning here across South Florida. We began with the landfalling hurricane across the Keys, and then since then, incredible imagery, incredible news arriving here across our airwaves. The big story so far locally has been the surge, the Brickell flooding. Rain, gusty winds continue across the mainland, and downpours persist across the Keys with wind gusts in excess of 90 to 95 miles per hour. So this huge system, which made landfall across the lower Florida Keys, has now picked up a little bit of momentum, and it is just about getting ready to move on shore across southwest Florida. It is still a healthy hurricane. The cloud deck, the cloud cover from the northwestern Bahamas, practically all the way north into Jacksonville, the Gulf of Mexico, northern Cuba, and back in across the Bahamas. And it is still spinning rather quickly to the north, carrying with it a lot of heavy rainfall and gusty winds. So the latest advisory as of 1 p.m. and just to reiterate that ever since yesterday, the National Hurricane Center has been issuing hourly updates. 130-mile-per-hour winds moving due north at 9, 50 miles now south of Naples, of Florida. Strong winds. Everybody wants to know, when is this going to be over for us? Well, for the Florida Keys, it's going to take a little while, at least until that eye gets a little further removed. Hurricane force winds for far south Miami-Dade County will persist until this afternoon. Now, I wish I could say it's going to be over at 3 and it's going to be over at 4. Everything depends on how fast the system moves away from southwest Florida. So mid to late afternoon. Tropical storm force winds, however, across Broward and Miami-Dade, those could persist at least until Monday morning. This has a long way to go before the system lifts out of here. And then one last thing, with all that surge moving in across the area, Brickell seeing a 2-foot water surge flowing through the streets. Virginia Key better than 3. We're going to go now to the National Hurricane Center to speak to one of their experts there, Mark DeMaria. I'm sorry, we're going to go to Brian Enton. Brian, speaking of the storm surge, we've been talking about that 2-foot water surge moving in across Brickell. What does it look like there right now? Has it receded? We're still looking at times of high tide. What do you have for us?
Yeah, it has definitely not receded, Phil. It is definitely rising. We've noticed it rise. We actually had to move all of our equipment and our car yet again because the water continues to move higher and higher. Let me show you. We're right at the edge here. We basically came right to the edge because obviously we have to be careful with the car and everything. We didn't want to get stuck in this. But I'm going to walk out just a little bit to show you. I'm not going to go too far because it gets very, very deep out there. What you're seeing out here, where you see those trees in the middle there, that's Brickell. That's Brickell Avenue. It's totally underwater, and it's much, much higher than last time we saw you, Phil. when we were live maybe an hour ago or so. Again, I'm not going to go out too far, but I just want to show you, like, I'm still in the driveway to this building, to this bank building, and I'm already almost to my knees here, and I'm nowhere even near the sidewalk, okay? I'm still driveway to the bank building. You go out another probably 25 feet, you'd have the sidewalk along Brickell, and then you would actually have Brickell Avenue, and that is the JW Marriott right across the street from us. So you can imagine how deep it is out there. It's very, very deep. I don't even want to guess, but definitely over waist deep. And we're sort of tethered to our car right now, but I'm going to tell you what I see. Both directions I look down Brickell, you've got water everywhere. It's you know, the buildings are built high here, so it's not going into the buildings at this point, but it's close. I mean, it's inching its way up the steps, and this area is like you know, you see Whitecaps. It feels like a river right now. I want to make one point though. I mean, we haven't had a chance to drive around the area, but you know, I did walk about a block west a few minutes ago, and it's dry. So when you see these pictures, it's alarming, and yeah, it's really, really bad here on Brickell, but don't get the sense that like all of downtown Miami is underwater, because that's not the case. It's this area of Brickell. Obviously, Biscayne Bay is about 3 blocks or so to the east of us, so I'm assuming there's storm surge between us and Biscayne Bay, but much of downtown is still dry, and if there's any good news, the people that we've spoke to who have been out here, who live in this area in the condos, most of them are up on high floors, so they're not really dealing with flooding, but obviously we're urging them to go inside and to stay inside, Phil.
Well, Brian, thank you very much for that reporting. You have done excellent work keeping us abreast of what's going on. I quickly want to go now and bring you some updates here as far as the Keys are concerned, where the system came on shore earlier today. We're getting some folks letting us know about storm surge flooding. Obviously, we knew that was going to happen on Enterprise Drive in Big Pine Key, and the flooding there was about 3.5 feet. Also, a report coming in of a roof that it's on somebody's driveway. They really don't know where it came from. The location was near Enterprise Avenue, also on Big Pine Key, and that is basically where the eye wall came in through earlier this morning at around 9:06 in the morning. I do believe I have some other information here coming in. The very latest, the sustained winds continue at around 77 miles per hour with some wind gusts of 92 miles per hour. This is at Fowey Rock, and then 92 mile per hour wind gusts also reported at the FAA station at Miami International. So we're still looking at a lot of heavy rain. And now, even though we don't see rain here on the radar across the Keys, that's because the radar out of Key West has fallen out of service, and that is to be expected with this system. All right, so we want to go live now to the National Hurricane Center. Acting Deputy Director Mark DeMaria. Mark, good afternoon. We've been seeing the heavy rain moving in across parts of Miami-Dade and Broward counties, and especially that big storm surge that's been impacting the Brickell Avenue area. What can you tell us about that? How much longer? How high is it going to go?
Okay, yeah, what we're seeing there, that's actually a combination of rainfall and storm surge. What's happening in that area is we have the high winds are pushing the ocean in, and that's not allowing all the heavy rainwater to drain out. So the Brickell area, again, is a combination of those two effects. We're past high tide, and we expect the storm surge component of that to be decreasing over the next couple of hours.
Of course, for all that water to recede. Is that correct? Dr. Mark DeMaria, it's going to take at least another 2 or 3 hours for all that water to recede, correct? It looks like, unfortunately, we maybe have lost communications there. Dr. DeMaria, can you hear me? All right, well, it looks like we've lost communications. Not a problem. He did kind of hint to that fact that it's going to stick around for at least a couple of hours for all that water to finally make its way back out. He did say that at least right now we have reached the limit of that surge coming in, so slowly all that will start to make its way finally out of the area, and we can slowly begin to dry out. That surge, by the way, a combination of not just rain, but also that wall of water coming in from the Atlantic. Speaking of water, check out the storm tracker. We have another huge line of strong thunderstorms moving in across the Upper Keys, aiming for Homestead, Florida City. Naranja. This will continue to impact the area. Perrine, everyone from downtown Miami through the Hammocks, Coconut Grove, Coral Gables will see all this heavy rain. Miccosukee, US 41, the Turnpike, a lot of heavy rainfall, still plenty of heavy rain and strong gusty winds from Fort Lauderdale through I-595, Pembroke Pines. Weston, you had a big area of rain and gusty winds. That has settled down a little bit. You're still dealing with some moderate to heavy rain. Coral Springs looking at a lot of heavy rainfall. The radar basically has the entire county covered up with some very strong rain echoes, and we are not going to be letting, or at least the rain is not going to be letting up anytime soon. The latest advisory on this system now has the cone of concern still hugging the coast out across southwest Florida here sometime Sunday at 8 p.m. with 125-mile-per-hour winds. So we know that at least this afternoon, maybe late in the day, the center is going to come very close to Naples and Fort Myers, either as a Category 4 or a 3. That is going to be extremely dangerous as far as they're concerned along the coast. For storm surge, what's going to happen here, or what is happening here, could be either doubled or tripled across southwest Florida as the wind pushing all that water from the Gulf of Mexico and sending it across mainland Monroe and Collier County. All that water is just going to pull over the landmass and just soak it with a lot of rain, water, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a storm surge there of about 10 feet or more. Eventually, the cone has the system going right now right over Tampa, St. Petersburg. That is going to be another big point of concern. That is a major metropolitan area. Of course, you have Tampa Bay right there. That water is going to rush in from the Gulf of Mexico into Tampa. They are looking at the potential for a lot of flooding there as well. It is expected to finally weaken right over Florida's Big Bend, possibly Monday morning with around 90-mile-per-hour winds. And then once it crosses over the state line into Georgia and Alabama, points north, Kentucky and Tennessee, we are finally expecting the end of the system raining itself out. A couple of the wind vanes that are still working in Pompano Beach, 67-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 68 in Hialeah. And the Keys now, we're actually relying on some buoy data. And across Marathon, 32-mile-per-hour winds, 44 in Key West, and that is sustained. The threat for some flooding continues, a flood watch for all these areas highlighted in green, at least through Monday night. And, of course, everything in red here, not just for us here in Florida, but through points north remains under a hurricane warning for obvious reasons. We are thinking that as the day progresses, maybe by tonight or tomorrow, things should improve, and that's when I do believe that a lot of these warnings will be canceled. That's the very latest, the complete update. Back to you to the desk.
Phil and Martinez along with Jeff Lennox. We're going to be here for a couple of hours with you. Phil, real quick before you go, so the eye is almost vertical, it looks like, with Homestead. When is it going to be vertical with Miami? And, you know, we talk about, as we hear our I don't know what that is on our
wind,
roof. The wind,
think,
yeah, thank you. You know, we talk about the cone of concern. The cone, of course, obviously is the center. This is the feeder band of concern. A lot of people are texting me, asking me, so when is all this going to be over? When the eye reaches, you know, that vertical level, will things improve? I don't want to pinpoint on an exact time, but in general, right. When will these feeder bands be out of here?
If I can get the folks back in the weather office to set me up to the satellite image, I'll let you know exactly what is going to happen, because even if the eye gets vertical here to Miami or even to Fort Lauderdale, this is such a huge system. The eye is probably sitting just to our west. Okay, so there's the center of circulation, just almost parallel right now with the southern end of Collier County. And it's still a huge system. We're talking about an additional 200 miles or so in every direction of cloud cover, thunderstorm activity, gusty winds. So it's going to take at least another 100 or 200 miles for the system to completely go north for us to clear out. So if we look at the sustained winds, if we look at the rainfall, if we put all that together, It may be very late tonight before everything slowly starts to come down and subside, and hopefully sometime tomorrow as the system is then maybe by Florida's Big Bend, where things might start to clear up completely here. So we're still in for another 12, 15 hours more or less of this activity.
Okay, Phil, you know, we're working to get video. We're going to take our viewers outside here in just a second so we can get a look of how this storm is impacting our region, South Florida. But from your vantage point in the Weather Center, and as we're looking at live pictures right here outside our North Bay Village studios, are you getting any damage reports, any information in from the Florida Keys, from Key West, Isla Mirada? I think it was a representative from the National Weather Service actually stayed down there in Key West. They're pretty much cut off the grid right now as far as communication goes. Any damage reports, any information coming in from the Keys?
And speaking of damage reports, a lot of the instruments that we rely on have been damaged. We've lost the radar out of Key West. And yes, we've had reports of 100+ mile-per-hour winds all the way down in Key West, all the way up through a Marathon. We've had at least a 3-foot storm surge that was reported a little while ago. The rain continues to move in across the middle and upper Keys. And it really won't be until somebody gets down there until we can actually go, drive, fly, and see what happens, so we can get a really good idea of what took place. But I am sure that we had at least a 3 to 6 foot storm surge taking all that water from the Atlantic into the Gulf of Mexico. And they're still not done because the wind is now coming in the opposite direction from the Gulf of Mexico into the Atlantic. So they are looking at another storm surge happening within the next hour or two. So it's going to be a while before we can really get a good, clear picture as what took place down there. I know that when the eye went over Cudjoe Key at around 9 o'clock this morning, we were on the phone right there at that time with one of the lead forecasters in the local forecasting office out of Key West, and he was just pleading, begging on the air at that time for anyone who was still left in the lower Florida Keys to seek refuge in a higher elevation, to take a mattress, take a helmet, took whatever they had to protect themselves, because they were expecting catastrophic damage at that time. And we really haven't had any communication since then. And the moment we do, we'll pass it along to you.
Wow. Phil, thank you. So frightening it must have been for them. What a long night and early morning, and it'll be interesting to see how the bridges actually fared. There is significant storm surge damage in our area here on the mainland. So basically the storm for us was some wind, or a lot of wind, some rain, and storm surge. A lot of boats have been damaged as well in various marinas.
And so right now we're going to go to Joe Rhodes. He filed this report a few moments ago from Watson Island. Let's take a listen.
Right now we are on Watson Island around Jungle Island, and you can just see how bad the chop is here in Biscayne Bay. Take a look, these whitecaps coming in. All of those boats out there rocking right now, and it is very turbulent. The whitecaps pushing in all of this debris here on the land. It's all been coming in. That dock out there is where you're supposed to normally be able to walk. You can see the water has just come up past it right now, at least a couple of feet. If you walk over here this way, the wind has just been relentless out here in this area. Take a look, those sailboats over there, easily pushed up against the shore and rocking back and forth at an angle. And I kind of want to point out this one boat over here. You can see it is just taking on wave after wave. I mean, that is a very bad situation for whoever owns that boat, really for whoever owns a lot of these boats out here in the water. But that is the situation here on Watson Island as we continue to monitor this rising water and this heavy, heavy rain and wind. Joe Rhodes, 7 News.
Saw it last night, those boats taking on water, and you can just imagine with all the vessels down here, the damage that's going to be done on the flip side of all this.
And we've seen some live reports like from Jessica Hawley and other various reporters too. There is significant boat damage. This is a live picture, and if you excuse the noise, what you're hearing is something blowing on the top of our roof. It could be an AC unit, but it just, you know, it shows the significance of the wind that we all are experiencing. And the wind is aiding in the storm surge problem along with high tide. So Brickell, North Bay Village, again, this is a live picture on North Bay Village, Hollywood, City of Miami, a lot of water in those areas. Roof damage around South Florida, wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour, major damage in some boats and docks What is it, that float? Oh, that's a, what, how would you describe
It's like
that little piece of cement
a
in the middle
cement
of the road?
platform in the middle of the water right there.
The bottom. More than 1.5 million people are without power, and this is a bridge you're looking at that leads to the mainland and to North Bay Village. Not a soul on it. That's a really, really good sign. A lot of people are stir crazy right now. They're looking out their windows. Maybe they think they want to go outside. Not a good idea, because look how poor Rosh Lowe is doing. He's in Miami right now and dealing with a lot of wind and rain. Rosh?
Yeah, I wanted to show you guys. Sorry, it was difficult to hear you. Let's go for a walk and let me show you this area right here. Very familiar area right by the AAA. Take a look at what the storm surge has caused. This is right under the underpass for where usually 395 comes from, right here in the middle of Biscayne Boulevard. Let me step over here, bring you across the street. Let's walk across the street, even give you a better view. Look at that lot right there. Now, just to give you a point of reference, we are right by the Adrian Arch Center. This is a lot that's used usually for parking. But as you can see, that water from Biscayne Bay just sweeping in here down Biscayne Boulevard. You can hear the wind with it, and it's not only this one particular area. As you can see here on Biscayne, it goes down for quite a bit. And we're not done. Let's walk over here for a moment, Harrison, and show people this over here. Now, this is usually the exit ramp for 395, you know, when you're coming to the Adrian Arch Center. And as you can see here, take a look at how this is piling up with water as well. Actually, somebody driving through this this area right here. But all of these side streets, as you go up and down Biscayne Boulevard, and this is pretty impressive right here behind me, just looking down Biscayne Boulevard, right by the American Airlines Arena. Right by the American Airlines Arena, you can still feel those winds coming in. You combine this with high tide, and this is the type of scene that we have. We have streets that are filling up with water here in downtown Miami. Let's walk down here for a moment so I can give you a closer look at the parking lot situation. As you can see, the water continues to come up here right underneath that underpass. Now, this is an area where on a usual day, you know, very familiar to South Floridians, right by the AAA, this interchange right here, and look at that parking lot just filling up with water right there as this surge continues. And this is quite an expansive area here as well. Let's walk down here, and the water is coming up. Not as much as the Brickell area that you've seen, but what's impressive about this is just how much of Biscayne Boulevard is being impacted by this right now. Even on our way down here, it was difficult to traverse Biscayne Boulevard, and we stopped right here because it looks like a river. Look at that, you even have small little white caps there coming through Biscayne because of the storm surge. Now, hopefully, as high tide goes down, a lot of this will recede, but this is a pretty impressive sight. Standing here in the middle of Biscayne Boulevard, one of the busiest traveled roads in Miami, outside the home of the Miami Heat, right down that roadway, and seeing a river. And you can see the wind. I hope if you can see, probably you're listening on radio, but let me describe it to you. It's literally like a river that is flowing up Biscayne Boulevard. And you see the mist which is coming off, which is caused by the ferocious winds that are still coming in off the bay. And I should tell you that all of these side streets here, you know, going up 14th, 15th, they're all dealing with this. Let's walk over here one more time so I can show people. Surprised that there are some people that are actually on the roads,
Rosh,
on the way down here.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so it seems like whenever we go to you, wherever you're at, some driver is always attracted to where you're at. So this person in this SUV, this is such a bad idea to be in your car driving in high waters. You don't know what kind of danger you're going to find, whether it be a live wire, and there's somebody waving to you. They're just, I guess, curious. Bad idea.
Yeah, it is a bad idea. I think one of those people may be media, though, that are actually seeing me doing this, and they've come down here Not so sure about the other person though, why they would be driving. But here's the good part about this. If you come over here, you'll see that there aren't a lot of people. But let's see if we can walk here a little bit. The water's not too deep, just to give them a better vantage point if you're watching this, so you can get a good idea. You know, this is a very popular traveled roadway right here. You know, coming into the Adrian Arts Center, and you come down this roadway now, and you know what? I got to tell you something. Yes, and just to put this all in perspective, this is high tide, so you combine that with wind and rain, it is going to be dramatic. So hopefully as the hours go by, this will recede. But this is a great message to anybody listening on the radio or to anybody out there. It is very difficult to get down into downtown Miami. And here's what the problem is, because this has happened to me. I was coming down here with one photographer.
Okay, we're losing Rash's shot right there. You know, with these rain bands that continue to move through, it really does have a big impact on communication. So we'll try to reestablish at some point. But just think for a moment, Lynn.
Hear his point. It was building up to such a good point. What was it, Rash?
We'll try to get back to him.
We'll definitely hook up with him again.
But just think, though, I mean, the direct impact now has shifted over to the west coast of Florida. Yes. This is the impact on the far east side of this storm, and it's this bad in Brickell and in downtown Miami. So, again, our thoughts as we transition over to the west coast with Nicole Ensalada are with our friends over in southwest Florida, Fort Myers, Naples, and those areas.
Yeah, they've been preparing. They haven't had as much time as we have had to prepare. But let's go to Nicole. You're in Naples, and we understand, according to Phil, that the eye wall of Irma will move to Marco Island about 1:45, which is in 40 minutes or so. How are you faring up?
So far, so good, Lynn. I can tell you we're probably maybe about 15 minutes north of Marco Island. I want to give you a look. We're in downtown Naples. Let me give you a look here outside. We're in a parking garage, so we're high up. So we're right here eye level with the top of this of this palm tree. Let's take a look at the winds. You can see over here to our right, just to give you an idea of what it looks like here now. Pretty loud. I'm going to move over a little bit just to give you more of a vantage point of where we are, and occasionally we will get these gusts that are fairly loud and fairly strong. Let's go ahead if we can. This is near the top of the parking garage, so I want to give you an idea of how strong the winds are right here. Now it's starting to die down just a little bit, but we're starting to see all that water rush. But I want to give you an idea of where exactly we are. So let's head over here to this side of the garage so you can see, if you're familiar with this area. This is downtown Naples. A lot of folks who come over here for the weekend or something, this is the area where you would normally come to visit. Let's see if we can see much over in this direction. This is sort of the back end of some of these restaurants, bars. You're looking at Fifth Avenue right now. The Gulf is over to my right. And you can see some of those buildings over there boarded up. In fact, I spoke to the owners of that building right there yesterday. It's pretty loud right here. And they say they are going to ride it out right there in the top floor of that building. So hopefully they're faring okay right now. Now, let me give you an idea of, though, what the officials here, the meteorologists who are in this area, what they're fearing. They are fearing a storm surge of at least 15 feet, because what they're saying is, and I'm sure Phil's been talking about this, is all this water that they normally see here and on the beach is rushing out, being sucked out by Irma, and they're afraid of when it comes right back. In fact, they were showing some images earlier of Sanibel, areas that are normally covered with water that are actually fairly dry. This was a couple of hours ago. They said it was unprecedented for folks who come here a lot, folks who live here. This is something they don't normally see. And so right now, that's what they're fearing, is all that water that sucks out comes right back in here. This neighborhood, look at that wind tunnel you can see right there. For those of us who might be listening on the radio, I am in a parking garage looking at the back end of some buildings on Fifth Avenue in Naples, very similar to Las Olas. So you're talking about a street like that. Looking in between two buildings, you can see just the wind and the rain rushing through in between those two buildings. The buildings right now are faring just fine. It's a lot of this debris, a lot of these palm trees, and then they're worried about when all of that water comes sucking right back out of the Gulf of Mexico. and then rushes up into the street. And the other thing I should mention about this street is that, similar to Las Olas, toward the end of it, when you get to the water, that's when you start seeing homes. Really large, expensive, beautiful homes, and they are right there. They are right there by the water. We're trying to see if we can maneuver our way over to this side so we can get a better vantage point. This is a place where we have been also hearing a lot. We've been hearing a lot of high winds. Every so often you'll hear something that maybe sounds like a shutter or a board or something like that. But as we expect these winds to pick up, we're probably going to get a lot more of this. And then later on, hours perhaps later, perhaps tomorrow, that is when the officials here are really worried about the storm surge. Jeff, Lynn?
Yeah, Nicole, again, to reiterate this urgent information, Marco Island, about 15 miles south of you, Phil gave this to us. The National Weather Service Miami says again that I will be passing over Marco Island about 1:45 p.m. with maximum sustained winds of 115 miles per hour. Good to see that you're in that safe parking garage right there, pretty sturdy. I know they got to this late in the game, residents and visitors there in Fort Myers, in terms of the evacuation. Was everybody who wanted and needed to get into a shelter, were they able to get inside? I know you were at a shelter yesterday. There was some frustration, some long lines. Is everyone in a safe place right now from what you're hearing?
Yeah, it was difficult at first because of those last-minute evacuations. You know, they have the zones like we did too, like we do over there and on the East Coast. And so there were whole neighborhoods, whole sections of town that were not expecting to evacuate. And that wasn't really because of the winds, it was because of the storm surge. So they had to open some shelters up that they hadn't planned to open. But as someone with the EOC here at Lee County, which is just adjacent to where we are here in Collier, told me, it's not that we weren't prepared for them, it's just they're always prepared for them, but those were sort of in a succession of how many shelters they need open. Total of 14 in Lee County, similar numbers here in Collier. As of this morning, they were still taking in folks and still had some space. So it does sound like ultimately, at the end of the day, despite some confusion and some hassles with long lines, things like that in the morning, it sounds like by the end of the day, things sort of settled out and they were able to get people into shelters. Because once again, it's these kind of winds, the high winds that they're real, and the high water eventually that they're really worried about.
Okay, Nicole, Lynn Salata reporting live there in Naples. Stay hunkered down. We're glad to see that you're in a safe spot pretty high up there in that garage, but you guys are going to certainly feel it, Phil says, in the next 15 minutes or so. The people who really felt it about 9 o'clock in the morning were the people still in the Florida Keys. The eye hit Big Pine Key, Cujo Key around 9 o'clock this morning. We're not able to see what the damage is right now, but it must be pretty bad because we're hearing from officials that Monroe County officials say that the county is closed. Don't go back to Monroe County in any shape or form until, if you evacuated, don't go back home. Don't go back if you're on vacation until further notice, until they can get a handle on the damage and any rescue operations that need to be done.
It's going to take quite some time to gauge how bad the storm impacted the Florida Keys, upper, middle, and lower. Phil, you have some new information for us?
Yes, I do. Okay, so here's the situation. We still have a huge system across the Keys. There's a lot of heavy rain and gusty winds, and that's going to remain for a while until that eye completely clears the area. That eye now impacting parts of Collier County with the initial feeder bands. But back across Miami-Dade, over into Miami-Dade from the Upper Keys and through southern Miami-Dade County, now just points north of Homestead, there's a huge red line on radar. Again, this is basically from Biscayne Bay all the way through Homestead, Naranja, and as far west as the Turnpike. The radar is indicating that this intense band of very heavy rainfall is drifting slowly to the north-northwest at around 10 miles per hour. Now, here's the issue. The primary impacts will be gusty winds of 80 to 100 miles per hour. Now, this is going to cause extensive damage to structures, power lines, and trees. Please stay inside your home. That is obvious. Let me give you some of the locations that will be impacted. Homestead, Coral Gables, South Miami, the Homestead Miami Speedway, Black Point Marina, the Redland, Turkey Point, Kendall, Doral, Pinecrest, Sweetwater, Medley, Westchester, Naranja, Glenver Heights, Palmetto Bay, the University of Miami, and Zoo Miami and Goulds. So this area here, all these cities that I just mentioned, the wind coming out of the southeast with torrential downpours could see anywhere between 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. Let me repeat those names again. Homestead, Coral Gables, South Miami, Homestead Miami Speedway area, Black Point, the Redland, Turkey Point, Kendall, Doral, Pinecrest, Sweetwater, Medley, Westchester, Naranja, Glenver Heights, Palmetto Bay, the area along the University of Miami, Zoo Miami, and Gould. Now, we're also looking at not just rain here in Miami-Dade, but let's go up into Broward County, because Broward County has been getting hit hard throughout the entire morning, and it is relentless. It is not giving up. And the radar showing a huge shield of rain, basically from the coast all the way, the entire county now, all the way from the coast back into I-75, US 27, and continuing points inland. For you, the wind gusts are also as strong as 75 to 80 miles per hour. This is not going to abate anytime soon. For everyone across our viewing area, from Miami-Dade north and through Broward, the Keys, this situation will remain the same at least for a few more hours. Maybe late this evening, things will start to improve a little bit. The moment that we start getting reports, we will pass them along, but that's the very latest. Keep in mind, again, Miami-Dade County will be seeing some very strong gusty winds, anywhere between 80 to 100 miles per hour. We will be back with more as soon as we get information.
Hard to believe, Phil, and we have our reporters all over the place. We're going to be checking in with them in the hours to come. I want to ask you, you probably heard and saw Nicole's live shot a few moments ago. What is she about to experience? She gave me that note that the eye would be passing over Marco Island. What's Nicole about to experience up in Naples?
All right, so we're also getting a report out of Naples here. If we can switch the radar over there, that would be fantastic. Gives me a better idea of what's taking place. They are looking at a significant weather advisory as well. They could see winds starting to move in already around 80 to 100 miles per hour over southern Collier County. The eye is just to the south of Marco Island. It is moving rather quickly to the north. As a matter of fact, it has picked up for momentum here. It took forever for the system to leave Cuba and impact the Keys, and then in just a matter of hours, it's gone from the Keys to almost getting ready to make landfall here across southwest Florida. If it doesn't change, if the track does not change, it looks like the eye wall will be making landfall here right across US 41 and the Naples area in about another hour or hour and a half. I don't know if you can hear the roof here across our Channel 7 studios, but there is some big rattling going on up high above us, and we're hoping that the roof will hold with all these gusty winds. As soon as we get more information, we'll pass it along to you.
We're going with the story that maybe it's the metal around an air conditioning unit that sort of just, you know.
I heard that one.
Fingers crossed.
I'm not believing that one, no.
The roof is fine.
It's fine. It's perfectly safe.
I'm going with positive. Okay, thank you so much,
Thanks,
Phil Farrow. So if you are listening to us on the radio, I guess, you know, the good thing is, let's look at the light at the end of the tunnel if there's any good in this. Phil says, you know, we just need to get to through the next 10 hours or so. Later on tonight, things will improve, but especially for Fort Lauderdale and parts of Miami-Dade County, he just went through it. Homestead, Coral Gables, Doral, Westchester, Palmetto Bay, Zoo, Miami, going to get some really, really strong wind. Calls it gusty winds, but really it's hurricane force winds, right? 80 to 100 miles an hour, he says, in the next 2 hours or so. So hang tight. Also, Fort Lauderdale, going to get very bad for the next 2 hours. It's a feeder band that's around the eye.
And it just keeps wrapping around over and over. And there you can see some live pictures right here. Not exactly sure where this is. It looks like one of our crews on the road right there with one of our mobile units to bring you live pictures in transit. Right now I want to go ahead. Vanessa Medina filed a report from Palm Beach. Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Here in Palm Beach County, you can see the wind is very strong. This is the scene very much around the county. Massive tree limbs down. You can see this is about a 100-year-old oak tree. It has been here for a long time, but it was no match for Irma. Many homes seeing very much damage like this. Trees down in the middle of the road. There are debris thrown around as well, and this seems to be the case. We had said for quite some time that this was going to be a wind event and a rain event, and it seems to be doing just that. Reporting in Palm Beach County, Vanessa Medina, 7 News.
So we know what we're going to be doing for the rest of the week, and that's cleanup. Want to let you know, in case you're now tuning in and listening to us on the radio, obviously there's no school today, or in Miami-Dade County, school has been canceled Monday and Tuesday. The University of Miami has also canceled classes for the rest of the week. Curfews in Broward County, curfew until Monday morning, 10 a.m., and Coral Gables, there's a curfew for evacuation zone, basically when it gets dark, 7 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday, because so many people have lost power. The best thing for you to do is stay put until it's safe to go outside. So that's what curfews are all about.
Yeah, and we see the evidence now in these reports that are coming in. You know, we tell people to stay inside. You know, as the storm first starts moving through, it might look okay, might look safe, but now that we're in the middle of it, there's tree branches down, there's metal all over the place, and if you go outside, a nice wind gust comes on by, picks something up, knocks you over, you get injured. Don't want to see that happen, and that's why we tell people, exactly, that's why we tell people to stay inside until this thing is completely out of our area.
Okay, this is a live picture from one of our crews, obviously in a vehicle. They feel it's the safest place for them to be right now. Look at another car passing all this flooding. Unclear, I'm being told right now where it's at, but there's a significant flooding in the road. This is Bal Harbor, a live picture of the flooding in Bal Harbor, and I believe they went over on the opposite side of the road because there was significant too much flooding on the right side. But look at this, Bal Harbor roads looking like lakes. The wind is whipping, and we're dealing with significant surge on a lot of roadways.
And I just got an urgent message from our producer upstairs, Dale, telling me that Broward County Schools is closed until further notice. So no definite date on when kids will be going back to schools. Faculty and staff, again, to recycle that information, Broward County Schools is closed until further notice. So we'll be checking in with the superintendent there, Robert Runcie, in the days to come to find out more on that situation. But that's pretty telling of just how serious Broward County is taking this storm.
Well, yeah, and there's cleanup, and you know, we use many of our schools for shelters, and until schools can assess the situation and safely get everybody back to where they need to be, school will not be open. This is another live picture. Looks like a roof cam. I want to say here it's North Bay Village. Yeah. But you know, the picture has changed, the topography has changed because we have so much storm surge that it's going right over the seawall. It looks like, you know, the bay has continued. But a really, really dangerous place to be. Again, if we can get it through the next 10 hours or so, Phil says things will actually get better. The water will start to recede.
And the good thing here about our 7 News studios, we're sort of elevated in the middle of our parking lot. We do sit on an island here in North Bay Village. And again, as you're looking at the seawall right there, you can see those waves and those white caps kind of lapping over the seawall. We are in a safe location. Our generator is up and running, so we're able to stay on the air so you can see us on TV if you still have power, listen to us while we're simulcasting on the radio. So we're still in a very safe place, safe location to bring you continued coverage of this storm and the effects that we're seeing here in South Florida.
And again, many of you are listening to us on the radio, and if you're hunkered down, stay hunkered down, because Phil just told us again, 80 to 100 mile per hour winds expected in the next 2 hours for portions of Fort Lauderdale and also a large portion of Miami-Dade County, specifically Coral Gables, Homestead, Kendall, Doral, Westchester, Palmetto Bay, and Zoo Miami, which have safely put their animals where they need to be out of all this wind.
Okay, so we have a lot of reporters filing reports for us. Want to go to Mike DePasquale. He's in Hollywood. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Oh, okay. Before we go to Mike, let's go back to Nicole. She is live in Naples. We're going to check in on how she's doing. Nicole? All right, just bear with us.
Hey, Lynn. Sorry, it's a little hard to hear because it's pretty loud out. Okay. All right. Sorry. It's a little hard for me to hear you a little bit because it's so loud out here in Naples. We are downstairs now. This is 5th Avenue. I'm going to step out a little bit. He's going to point in that direction so you can see how strong the winds are at ground level out here. And I can describe for you kind of what I'm seeing down the street. To be honest with you, we want to protect some of the gear and not get it too far out into these kind of conditions. I'm looking straight down toward the Gulf. There's some debris out here as far as palm trees, that sort of thing. There's a car sitting there, that red car sitting there. I don't know. I'm assuming there's someone in it. I hope that they're safe. that may have been their last place to be able to stop at this point before they run into a building or something like that, and I can understand why they wouldn't want to do that. The wind looks like it's shifting straight toward the Gulf, so that would be straight west almost. Well, yeah, sort of a west, northwest sort of is what we're feeling right here, is what I'm feeling right here. You know what? I'm going to try. I've got the wind gauge. Let me see. It's a little stuck because it's wet. Let me see what I can actually, what we can actually come up with here. It's awfully wet, so I'm not sure if it's exactly powered up correctly. We'll see what we can find out as far as that goes. But I want you to take a look at some of these images from the ground. We see some, you know, just light debris right now, but as these winds get stronger, it's probably going to get a lot worse. I'm looking over now toward the east, and there's no one on the road. Clearly there's no one on the road, and right now all we're seeing is a lot of palm trees, that sort of thing, a lot of lawn debris, that kind of thing. We're seeing a lot of trees down. I haven't seen much in the way of actual real debris so far. Earlier we did see a billboard that was pretty messed up. It had folded over, parts of it had fallen off. Perhaps it was a little older, and that's why it didn't stand up very well, and that was in the early hours of all of this. So right now, Collier County, Lee County, all pretty much hunkered down while all of this goes through. Take a listen to that. I'm not sure how well the microphone could pick that up, but you heard sort of a whistle and a whirring sound out here in Naples. Lynn? Jeff?
You know, we can hear it really well. It's like a whirling, a swirling. I don't know. It's almost like Irma's talking to us. I'm
here. Eerie noise.
Yeah, it sounds really, really scary.
Saying, get inside.
Yeah, get inside.
The good news is, though, we haven't...
Go ahead.
Yeah, and the good news is we haven't seen people out walking around and checking things out or anything like that. We haven't seen any of that. We haven't seen a lot of people out looking around. For the last several hours that we have been out, we haven't seen really anyone else, except for, actually, I mentioned earlier, a team from Mississippi State. Those are the folks who certified meteorologists. They were out here doing some research and monitoring things. But other than that, those were the only other people we saw on the road. So that's certainly good news, people heeding the warnings.
Nicole, leading up to all this, did you see a lot of last-minute boarding up? I think I did recall a live shot in which we saw some businesses that were throwing up boards at the last minute.
Yeah, in fact, one of those folks, in fact, I'm going to step out and see about how far down they were. They're about a block from here. It's the Rule family. They own a building that right over there that they've owned since the 1940s. The building, I'm sorry, they've owned the land since the 40s. The building is fairly new, 1997, though. That's pre-Hurricane Andrew. Oh, there's a car right there. So somebody is venturing out. I don't know if it's someone who might be with a news crew or who knows what, trying to get somewhere, but probably not such a great idea. But they're riding out the storm in their building. Their building is actually 3 stories high. They have 10 businesses inside that building. They own it. They also own the apartment upstairs. They were going to stay in the apartment upstairs, but they were doing some last-minute boarding up. In fact, it's interesting if you see some of these buildings don't really look like they have any, protection at all. Now, perhaps those are hurricane impact windows. I don't know, but as you get closer to the water, you do see a lot more boarding up. These folks right here in the 700 block of 5th Avenue, they've got protection toward the bottom, so perhaps they're more worried about flooding, which certainly makes sense, because truly that is what everyone here seems to be talking about, is the risk of storm surge.
Yeah, Nicole,
and that, of course,
we're
just going to have to wait and see exactly how that all shakes out.
And you mentioned in your earlier report, I'll talk a little louder because I know you're getting hammered there with some rain. You mentioned earlier this is a really beautiful and high-end part of Naples. This isn't. This is gorgeous. Where people go.
It really is. And for those folks who may not have been here, as I mentioned earlier, it's very similar to Las Olas. It's a lot like that, or even parts of Coral Gables. That's also a really good way to describe it. And this part of it is bars, restaurants, a few hotels, jewelry stores, that sort of thing, very touristy. Down toward the end at the Gulf, that's a neighborhood. And just want you to hear the wind. Look over here. If you want to, you might be able to see this, Brad, this palm tree right over here. If you want to come over here. have to tell you, the sound is sometimes more impressive than anything. So, yeah, so a lot of those folks, as I was saying, who live at the end of this street, again, very expensive homes. Some of them look like they were shuttered that we were able to see yesterday. Some of them had the shutters that were already sort of, built in, like they were, bringing out plywood or anything like that.
And Nicole, if you can hear me, I'm looking at the radar just so you know of where this storm is at. It looks like the northern eye wall of Irma is just about to come on shore on Marco Island. So again, as the crow flies, that's about 15 miles south of you, like you mentioned earlier. So you're getting ready to get winds in excess of 115 miles per hour. That was a pretty good gust that we just saw from you.
And a lot of lightning in that eye wall, Nicole. A lot of lightning. So like you said, 10, 15 minutes from now, things might look way different. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing about Marco Island, a lot of folks have been talking about Marco Island the way, in some ways, we've been talking about the Keys. That if you're over there, a typical sort of barrier island, you don't want to be on an island like that during a storm like this, not even if the storm itself ends up maybe not being that bad, but if the road or the bridge washes out, then you are without any sort of resources, you're without any sort of help if you need it. I'm just stepping out again just to take a look again to see if the wind looks like it's visibly picked up or not. So that was one of the concerns about Marco Island, also Cape Coral, which is north of us. Cape Coral is crisscrossed with canals. It's somewhat difficult sometimes to get around Cape Coral because there are so many canals there.
Nicole, stay safe. Be safe. I'm sorry to interrupt. If I have to interrupt, it's only because it's urgent. We're going to go to Phil Farrow talking about some tornadoes that apparently have touched down. Phil?
Yes, indeed. We have actually a tornado warning now that has come up. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles east of Surfside, moving northwest. And the speeds are incredible at 90 miles per hour. If you still have power, and you can see this graphic, basically the area that is shaded here in red goes from the county line with Miami-Dade County way on up the coast all the way through Palm Beach. Then from Palm Beach west includes Deerfield Beach all the way through the Sawgrass Expressway in through Sunrise, back in through I-95 and back in through the coast. Now, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught outside. Obviously, nobody's going to be outside. Some of the areas that will be under the gun here: Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, and Davie. Take cover now. If you're in this area, make sure you run to a small room. Take plenty of pillows, things to cover yourself with, maybe a small bathroom, a small closet. You want to try to get as many walls around you as possible. Again, if you're in a mobile home, this may not be the best place to be. I'm sure that there are shelters in the mobile home areas, or you should have already been out of there due to this hurricane. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles east of Surfside, moving northwest at 90 miles per hour. This is just flying along. Locations that may be impacted: Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, and Davie. We are going to be updating you here because Broward County, you have been seeing the steady rain, the strong gusty winds. There is also a big batch of thunderstorms coming out of US 1 in through Pembroke Pines, I-595, and basically the intersection between 95 and I-595. There's a cell there that continues to aim for Davie. We're going to be watching that as well. There's a lot more activity offshore. There's another cell just maybe about 5 miles east of the coast there with Broward. So things are going downhill rather rapidly for Broward. Wind gusts for you will remain anywhere between 50, 60, sometimes reaching hurricane force winds of about 73, 74 miles per hour. By the way, this advisory will remain in effect until 2:15. Right now, we're looking at about 1:53 for this warning. Again, in effect until 2:15 this afternoon. Please take cover right now. Jeff, Lynn, back to you.
This is very textbook here with the dirty side of these storms. You were saying it in the lead up. Now we're experiencing it. This is the dirty side of this hurricane. You are correct. And the eye of the storm went over the Keys.
If you split that hurricane into 4 parts, the northeastern quadrant, that pie, that's the dirty sector. Why is it called the dirty sector? Because outside of the eye wall, the winds come out of the southeast, pushing a lot of moisture our way, pushing a lot of walls of water up along the coast, and it also shakes up the atmosphere and causes tornado activity. That's what we're seeing right now in Broward County with this tornado warning, which is threatening areas across Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, and Davie. And this is capable, by the way, of ripping off the roofs of homes and obviously tree damage, depending on how strong it is. The interesting thing is that this is moving to the northwest at 90 miles per hour. So it looks like by the time we started talking about this till the time it leaves the area, it's just going to be a few more minutes. The advisory remains in effect until 2:15. Please do not come out of your safe room until I come back on the air and tell you that it's all good to go.
Okay, Phil, thank you. That tornado warning for all those people. Certainly it's got to be a scary time. You hear the wind here at Channel 7 on our studios. That's a piece of metal on our rooftop. Doesn't have anything to do with the roof, but it shows you anything is vulnerable during these extremely high winds. Okay, take a look at a live picture right now of the heavy wind where this tornado warning is now in effect, where Phil just talked about. And, you know, these cameras are pretty secure. This camera is having a hard time staying still. Thank goodness nobody's on the road. But look at the rain. It is being pushed horizontally. So
you can see stuff blowing over the road right there, too.
Yeah,
is that a car?
It is a car, Jeff. Perhaps it is a police officer, first responder. Yeah, dangerous time for them to be on the road. And there's another one following right behind them. First responders did tell us, that looks like a regular car, I'm not really sure. They did tell us that they won't respond, you know, when winds get higher than 35, 40 miles an hour. But some of them are, you know, they go by their own best judgments. So a dangerous time for them to be on the road. Again, only call 911 if it's a dire emergency. So severe weather out there, tornado warning for a large section.
Till about 2:15, Phil said that's when we expect that tornado warning to expire. We'll be checking in with him over the next 15 minutes and monitoring these cameras there in the area in Broward County just to keep check on this tornado warning to make sure that everything is okay. Okay, so want to check in with Mike DePasquale. He just filed a report from Hollywood.
Hollywood Boulevard, and we want people to heed our warnings, not to be on the highway. For the most part, we've seen no one on I-95 heading either north or south. But the problem is this: you have the wind blowing from the east, the ocean side, and you have all this rain coming at you, and there's no reason to be out here driving. And look at this, all this foliage on the highway, it covers a couple of lanes. You're going to see a car go by me right now.
All right, more on the damage in Hollywood, but right now let's get to Carlos Jimenez. Mayor Carlos Jimenez at Dade Emergency Operations Center. Let's listen.
Back to a Category 4. So obviously we want everybody to stay inside, stay safe. Everything is closed. There's nothing to go to anyway. So, you know, just hunker down and we'll get through this pretty quickly. If you encounter a down power line, if you do go out, which I really encourage you not to, consider it hot. Any signal, any traffic signal that is not working should be treated as a four-way stop. We have 42 shelters open, one special needs shelter. 18 are now at capacity. There are over 30,000 residents that are taking advantage of our shelters. We want everyone in our shelters to stay in place at least until tomorrow morning that's when tropical storm force winds shall cease. Miami-Dade Transit ceased operations last night. Our neighborhood trash collections also ceased operations and remain closed today. Miami International Airport is open, but remember it's not a shelter and flights have been canceled. Remember 911 is for emergencies only. Call 311 for any questions. It's open 24 hours a day. On Sunday, September 10th, today, Hurricane Irma began impacting Miami-Dade County, causing severe weather conditions. It has left county roadways blocked and many traffic signals inoperable. As of this afternoon, Florida Power & Light is reporting 725,000 accounts are without power. That's three-fourths of Miami-Dade County is now without power. These impacts are expected to continue through the early hours of Monday. Therefore, I am issuing a curfew for Miami-Dade County effective as of 7 o'clock tonight until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It will allow our crews to go and start to clean up the debris and start to clean the roadways. We don't want extra people on the roadways while we're doing that. It will allow our crews to go ahead and assess the damage. It will allow emergency personnel to respond to calls without having to worry about additional traffic. So that is the reasons why I am now putting a curfew for Miami-Dade County. Our police officers will be in the streets prior to that time, and so if you violate the curfew, you may be stopped and asked why you're on the street. Please stay inside. There's no real reason to be outside. A lot of the streets that you want to, if you were even thinking about going outside, are going to be blocked anyway. There's a lot of trees down. There's a lot of debris on the road. It's unsafe. The traffic lights, the vast majority of them, are not operating, and our emergency personnel really need to do their job. First off, cleaning the streets, then responding to calls, and then assessing the damage, and then starting the recovery. Miami-Dade, I'm also announcing that Miami-Dade County offices will be closed on Tuesday, in addition to tomorrow, Monday. Essential emergency county employees will be contacted to report to work to aid in the recovery efforts. I want to thank also all of our elected officials, our commissioners, for the great work they're doing, and obviously I want to thank all of the emergency response personnel that work for Miami-Dade County and the fantastic job they're doing, the shelter workers, the transit workers that took folks, thousands of people to shelters. I couldn't be prouder of the effort and the work that Miami-Dade County and the employees have done. And again, this is a cooperative effort with all the commissioners, and I want to thank all the commissioners for their help in in managing this situation.
All right,
the
want
storm is still
to
here.
interrupt Mayor Jimenez there to talk about an important safety issue. A tornado has been spotted on the ground.
Phil Farrow, what's the latest on that?
Well, indeed, we do have a report right now of a tornado reported near Fort Lauderdale International Airport crossing I-595. There is Fort Lauderdale. The airport is right here. So we are looking at it's probably this red mark right there because this is moving so fast. But again, we are now getting a report from the National Weather Service that a tornado is reported near FLL, Fort Lauderdale International, crossing 595. It probably began right here, and it has crossed right on over. It could be very close to sunrise by now. These systems are flying by. We had a tornado warning in effect until 2:15, so this is probably part of that same area. If you're still in this area of concern, which does include now parts of Riverland and specifically Sunrise, please stay in your little bunker, in your little safe room, at least until we get reports that this is all clear. Tornado reported, at least it was a few minutes ago, at Fort Lauderdale International, crossing 595. I'm sure it is moving so fast that this is probably getting close right now to Sunrise and into the Sawgrass Expressway. The area that remains under the tornado warning encompasses the entire coast here of Broward County, all the way into the county line, back into the Sawgrass and Coral Springs, coming back out near Tamarack, and then just north of Pembroke Pines, and back down into the county line there with Miami-Dade. As soon as we get more information on this, as soon as we get if there is indeed any damage, any information from spotters, we will let you know. But as of this moment, all we can find is this right here, making a beeline towards parts of the Sawgrass, Coral Springs, and Sunrise. We need to remind you that if you are in this area that I'm talking about, basically west of the Turnpike, north of I-595, moving in through 817, the Sawgrass, just south of Tamarack, that area right there, this is what you need to do right now. Make sure that you're in a small room, your head is covered with some pillows, and just try to crouch down until we make sure that this system is out of our area. There have been fast-moving tornadoes. We had one about 5-10 minutes ago that prompted this tornado warning that was moving between 80 and 90 miles per hour. We are awaiting confirmation on this to make sure that it is out of our area, and as soon as we do, we'll let you know. Until then, please stay hunkered down. We'll let you know when the system has expired.
Phil, as you were talking, that was a traffic camera, Commercial Boulevard, so right in that red shaded area right there. I'm not sure if that tornado is headed in that direction. There it is.
Well, you can look at that.
Can't see anything.
You can definitely see those gusty winds coming across. There's a lot of heavy rain. Look at that. Those are just crossed winds, horizontal winds, pushing all the rain along. I'm sure the wind gusts here are anywhere between 50 to 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour. Boy, I hope that this is definitely out of the area. We really don't want anything touching down or impacting any homes. This is, again, looking south of Commercial. And it's just been a rough afternoon for Broward County. Plenty of heavy rain, gusty winds. It looks like it's starting to clear up just a little bit there. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that if indeed we did have a tornado, it's finally making its way past the Sawgrass Expressway. We're going to go back and check in with the National Weather Service and see what's the latest on this. We'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Okay, Phil, thank you very much.
And Phil says this one's moving fast, so I assume it's a good thing.
Bit of good news right there.
All right, it's moving fast, but scary thing. Okay, really quick before we go back outside, I want to let you know Mayor Jimenez said that a lot of people are without power, so most likely you're listening to us on the radio station. We're going to be with you here at Channel 7 to the very end of this storm. We're not going anywhere. Over 3/4 of Miami-Dade County are without power right now, 725,000 people, many also in Broward and Palm Beach County, and of course nearly everybody in the Florida Keys. Once this nasty weather subsides in the next 10 hours or so, once these wind gusts get below 40 miles an hour, FP&L crews and other crews from 5 different states will be on it, outside, ready to do any kind of repairs. Go ahead, Phil. Did you have something?
I just want to give you this. We got some reports of some flooding across Cudjoe Key. It might be of interest, letting everybody know what's going on.
Okay, flooding across Cudjoe Key. Cudjoe Key was where the eye of the storm and Big Pine Key, but Cudjoe Key really got it this morning at 9 a.m. And now we're getting results of that eye and the storm surge that they're getting.
Yeah.
Both ends.
And they're getting it tripled compared to what we're having here. Yeah, the radar right over the keys, trained right over the lower and middle keys right there, upper keys to the right of your screen. This is a report via social media. Storm surge flooding here estimated to be between 10 to 14 feet in Cudjoe Key. Apparently there's a photo showing water nearing the base of a house on stilts, stated to be approximately 15 feet above ground level. So just picture that. The water is coming up to the base of that home, rising up all the way up over the stilts to the base of that home. So a very serious situation still unfolding in the lower, middle, and upper keys.
And it's so difficult to get any information out of the keys right now because they're cut off. Yeah. All the technology is cut off, if you will, and the roadways certainly are we imagine, not passable. In fact, the National Hurricane Center said just yesterday many of these islands, especially Key West and maybe even Cudjoe Key, would be underwater at one point. So the damage to the Keys is going to be significant, major damage we're anticipating. Again, Miami-Dade County is under a curfew. Carlos Jimenez said a few moments ago until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if you're bored or if you're hunkered down and you're getting on each other's nerves, just stay put. There is some really nasty weather rolling in, tornado watches and warnings for the next 10 hours or so. Schools closed in Miami-Dade County at least till Wednesday, and county offices are closed until Wednesday. So looks like tomorrow's going to be cleanup.
And Broward County, too, Lynn. We got that urgent message a short while ago. Broward County schools closed until further notice. So they're going to take likely the rest of the week to assess the damage in Broward County and figure out where to go from here in terms of schools and getting kids back to class. Going live outside now, our backyard in North Bay Village behind our studios. Rebecca, I was out there with you a little bit earlier checking out the scene, and it looks like still the water from the bay is kind of flooding into the backside of our parking lot.
Yeah, Jeff, you know, and you wouldn't believe it, but we're now starting to see it even more so. And I'm kind of confused, something we might want to talk to Phil about later, because at the time it was during high tide, around 11 and 1. So that was a big element as to why we were getting even more waves up here. But I want you to see just how much worse it has gotten. At this point, I don't know if you can tell, and I'll especially be a little bit more descriptive for those who are listening in on the radio, but we are starting to see even waves happening. Well, right now we're getting a massive gust. So take that in for a second there. You see the air there, the wind just skirting across the top. But when it isn't a gust, we're getting our own ripples of waves in our own parking lot, as it seems as if the bay looks like the sea. It's absolutely unbelievable at this point. It continues to grow stronger and stronger. And then if I take you this way, where you can really see some homes, or rather some condos, a few high rises there, those condos, the low-lying ones, they're right up against the seawall, which is only 3 feet. You can see the waves crashing in there and going above and beyond that seawall as well. So, you know, there is a concern for those lower levels that they could be receiving some flooding. You know, also on North Bay Village here, too, we've seen in the distance a high-rise that has had their fire alarm lights blinking for a long time. We know that North Bay Village has been out of power for such a long time at this point. Hopefully they're able to hear us right now on the radio. They're hearing a little bit about what is happening in their neighborhood. But the Bay, I have never seen it this tumultuous at this point. It really does feel like we are out at sea at this point, and we just keep, and you're seeing this gust again, another massive gust. It just keeps kicking up the water and bringing it onto our parking lot. It has risen since the last time. Not sure. It's something our meteorologist will have to tell us more about in detail, but how the tide going down may affect this and hopefully make the water recede. Back to you in the studio.
It looks like, Rebecca, it's just this really, really strong feeder ban that is affecting so many people. It's this huge, wide swath. There are tornadoes in it. And if you're listening to us on the radio, maybe you're wondering, well, that's North Bay Village. You're right by the water. You know, maybe that's not true for me. But what's affecting us here in North Bay Village, the strong feeder bands, the extremely strong winds, is pushing inland as well. So, that, you know, affecting storm surge. So the wind is affecting really all of us, and will do so for the next 10 hours.
And want to go ahead and mention, Phil just came out here, that tornado that we were talking about that formed near Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. It appears that situation is better now, and that tornado warning is cleared. So that's a bit of good news. But again, we're still in the thick of all this, and more tornado warnings are likely in the hours to come, as this dirty side of the storm, as we call it, is still kind of impacting our area.
And again, if you are listening to us and you hear that, it sounds like a bang or wind, it is wind, what you're hearing. So there is a piece of metal, I guess, that was on our roof when we had an air conditioning unit there years ago, and it has since been tarred over, and it has nothing to do with the safety of our roof, but it's flapping around, or at least maybe wind is getting underneath there, like, you know, a lot of other structures in people's homes. So we're okay, but that's the noise that you're hearing, and you're probably hearing your own noise outside of your own window in your own home or apartment. Well, let's now go to 7's Alex Jarmus. She has more on how a home in the Keys is faring. Alex?
So this is our first picture out of Cudjoe Key, where Irma made landfall this morning between 7 and 9 a.m. This was tweeted by the National Weather Service in Key West. And if you're looking at this, and if you're listening to us through our radio partners, the tweet reads, "Houses on stilts about 15 feet high can see tops of palms. Picture Florida Keys, Cudjoe Keys." So I'm looking at this picture, and I can only imagine that this is one of those houses down in the Keys that are on stilts based on what was tweeted. And that was 15 feet high in the air, and you can see that the water is up to the bottom of that house. Again, not too clear, but if I had to put two and two together, I would imagine this is, again, one of those houses on stilts, and then you see the water up to the house. And if those stilts are 15 feet high, then you can just imagine the situation down there. It also says here in the tweet, "can see tops of palms." And I'm trying to figure out there, Lynn and Jeff, I don't know if you can see it better, but do you see the top of a palm tree near the water?
Yeah, exactly. It looks like the water came to the top of a tree, a palm tree, yeah, to the right. Yeah. This image is incredible.
That's not the ground.
It's not the ground, but it's all running together. It looks like the roof, at least from this angle of the home, is on, but You know, we expected the storm surge and the flooding to be significant. The National Hurricane Center used the words not survivable in the Keys. And that house, if it is in Cudjoe Key, is exactly where the eye was at 9 o'clock this morning.
And adding insult to injury here, the storm surge was coming from the south to the north. Now that the eye is north, it's now coming from the north to the south.
Right.
So they're getting inundated with water from both sides. They're still in the middle of this. It's absolutely breathtaking to see that photo. Again, that is a house on stilts, water all the way up now to the base of that house. Again, like Alex pointed out, and we can see as we take this picture full, there are palm trees. That is the top of a palm tree right there to the right of your screen, not a bush. The top of a palm tree that looks to be roughly 15 feet tall there, right next to that house.
Urgent news from the National Weather Service, just given to me from Vivian Gonzalez, our meteorologist. I don't know if Nicole Ensalada can hear me. I know I can text her, but anybody, okay, she can't. Okay, so we'll let her know. But anybody listening in Naples, or if you have friends or family in Naples in the Marco Island area, the National Weather Service says with the passage, I'm just reading this verbatim, with the passage of the eye of Irma during the next couple of hours, the wind direction will shift on shore, causing water levels along the southwest coast of Florida to rapidly rise in a matter of minutes. All caps, move away from the water. All caps, move away from the water. If you're in Naples or Marco Island area, life-threatening storm surge, inundation of 10 to 15 feet above ground level is expected into this area. So it sounds like a really, really dangerous situation in Naples, Marco Island, 10 to 15 feet. The picture we just saw in Cudjoe Key, 10 to 15 feet above sea level, they're saying, the National Weather Service is saying that's going to happen quickly in Marco Island, in the Marco Island area in Naples. So, you know, they're very concerned. The good news is our reporter Nicole Ensalada, I mean, she and Brad Freakin, her photographer, are veteran reporters and photojournalists, and they're going to be, they're in that high structure parking garage, so I'm sure they're going to be okay.
Very safe location. And as we were talking, we're looking at the satellite loop right there, and that eye wall is coming very, very close to Marco Island. Phil, a matter of moments before it hits, right?
Yes, but I want to bring you back home here to Broward County because we have another cell rotation just off of Hollywood Beach, and it is moving rapidly to the northwest. Now, this could be developing a tornado. These cells are moving extremely fast at around 90 miles per hour. I mean, I don't know if you still have power at home and you can see the radar. Those red spots are just flying in. Right now, there is a little red spot coming in just east of Hallandale Beach across A1A. That could be the cell that could be developing a tornado here shortly. I wanted to jump the gun on this because these things are flying so fast at 90 miles per hour that by the time we get a severe warning on this, the cell could be down the road. We're looking at areas around, obviously, Hollywood Beach, Hallandale Beach, down in through downtown Hollywood, Pembroke Pines, all the way in through Driftwood Acres, past I-95, past the Turnpike. Again, there's a strong cell with a rotation right around Hollywood Beach, moving rapidly to the northwest. There is the potential that this could develop a tornado, and it's moving quickly, very quickly, to the northwest at around 90 miles per hour. So please, until you hear me or hear Lynn and Jeff letting you know that it's all clear, folks in this area should make sure that you go to a small room, take your pillows, anything that you can, to protect yourself just in case we get a direct strike from one of these twisters. Back to you, Lynn, Jeff.
And Phil, you said that other tornado had cleared out, right? The one that formed near FLL?
You are correct. That initially began right across FLL and I-595. That too moving at around 80, 90 miles per hour. No reports finally of any damage or any injuries, and that warning was a lot to expire.
And Phil, touch a little bit about where Nicole is right now. You know, a lot of us have friends and family in Naples and the Marco Island area. The National Weather Service saying that, you know, this could be rapidly rising surge to 10 to 15 feet. What are your thoughts on that?
You are correct. Their storm surge will probably be a lot worse than ours because they are looking at the eye making its way very close here to Marco Island. It's the eye wall, just like we had down in the Florida Keys. It's ready to impact Marco Island with strong gusty winds, heavy rain, and that pull of water, or that push of water coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico, out of the southwest. It's just pushing all that seawater onto Marco Island, and it has nowhere to go. So they are going to see a 10, 12, 13, 15-foot surge, and it's going to take a while for that to come back out. Heavy rainfall as well throughout Collier County. I want to bring it back to Broward County if I can for just a moment, because we are watching another cell right now offshore of Broward. This is for tornadic activity. Let's see if we can spot it. These things are just flying so fast. It was right about here, just as the Broward County. Right now, the cell has moved in across I-595, moving north to 441. And we are just trying to keep ahead of these cells, because if they do cause tornadic activity, they're going to come down rather quickly, and they're going to move rather fast. So please be alert at your home, and until we let you know that it's all clear, just make sure that you sit tight.
And Phil, I know we're hopping from coast to coast here. It's incredible what we're dealing with. This is an urgent from the National Hurricane Center Atlantic Operations. Maybe somebody can relay this information to Nicole Ensalada. I know she's in a safe place. But they tweet urgent warning about the rapid rise of water on the southwest Florida coast with passage of Irma's eye. Move away from the water. Again, that from the National Hurricane Center Atlantic Ops just tweeted a few moments ago. So again, that surge is beginning to come on the southwest side.
So can we talk about tornadoes quickly, Phil? So a cell, you're saying that the conditions are right. So a cell is, I'm just watering it down for me and everybody listening,
Sure.
is what, a tornado in the air, and it hasn't touched down yet? So there could be a tornado in the air and there'd be no damage?
A cell is actually a big thunderstorm that can cause a tornado. Now, there are two kind of advisories that we issue. One is a tornado watch when the ingredients are present for tornadoes to form. The other one is a tornado warning. And tornado warning is either a tornado that has been detected by radar or that somebody has actually physically seen. During a tornado warning, you have to move into an interior room on the lowest floor in places with basements. We don't have basements here across South Florida, so the best thing to do is to try to find the smallest room in your house, preferably a small bathroom, a small closet. Go in there with some big pillows and try to protect yourself. Right now, we are looking at a couple of cells here that can produce tornadoes moving very fast. We're going to go back into the office, find out where they're at, and bring you the very latest information and let you know if we have the all clear there.
Phil, thank you.
You're welcome.
Also want to relay from the National Weather Service that winds up to 61 miles per hour have been reported at Naples Municipal Airport. So they're getting some really, really, really strong winds. And there was even a gust reported of over 80 miles per hour. So some extraordinary strong winds there in Naples.
Yeah,
thinking of them as well.
Evidence from that satellite loop right there as that eye does push on shore on Marco Island. Really just a matter of minutes before they start to see the eye wall of the storm. They'll see some calm. Then they'll see those winds shift as the south side of the storm then begins to move up the southwest Florida coast.
All right, so we've got some cells out there, as Phil just explained. So the conditions are ripe for tornadoes. We've, in the last 24 hours or so, we've had some tornadoes touch down. Let's now go to Pompano Beach and Vanessa Medina on more on how they are experiencing things.
So we are now on Hillsborough Inlet in Pompano Beach. You can see it's completely flooded. The ocean right here, this is to the left over here, has completely flooded this area. It has surpassed, taken over the road. Flooded this area. If you can see, I'm not standing even in the middle of it, and it is coming to my knees. But again, we are getting a strong band. It is coming in. We just got a notice that there is a tornado warning, so we are going to take some cover and bring you pictures as soon as it becomes safe. Reporting in Pompano Beach, Vanessa Medina, 7 News.
Wow, that's incredible flooding.
From Miami, Brickell, north on into Broward County, I mean, it's just, the area is just inundated with all that rainwater, the surge water, and it's only going to get worse in the hours to come.
Flooding also in Hollywood Beach, unrecognizable in some areas. Steve Shapiro has more on that.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Hollywood Boulevard, on the west side of the Hollywood Boulevard Bridge, as far as you can see. Look at that water. This is a lake. It must be knee-deep for a good half a mile, maybe longer now. We came this way, and we're parked here on the bridge, and there is water everywhere, and it is raining harder than we have seen all day, and the wind is blowing. Look at this Lexus to the right, Scott. That Lexus is underwater. The water is rising. The house next to it, it's almost up to the windowsills. Everywhere you look, there is water rising at every house on both sides of the street, the south and the north side, water rising. I'm a little afraid to go into the water because I don't know exactly what's in there. But I can tell you, based on the signage on the side of the roads, that the water's got to be at least a foot, maybe 2 feet deep, and it continues to rise. And the things that we're seeing in the water, besides the coconuts from the palm trees, I've seen trash barrels. I see a mailbox floating down the street and real estate signs that are toppled over on both sides of the street. Hey, behind us, Scott, looking back to the east, we could not put the mast up on our live truck to do this live because the truck was swaying back and forth. So we'll do this on tape, and we will cloud it and send it back to the TV station so it can be broadcast to you. And again, west of Hollywood Boulevard, as far as you can see, we're at 7th Street. As far, oh, there's a car going through. The water is up above the wheel well. As far as you can see, water for, I gotta believe it's more than a half a mile, headed west on Hollywood Boulevard. It's bad here, and it's getting worse. That's it, back to you.
Wow.
He's not kidding.
No, he's not.
It is bad there, and there's flooding everywhere, and there is significant flooding, as you just saw there in Hollywood. There's going to be a lot of insurance claims, I would imagine. And again, that's this piece of metal on the top of our roof. It's just feeling the wind right now. But what was I going to say?
Well,
help me.
No, just kind of going off what we're looking at here. What we were talking about as he was, Steve was giving us his report. It's horrible on all sides here. I mean, the worst of this storm is hitting Southwest Florida. Just a few days ago, that track was headed up right through Biscayne Bay, right through Miami, right through North Bay Village. We could have been dealing with triple the surge and rain totals that we're seeing right now, the eye of that storm. So,
and the guy
incredible.
driving, or whoever was driving, and again, it may have been media, we don't know, but that's the last place you want to be in the road. We saw those pictures out of Houston and the drivers who had to be rescued. There's nobody to rescue you here. So this is a live picture at Brickell, okay? I believe this is Brian Enton's camera, and we've been checking in with him over the last couple of days, and the storm surge is really, really going up there, and there is going to be damage. Let's now go to Phil Farrow for another tornado warning. Phil?
All right, so I was trying to keep you abreast of all this information, especially that cell that was coming on shore. There was a threat of tornadic activity. We jumped the gun. We told you that there could be a tornado warning issued, and indeed, this is for Broward County now. There was a tornado warning until 2:45 p.m. for Deerfield Beach and Boca del Mar until 2:30. Boca Raton, Delray Beach, Highland Beach, Kings Point, Whisper Walk, Hamptons at Boca, Boca Point, and Mission Bay. Also, we are looking at the county line here. Is that correct? Let me take a look. Yes, okay, so there's Lighthouse Point. So basically, it's this northeastern quadrant of Broward County that does encompass Pompano Beach all the way up through Deerfield Beach and all the way back here just almost to the Sawgrass Expressway. So there's a wedge, almost like a diamond shape. We're going to start at the top here, head on down. So we're starting at the county line between Palm Beach and Broward County. We're looking at the Deerfield Beach area. We're looking at Lakeview. There's also points here across Hillsborough Beach, the Cove, Woodsetter North, Lighthouse Point. This is the area that is now under the gun as far as a tornado warning. The warning will remain in effect until 2:45 this afternoon. You can see all the heavy rain. There's plenty of showers, thunderstorms, lightning, blinding sheets of rain. And these things are moving extremely fast. Let me check and see how fast this one is moving. Moving to the northwest at 90 miles per hour. I'm sure this is going to be a short-lived warning. Once again, if you're in the area here of the most of the cities that I just mentioned, from Pompano Beach through Deerfield Beach and all the way back north into the county line and between Broward and Palm Beach, right across the turnpike. You need to make sure that you're in a safe room right now until this scare takes at least moves away. A severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado across northeastern Broward County. The threat will be there until 2:45 p.m. Strong gusty winds are on the area with incredible blinding sheets of rain. We'll be monitoring the situation, and if we get any more, we'll bring it to you. Lynn, Jeff?
Phil, this is mind-boggling to me. During the stormy season, if you will, the wet season, we might get a tornado warning once every other week, and that's bad enough. But how many have we gotten in this storm? I mean, it seems like every few minutes you're coming out here to give us one. I mean, that's what happens with these hurricanes.
I'd say for sure over a dozen reports between yesterday and today, and you got to understand when systems get this big, this large, and not only are they large horizontally, they're also large vertically, so they disturb a huge chunk of the airspace around them. So it's almost like if you were to take a snow globe and just shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, all that stuff has to move around in all sorts of currents in different directions. Well, we get what are called crosswinds, which means you get one wind stream going one way and the other one crossing under in the opposite direction, and it's that crisscrossing of those wind fields that generates these tornadoes. And we're looking here at a camera. I believe this is off of a commercial in Broward County, and you can see the camera shaking there. Those are the strong winds all the way up to 50, 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour. And we've been looking at this area all day long, especially as we get these reports of possible tornadic activity. For the time being, just outside of some rain here and some gusty winds, we don't see anything as far as a tornado. And this thing is moving so fast, by the way. It is in the northeasternmost point of Broward County. We are hoping that over the next few minutes, the threat will subside. They are saying that the warning should remain in effect until 2:45 this afternoon. Right now, we are looking at 2:30. I'm sure within the next few minutes, whatever threat is out there has already moved into Palm Beach County. This thing is moving at 90 miles per hour. Stay hunkered down in this area, and as soon as we get the all clear, we will let you know. By the way, this is the only tornadic threat that we have right now, the only one. So if you're anyplace else across Broward and Miami-Dade, as of this time, you're okay outside of the gusty winds and the rain from the hurricane. But as far as tornadoes go, only the northeasternmost point of Broward County and southeastern Palm Beach is worried about this. So as soon as we find out if this activity has moved away, we'll come back and let you know.
And Phil, I know you're super busy, but I have one more question for you. I want to get your thoughts on that picture that came in from Kojo Key of that home that had water all the way up to the base. The stilts are about 15 feet high. Is the situation going to be improving there? You said, I believe, that now the storm surge will come from the other direction, right?
You are correct. Now it's coming out from the Florida Straits and the Atlantic. You can see a lot of heavy rainfall still moving in across the area. When we're talking about that big storm surge today, they had anywhere between 10, 15 feet. A lot of those houses on stilts are maybe they are up 8, 10 feet. So I'm sure once we get the video or pictures out of the area like we've been seeing so far, we may see more of that being the norm than the exception. I'm sure there are a lot of other houses who were maybe even built before the stilt era that are going to be completely submerged. We're also going to see one of the things that Mother Nature does, by the way, when hurricanes come along, is that it's almost like they flush all the trash that we throw into the ocean. Mother Nature throws it right back. And if you were to travel right now across US 1, heading on down to the Keys, all the garbage that we've thrown away over the last few years onto Biscayne Bay, into the Gulf side, Florida Bay, the Atlantic waters, all that is just going to be piled up back on US 1. And now it's our responsibility to go back and clean that up.
Yes, it is.
Well, we should have done that to begin with. I guess she's really telling us, clean up your mess.
Clean up your mess, exactly.
Thank you so much,
You're
Phil.
Quite a way to tell us that.
Yeah, quite a way to tell us that. So that's great news. Well, not great, very helpful news concerning that one particular area in terms of tornadoes. And I'm sure I'm getting a lot of texts from my friends You know, with all this wind that you're hearing outside of your home, outside of Channel 7 studios, it seems like, oh my gosh, is that a tornado? I mean, it's screaming wind. You know this. You're experiencing this with us. It's this side rain. It's pelting. It's scary outside. I mean, that's a very basic word. You're looking at a live picture outside of our 7 News studios where you can't even barely make it out. Almost looks like snow. And the white caps, the bay looks angry, looks like an ocean going over the seawall. All this is from these large feeder bands outside of the eye that all of us are experiencing. And the storm surge is causing significant damage pretty much everywhere, including downtown Miami. And apparently the AAA, which is recently built, prepared to handle anything, also has some damage concerning storm surge. Katrina Bush has more on that.
These are by far the most intense winds that we've experienced covering Hurricane Irma so far today. Now, we saw what these winds did to the crane that collapsed at the construction site on Northeast 3rd Street at 2nd Avenue, and just a short drive away. Take a look at what we have seen at the American Airlines Arena. What looks like pieces of the roof have just been blown off here and scattered along the sidewalk and along the staircase right here in the back and the side of American Airlines Arena. So we just have got an official word from the arena and from the Miami Heat. Their statement reads, an exterior membrane of the American Airlines Arena practice court was just blown away because of Irma, but it's of no consequence to the structure of the arena, which remains sound and intact. Reporting in Miami, Katrina Bush, 7 News.
You know, I think Governor Scott summed it up best earlier today. He said, pray for us. And Florida's going to need a lot of prayers from not only here in South Florida, the Keys, over to Southwest, up to Tampa. This is impacting the entire state in so many ways we can't even begin to fathom at this point. It's incredible.
Prayers and money.
Yeah, a lot of it.
FEMA said that they're ready to help us out. As you look at these live pictures of North Bay Village and all of South Florida continuing to take this beating for hours and hours. FEMA said that it was ready to release money. Governor Scott said he was ready to help South Florida and all of the state of Florida. Insurance companies at the ready, too. There's going to be a lot of cleanup for the next couple of days, and I would imagine a lot of filing of insurance claims. And again, I'm sure all of you listening, this has gone through your head, too. You're thinking, man, and we didn't even get the eye. Imagine if we got the eye. So, you know, you probably have gone from gratitude, thank God we didn't get the eye, to okay, when is this going to be over? Because I'm over this. So we've got another, you know, Phil didn't say, you know, the exact time, but late tonight he says things will subside. Brian Enton, you're in Brickell, and my gosh, it's still a lake.
Yeah, Lynn, it is not receding at all out here. I was hoping I'd have some better news that maybe the water would start going down. We had to push back a little bit. We were out on Brickell earlier, and now we're between two buildings. I'm going to kind of give you an idea of where we are. I'm going to walk out a little bit. This is a parking lot to a bank right on Brickell, where we have sort of set up shop because there's some high ground where we can keep our car and keep our camera and keep all of our equipment safe. The power just went out, by the way. But as I walk out here into the parking lot, beyond, this is now like the driveway that goes into the bank right on Brickell. And then I'm not going to go too much farther because it gets really deep. I'm still in the driveway. The driveway slopes up into the bank. About 30 feet behind me would be the sidewalk to Brickell Avenue. And then those trees that you see in the distance, that is the center median of Brickell Avenue. So the entire area, this entire area of Brickell is just totally underwater. I would say, you know, it's over waist deep if I was to continue to go out there, and it is not going down. We had a few reference points. We had a fire hydrant that I was keeping an eye on and a few stop signs, just to sort of have an idea whether or not the water was going up or receding, and it appears that it's just stayed the same for the last several hours. It hasn't gotten higher, but it hasn't gone down at all. And the water, it's murky. It's definitely ocean water. It's not rainwater because we know it's because of this storm surge. And, you know, we have to be careful because you don't really know where the curbs start or what's out there or what's at the bottom of the water. So people in this area, Lynn and Jeff, should really stay inside. If they live on Brickell in their condo, don't go down to the bottom floor because the water, it's very, very high right now.
Brian, I'm curious. You know, a lot of these high rises down there in Brickell rise above the street. Some are on street level, but can you tell if any of this water is getting into any of those bank buildings or condo buildings down there, from what you can tell?
So, this is the JW Marriott is right across the street from me, and they seem like they're in pretty good shape because they've got a higher entrance with a lot of steps you have to go up. So I think their lobby is probably okay, but the issue is going to be the parking garages that are on the ground level because, the water is, 5-6 feet in the air. So I would imagine parking garages are probably flooded right now. There's a TD Bank next to the JW Marriott I'm looking at. Again, it looks like the lobby is probably okay, but the parking garage is, probably half underwater or so. So I would imagine this is going to be an issue for cars. The good news, as you mentioned, is people live in condos that are high up. So people hopefully aren't experiencing flooding, and we've even heard that a lot of these condos still have power, which is a pretty amazing thing. But if you're inside one of those, you want to stay there because outside your building, it's really like a lake right now, and there's even white caps in some of the intersections.
Yeah, your pictures out of Brickell have been incredible. And we're looking at the radar, Brian, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better anytime soon. Phil says maybe later tonight all of this will subside, but then you have another round of high tide. Incredible. Glad to see that you took coverage between these two buildings because we know it's even more wicked a little outside of those buildings. All right, want to remind people, the news crews are out there. Bear with us. That's the wind you're hearing outside of our studios. It's just another one of those strong feeder bands coming through. But being on the road is the last place you want to be. We saw this time and time again in Houston, and with the storm surge, sometimes these things can come up quickly. The water rises quickly. 7's Vanessa Medina found a woman who was actually stranded in her car in Pompano Beach.
Here in Pompano Beach, conditions continue to worsen. We're just off of US 1. This tree has come down here, and people are taking cover. They have left their homes, but they're taking cover in their cars. We're here with one woman. What's your name, ma'am?
Margaret.
Margaret, what are you doing in your car?
The window was broken out. Someone must have shattered it.
This window here, she says, was broken out. Are you afraid? Is there anywhere where you can go?
No, I'm not afraid. Not at all.
You're not afraid?
Yeah.
So you're going to stay here throughout the duration of the storm?
There was 3 gentlemen here with me last night that we stayed together in the car.
So Margaret is insisting that she's going to stay in her car here through the duration of the storm. As you can see, the wind gusts are coming through. It dies down, and then we get whacked again. Irma is not giving up. She continues to punch South Florida, giving us these bands, these winds, these strong rain bands, and we'll continue to stay out here and bring you pictures as soon as we can. Reporting in Pompano Beach, Vanessa Medina, 7 News.
Wow. Well, that is a really dangerous place to be, especially if the water rises and the car. It only takes, like Phil said, 6 inches of rainwater, storm surge, for a car to actually float away, and first responders can't respond in this kind of weather.
On some of these gusts, and we're talking about these tornado warnings, so you get one of those moving through, that's enough to pick up a car and, toss it on down the road. So, yeah, not the best place to be. Hopefully she can get some help in Pompano Beach right there, that woman, in the hours to come, because, yeah, this is far from over, Hurricane Irma.
Yeah, the full extent of the damage has yet to be seen, especially in the Florida Keys. Again, if you're just now listening to us on the radio, most of you are, because 3/4 of Miami-Dade County are without power, many in Palm Beach, and, of course, all in the Keys. It was a Category 4, a direct hit for Cujo Key, hit about 9 o'clock in the morning. But right now we're experiencing these large feeder bands that are pounding us with wind and rain. And Phil has said, and I try to repeat this because people keep asking, when is this going to be over? He says later tonight, things will subside.
And I see Phil back over by the weather wall. Phil, new information for us?
Indeed, I told you that I would update you as soon as that tornadic threat was done in northeastern Broward County. I can safely report that it is done. The winds have come down. The torrential rains have subsided just a little bit. They'll pick up again. So no one right now across Broward or Miami-Dade is under any sort of tornado warning. We can't say that we are not going to get any more, but as of this moment, what we have to worry about is just the strong gusty winds, at times as strong as hurricane force, all the way up to 74 miles per hour. And this rain, this is a huge shield of rain that encompasses the area from the Keys through Miami-Dade and Broward counties. So what you are getting right now is what your neighbor in the next town is getting, what Fort Lauderdale is seeing is what the city of Miami is getting. Everybody is in the same boat at this moment, and it's going to take a little time for all of this to lift north. And basically, we are dependent on the hurricane that's sitting across southwest Florida. It is getting ready to possibly make landfall across Marco Island. Now, the center of that hurricane, from there on south and from there on east, there's a good 200 miles worth of rain, gusty winds, and the possibility of some more tornadoes. So until we get that eye moving out of here, and it may take another 3 or 4 hours until that eye finally makes its way on up, all the way in through Fort Myers possibly, things will not improve. So we unfortunately need to be a little bit more patient. Nobody wants to hear that right now. We've been under this enormous amount of stress since the beginning of the work week when we began following this system. Now we're almost at the last stretch of it, unfortunately. This last stretch is extremely, extremely strong. And as soon as this big shield of rain gets out of here, things will improve. We're thinking that that may happen late tonight and then early during the day tomorrow. I think I did hear a little while ago that schools will not even be opening through Tuesday. So folks that have left the area, parents with their kids or whatever, they're not going to run a risk of running any or losing any school days. They're going to have a little time to get back here, especially since many folks moved to points north. And unfortunately, points north, they're going to be dealing with the same thing down the road as we are dealing with now. There was truly no escape from this system. This is a statewide affair. We were seeing that the other day with the models moving through South Florida, showing that the system would move in across South Florida and make its way right on up the entire state, all the way into the southeast. We're all going to need a little patience right now. We're all wearing a little tired and we're under a little bit of stress, but let's take a deep breath. This will all pass hopefully within the next few hours, and things will improve hopefully starting tomorrow. Jeff, Lynn?
Like
I'm
that
breathing.
optimism.
Yeah, I'm breathing. and people in shelters, you know, they probably are also ready to bust out of there. So that's good, Phil. Thank you for telling us. Later tonight, we can maybe start seeing an improvement. We've got Brandon Byer there live on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Really, really strong winds. We can't even see the beach, Brandon.
Lynn, and this is as close as we can safely get. We're literally taking cover behind our Ford Explorer. These are the heaviest winds we've seen in the last 2 days, and yeah, Steve's really having to get a good center of gravity there just to be able to show you any of these pictures. And I know a lot of folks are with us via the radio, so we'll do our best to describe what we're able to see here. But I mean, you can actually taste the salt water. The salt water is blowing into our mouths. Since we've been here on Fort Lauderdale Beach since about Friday afternoon, early afternoon, this is the most intense stuff we have seen yet, and it really is just a brutal beating that the ocean is giving the beach here. It's almost all the way up to the seawall at this point. It's only cresting over at the places where people would enter the beach, the little walkway where they would enter the beach. Palm trees have just been pointed due west for the past several hours. It has not let up. Easily 40-45 mile per hour winds sustained right now. We've been dodging a couple of tornado warnings, listening very closely to Phil's forecast. We heard about the one that was, just a while ago near Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International, which is only a few miles south of where we are now. And then we spun around a little bit on the island here, what we could, to see some of the damage so far. It's really just at this point down trees, There's a few street signs that we've noticed that have been knocked down. One power line we did see down, so we went around that. It's a mess out here, though. A little bit of street flooding in parts of the neighborhoods here on the island on Fort Lauderdale Beach, but it's not bad. Nothing like what I'm hearing Steve Shapiro describe near the Hollywood Beach bridge there on Hollywood Boulevard. And I'm not seeing that extensive of flooding, but we haven't made our way back into all of the neighborhoods just yet. Quite frankly, it hasn't been safe to do so. It's just an incredible amount of wind. It's difficult to explain. It's almost impossible to stand up in unless you're in some sort of shelter. The best thing to do, as far as you know, what we do to be able to bring you this information, is you got to find yourself on the west side of a building. So as the wind is blowing across the ocean at 40, 45 mile per hour, whatever the gusts happen to be, you at least get some sort of break from the building. No structure damage. I haven't seen any windows blown out yet. Obviously, no one